Chapter 481 The Execution 2. Chapter 481 The Execution 2. Everyone was immersed in their own thoughts as they listened to the full story. Landon explained why he had the story make up that fake story, as well as the fact that the injured person is the story was actually a fake. Of course, when Inspector Morgan brought out the bank's statement which proved that they had actually taken money for the deal, many people quickly lost it altogether. They just couldn't understand the stupidity of these people. Where in Hurtfilia would you find a place where one got paid bi-weekly and handsomely too? Okay, fine. These people were also promised mansions and exotic women out of Baymard. But what was the guarantee that it would actually be given to them? Landon looked at the men that he had beaten up in disgust, while finally calling Lucius forward. As per Baymard's Code of Federal Laws, Title 24, Part 420, Article 12, states that whoever owing alliance to Baymard, cannot adhere to war against them, divulge Baymardian technological secrets, or give aid to their enemies within Baymard or elsewhere. And if this law is broken, it would be considered an act of treason on the Empire and its people. The guilty party or parties shall be put to death on the spot, alongside the enemy. So, any last words from the guilty parties? Lucius asked while looking at the traitors and Mr. Himra. Hearing Lucius, the traitors knew that they would die no matter what. But nonetheless, they couldn't help but feel that His Majesty was too much. Why did he have to disgrace them this much? His Majesty claimed to love the soldiers and armed forces a lot. So why would he treat them like that? As the favorite children within the Baymardian population, they felt that this whole thing should have been kept secret. And they should have only been punished a little. After all, they had only attempted it once and failed for that matter. So in the end, since the information didn't leave the Empire, why was His Majesty punishing them as if Baymard's enemies had successfully gotten hold of the information? Also, after listening to what will happen to all their hard-earned money when they died, they couldn't help but puke out blood from rage. What did His Majesty mean by the money would be sent out to less privileged people outside? They were truly not content with the outcome of today's matter. As for Mr. Himra, ever since his judgment had been passed on to him a few days ago, he had been in a daze ever since. After telling them who his master was, these people still dared to kill him. Something in him was still hoping that all of this was just an attempt to scare him silly. But now that he heard Lucius, he couldn't help but shiver a bit from regret. If he knew that these people were tricky, he wouldn't have even bothered to take the job. Since all three of them knew that they were going to die, they decided to pour all their grievances out in the open. Any last words? HMPH. So what if you all rescued us? Are you saying that we shouldn't try to loom for other benefits outside Baymard while staying here? What's bad in being extremely rich like the nobles and wanting to live with servants and maids? I pity you all because when my master finds that you had killed me, he would definitely seek revenge in my name. So until then, I will wait for you all in hell. As the men spoke, a priest calmly walked onto the stage and stood in front of them. He then said a hot prayer for their souls, before finally leaving them with one for Landon, the executioner. May the heavens forgive you for your treacherous acts against the good people of Baymard. If these prayers of forgiveness are answered by the heavens, and they decide to give you a chance in reuniting with our ancestors above, then I also pray that your greedy thirst things would also be destroyed as well, lest you both annoy your ancestors too. But if the heavens choose not to forgive you and send you to the pits of hell, then I can only pray that your pain and burden should be lessened on your journey towards eternal torture. With that, I pray and wish you all the best. Sling, sling, sling. Before the men knew it, their heads were sent rolling by Landon the executioner. His movements were swift and precise, leaving a clean and smooth cut of the necks of his enemies. He personally took over the role as an executioner, so as to send a message to his enemies and all the spies out there. No matter what, those caught in the act would be beheaded. Of course there were several types of spies, like those that only came here so as to inform their merchant masters on what new goods Baymard had. so that they would quickly buy and send to their masters' shops. And there were also spies that only came here to learn cooking techniques and better the food in their own empires. There were all sorts of spies in Baynard, but not all were harmful. The ones that Landon was targeting were those that wanted to harm his people or his empire. He wanted to tell them that he was watching their every move. And if they didn't stop now, then they would end up just like these three. Landon's eyes zoomed through the crowd and focused on the dangerous spies out there. They, in turn, felt their backs turn cold when their eyes locked on with His Majesty's. They felt like Landon had already known about their plans. And immediately many of them began trembling in fright. What if His Majesty decided to call them out in the crowd and execute them as well? Damn it, what should they do? Some of them had decided to lay low for a while and not do anything else in the meantime, while others had decided to leave Baymard just in case. After executing the men, got down on one bended knee, while holding his blood-stained sword, and slightly bowed towards his people. Because of my carelessness, I had allowed such undeserving idiots to be called soldiers. As your ruler, I promise to do better and first come up with a testing phase for anyone who wants to join any armed forces in Baymard. I apologize for today's incident and promise to deal with all of Baymard's enemies, as well as protect you all with all my might. So once again, I ask for your forgiveness for my failure as your ruler. Looking at their king's trembling body and sad disposition, everyone couldn't help but curse those dead morons again. Just look at what they did. They made their kind feel guilty. The soldiers, navy, and armed forces also went down on bended knees as well. And just like that, everyone in the crowd followed suit while reading with His Majesty to get up as well. Your Majesty, please don't be too hard on yourself. How is it your fault? Yes, Your Majesty. You rescued them out of the kindness of your heart. But how would you have known that they would be so greedy? Your Majesty, please get up. There's nothing for us to forgive. Several people pleaded out loud, until Landon finally rose up again. As for the armed forces, especially the soldiers, they also felt somewhat bad, as some of them had even been living in the same dormitory as those traitors. How the hell did they not notice it all? They swore to be more vigilant in the future, so as not to let history repeat itself again. If another group of traitors came out from the army again, then what would that say about them? No, they would never let this event repeat itself again, over their dead bodies. And just like that, the execution had come to an end, with the soldiers burning the body and dumping the ashes 4 cities away from Baymard. The beds where those traitors slept on were also burned, and their lockers were now seen as something cursed. A ton of soldiers contributed to have the lockers of those traitors permanently removed. And now, only a long mirror occupied those locker spaces instead. In fact, many people didn't even want to mention the names of these traitors, as they felt doing so would be too good for those idiots. They just called them Dumb and Dumber. Of course, while all this was happening, far away from Baymard, someone was currently having a heart attack from the news that he had just heard. What the hell do you mean by saying that they haven't arrived? Chapter 482 Proclaimed Dead. Chapter 482 Proclaimed Dead. The capital city, the Empire of Tariq. A clear crisp sound echoed throughout a large throne room, quickly making the servants around jump in fright. As for the guards, they stood very still while looking at the floor for fear of meeting their master's eyes. Their master in question was none other than Nopline, and at the moment, he was about to faint from extreme rage. There were just so many things happening all at once, which made him feel like the entire world was targeting him for some unknown reason. First, when he was previously on his way to the capital to pick up his bride, someone actually dared to rescue his bride, her children, and her idiotic husband King Makeel. Sure, he truly felt like the rescue mission could have been done by the missing crown prince. But for now, he still needed to properly look into the matter, lest some new enemy had appeared again. In addition, his bride and her family being rescuing, The entire palace estate had been trampled and nearly destroyed by raining attacks from the heavens. It was like his rescuers knew that the heavens would stroke over the palace on that day. And as if that was not enough, even after all of that, he had just received word that none of the ships that were supposed to bring in slaves hadn't arrived yet. And according to the scouts that went out around the shores of Tariq, they couldn't spot of their slave ships even at this moment. Could they have met with tragedy while in their mission? And if so, what were the chances that all fleets of ships would be attacked with no one returning back? There was something fishy about this matter. Nopline couldn't really say that someone was scheming against him, because no one, other than the captains in charge of each fleet, knew about the mission until they were out. So even if he was betrayed, it would have to be from those captains. When he thought about how his every move ended up in failure, he couldn't help but want to go to the temple and offer some sort of sacrifice to the heavens. Was he cursed? Nopline panted heavily, after slapping the man before him hard. Elder brother, please quell your temper. This man is just a messenger, and has nothing to do with the situation at hand, said a woman with an alluring voice sitting on Nopline's right-hand side. Everyone, leave. Nopline commanded, and soon, the entire hall became completely quiet. He then passed the letter he had just received to his little sister Kamara, and quickly clenched his fists in rage. Baby sister, it looks like our enemies really have it planned out for us this year. I agree with you entirely, elder brother. But from the looks of it, I highly suspect that it's the Crown Prince's work. He not only saved that idiot husband of mine, but also that scheming BCH and her poverty-stricken children. And now, how dare he disrupt your plans so much? Brother, what are we going to do now? Kamara said heatedly. With no news about the slave ships, wouldn't they be at a disadvantage when they went for battle? It's true that this move has indeed affected my plans, but it has only reduced my military presence by 20% at most. So we can still go for battle, of course, still forgetting that I have a massive number of fleets under my control. The only reason why I wanted to get more slaves was so that I could use them as frontline fighters during the Navy War. They were supposed to be the first ones to attack those Baymardian ships first. That was my plan. But now that there's no news about those slave ships, then we can only assume that my men had failed their mission. But brother, I've heard that the Baymardian ships are really strong. So how would we be able to take them down? Kamara said a little fearfully. She had heard about the might of Baymard and knew that these people were not to be trifled with. Everyone spoke about their experience on those Baymardian ships. So how could she feel at ease with this navy war? Looking at his cute little sister, Nopline couldn't help but pat her head a little. Little sister, relax. From what I hear, those were built to be extremely tall, so as to keep enemies from swinging in, looting the people on board and attacking the visitors on board. So with that, you can also see how advantageous the situation is. What do you mean, brother? To put it simply, since the men can't swing from one ship to another, the only option those Baymardians will have if they want to fight us, is to let us on their shores for battle. Currently, from our previous report, we have more knights than they do, so we will definitely win the battle. As for that waste husband of yours, before his escape, were you feeding that poison to him as I suggested? Yes, brother, Kamara replied obediently. If that's the case, then he should be dead by now. So now, it's time to move to the next phase of our plans. Find someone who is his exact height and figure, and burn the person beyond recognition. From there, we will announce his death, and you will mourn him for 2 months. But brother, what about the Crown Prince? That's easy. Place the blame on him. Say that he was angry that his father chose Lecter as Tariq's ruler, with wanted portraits of him everywhere. We will be sure to catch him, just in case he tried to make his way back to the palace for revenge. Kamara smiled while listening to Nopline. Finally, she would get rid of her identity as that bastard's wife. Now, she could someday marry her one and only true love, who was also Lecter's real father as well. She smiled arrogantly when she thought about the fact that Mikile's poison was incurable. The old fool, Sholv, probably died with so much hatred for her. But what did the thoughts of the dead have to do with the living? For her, Mikhail was no more. While she, on the other hand, was now ruling the entire empire alongside her son and brother. Now, it was her time to shine. Chapter 483 New Toys. Chapter 483 New Toys. Brother, don't worry. I'll do what you've said. Soon, we'll announce King Mikhail's death to the world. But for now, I think you're forgetting one more important thing, brother. Baymard's weapons. Based on the rumors going around, they have something that produces lightning from it. Wouldn't that bring you at a disadvantage? Not at all, Nopline said while stroking his rough chin. Of course, he had also heard about that particular weapon. But from what he knew, one had to be somewhat close to these men before they used the weapons on them. So he had already prepared to make his archers launch numerous arrows first, before sending his swordsmen there too. And in addition to that, he had also planned to make many shields for his men too. He didn't believe that such weapons could work against iron shields. And when it concerned the other weapons that Baymard had, even though he was slightly clueless, he didn't feel bothered at all, because he had sent his best man in. The man he sent in had been trained in molding his personality into whatever suited the situation best, and could make even the most heartless people pity him and fall for his tricks. This same man was the person who usually gathered information about other empires for him. The guy appealed to all the men, women and even children, as he stroked their egos, made them feel superior and even gave them some sort of hope. And when one looked at his babby-like face and smooth, no one would ever rope him in as an assassin, spy or a tough man in the society. He was usually seen as someone cool to hang out with. And this demeanor made his easily blend in with people who were usually hard as a rock, and stake their secrets or plans. Of course, every time he did so, he would pin the blame on someone else easily. No one had ever gotten a leg up on him, so Nopline knew that no matter what, his man would do this particular mission successfully. Brother, I heard that apart from the lightning weapon, there are other weapons as well. But no one knows what they do, as they have never been used before. So you have to be careful when launching a full-scale attack on Baymard. I know. That's why I sent Himra in. Himra? The guy who had 35 different surnames identities as of now? Yes. That Himra. Listening to Nopline, Kimahra couldn't help but breathe out in relief. With such a man working for them, she felt like she was worrying over nothing. She herself had used Himra to get information from her enemies, so she knew how good he was. Himra. The name was one that only a handful of people knew of, and his expertise were top-notch. Yes, I sent Himra to get a list of all weapons that they had there, as well as a detailed description of how each one is made and how to use them. Even though I know that we won't lose, having these things might even make us upgrade our weapons before the big battle. So with all that said, I don't believe that I won't be able to win against these Baymardians. To me, even though we lost this opportunity to get so many frontline slaves to die first, I'm sure that it would make no difference whether we have them or not, because no matter how I look at it, our victory is secured either way. And don't worry too much about these little things. As of now, we have 2 spies within the Baymard army, so everything will definitely work as planned. Nopline said confidently. For him, it was only a matter of time before Baymard officially belonged to him. He would let his sister run Tariq, while he ran Baymard as his own empire all to himself. After Nopline and Kimahra finished up with their discussions, Kimahra quickly went to relay her plans to her son Lecter. Also, she had another surprise for her darling son. With her around, he really didn't have to do much. The world thought that he was the brains behind some of the changes in Tariq, but in truth, the boy had brains the size of a peanut. All day long, he would abuse those within the palace, watch jesters perform and play deadly games as much as he wanted. She quickly found her son playing his favorite game, which was Make Me Happy, Eat a Frog or Die. He would tell the jesters and those who had any talents, even singing or hosting puppet shows on the streets, to showcase their talents and make him happy. If they could, then they would get a live frog in front of him and live. But if they didn't, then they would die in the most gruesome ways ever. Kamara walked in when one of the most famous musicians in Tariq was helplessly chewing on a live frog. The man's face had already turned slightly green, as he truly felt like throwing up any moment from now. But he knew that if he did, this demonic King Lecter would definitely behead him immediately. Kamara watched the man swallow everything whole, before finally stopping her son's show. "Mother, why did you disturb this son?" Lecter said while pouting angrily. Kamara looked at her cute chubby son and pinched his jaws playfully. "Lecter, do you remember that girl that you said you wanted to marry? I've taken her from her home and locked her up in the dungeon. Now, she's yours, son." Lecter's greasy puffy face immediately lit up with joy after hearing his mother. True enough. No matter how hard they resisted him, with his mother around, who would dare say no to him? He smiled cruelly when he thought about how he would beat her into submission. It was better for his new wife to be fearful of him and know her place, so as to make their marriage sail smoothly. "Thank you, mother," Lecter said while kissing his mother's hands. Now, he had a new toy to play with. Of course, while Lecter was happy with his own toy, far away in Arcadina, someone else was also happy about meeting his new toy too. A tall man wearing a dark cloak stood silently in a dark dense forest with a gleeful smile on his face. Phew-ip. Soon, two other men dropped in from the trees and knelt down before him. "My lord, the perimeter is secured, and all men are now in position." "Good. We will begin our attack in an hour's time. Go, inform the rest." With that, the men quickly disappeared, leaving the cloaked man all to himself again. The man smiled underneath his dark mask as he thought about all the exciting things that he would do today. Finally, his master had given him a new toy to play with. The plan chuckled for a bit, before finally disappearing again into the night. Chapter 484 Loyalty. Chapter 484 Loyalty. Somewhere in a hidden base, a crazed-looking man was currently looking at a haggard middle-aged prisoner in fury. All that one could hear were the sounds of several whips slashing out and the faint cries of the prisoner as well. The entire room smelled like blood, and that the stony floors just below the prisoner was also dyed reddish-black from all the dried up from the woman's wounds. The crazed man looked at the woman silently, as if watching a prey out in the wild. Why won't she talk? More than 7 months have gone by since he had captured the woman, and up to now, she never defeated her master. What sort of stupid loyalty was this? At first, he had decided not to be too rough with her, since he needed her in one piece for his grand plan. But as time went by, the more stubborn the woman was, the more furious he became. And so with time, he slowly increased the torture dished out to her daily. The woman's back had more than 400 lash whips on it, which now looked like a gruesome work of art that could make one shiver in fear. Those in charge of whipping her had never even bothered to wipe the blood off her body. The whip lines had all formed very thick black lines of old dry blood. And that wasn't all. Of course, the woman had also been subjected to punches in her belly and all over her body too. And even her face had been punched extremely hard, as she ended up losing 3 teeth in the process. The woman's eyelids were so swollen and bluish black, that she struggled underneath all her sweat just to open them. Her mouth, jaws and cheekbones also looked bad as well, as she found talking or even swallowing food a very tedious task to do. The crazed-looking man looked at the middle-aged woman angrily. Even after all of this, why wouldn't she just give up on her master and save herself? He couldn't help but feel slightly envious when seeing such loyalty. Damn it, that bastard always had the best of everything. Whip, yug, whip, yug, whip, yug. The lady let out several shrill cries whenever the whip touched her skin. But even though she felt true agony, she continued to bite her lips, in attempts to not cry out loudly. The crazed man looked at her with a hint of admiration. If she could work for him instead of that scoundrel, then wouldn't it be better? He looked at her as if looking at a treasure. He He couldn't help but thank the bastard for training such a person for him to use. Whip. Stop. Yes, master, said the man torturing the woman. The crazed-looking man looked at the woman intently, before moving close to her and stooping down, so as to be face to face with her. Look at you. Do you think that he will save you? Open your eyes and look around. He has clearly abandoned you, so why are you still putting up a front? Don't forget, you are just his nanny and nothing else. So why would he care enough to risk his life in saving you? Like I said, if you tell me his secret base, as well as how many men he has under his command, then he'll promise to let you go free. This is your last chance. So what will it be? Hearing what the man had said, the woman's body trembled even more, and she slowly lifted her head steadily. Seeing the woman look at him as if she was considering it, the man couldn't help but smile a little more confidently. This was the first time that the woman seemed to be considering his words. Usually, she would just act like he was invisible, or even lift her middle finger at him numerous times. But this time, she looked at him and pondered silently. Sure enough, what he said had probably affected her. Who wouldn't feel abandoned and betrayed if they had been tortured all this time? If it were him, he would even have some sort of resentment towards his master. I'm glad that you've finally thought it through, because if you stick with me, he'll not only let you go, but he'll also take you under my wing too. So, I ask you again, what will it be? Just as the man finished talking, the woman gathered all the blood in her mouth and spat on the man's face. Silence. The entire room was dead quiet, as the guards looked at their master silently. The man wiped his face clean first, before looking at the bold woman with a cold smile on his face. Bam! The man punched the woman in the stomach while looking at her in disgust. How dare she turn down his proposal? Since she wanted to play, then he would naturally fulfill her wishes. You three. From tomorrow, increase her whip strokes by 100. And burn her left hand as well. In addition to that, from tomorrow night, you three can play with her for as long as you want. Thank you, master. Hearing this, the woman's heart turned ice cold, as she knew what the man meant by having his men play with her. Her body trembled slightly, as she looked at the man with pure rage. Vagabond. The man, on the other hand, unhurriedly left the dungeon and didn't even bother looking back at her. He was no longer going to be gentle with her. From now on, she would be beaten and treated like a mere harlot. And if her master didn't come to take her, then he would kill her and throw her remains to the fishes. Stepping out of the secret dungeon, Slytherin Cord was immediately greeted with two of his most trusted aides. Master, we've checked the perimeters as per usual, and so far, there are still no enemies at sight. But master, will he really come? Why do you ask? Master, that's because every day for the past 7 months, we have been checking the perimeters at least 2 times a day. And so far, there is still no sign of him or his men. Slytherin and his aides made their way towards the ground floor while continuing their conversation. And soon, someone ran towards them hastily. Master, Thera here. Chapter 485 Ready as can ever be. Chapter 485 Ready as can ever be. Master, Thera here. Slytherin nodded to the guard who just came in, and then broadly smiled at his aides. See, I told you he would come. My little rabbit never disappoints. Is everyone ready? Your Majesty, we planned for this for 7 whole months. So, of course we're ready. All the 15,000 men scattered above ground and underground are ready to make their move, said the guard who had just come in. One had to know that for the past 7 months, they had been staying in battle positions all this time, so they were more than ready to face this enemy of theirs. Excellent. You can go back now, and remember, do as planned. You can kill everyone, but leave their leader alive. If anyone were to kill him, he'll personally skin the person alive and feast on his flesh. Is that understood? Yes, master, the guard replied, before setting out of the building. Good. Now go. Slytherin looked at his fading figure and smiled coldly. Darius, go get the woman. It's time. With that, one of his aides was off, leaving him and his other aide there silently. "Master, I had never thought that they would brazenly attack us in the daytime. Isn't that less advantageous to them since we will be able to see them? Don't forget. The same could be said for them. They too will see us as well. But no matter how many tricks they have up their sleeves, today will be their day to live," Slytherin said while placing his hands behind his back and walking calmly towards the building's exit. It's time for the finale to begin. Of course, while he was making his own plans, his enemies were fighting their way through the path as well. Within a dense forest, the birds chirped very loudly than usual. The sun's dull rays flashed through the bare trees, and the very cold breeze harshly swept within the forest without a care in the world. With one look at the sky, one could see a bunch of dark clouds slowly advancing over the forest region. There was no doubt that in a couple of minutes or even hours, the sky would begin to cry out again. But of course, whether rain or storm, today was a day that many had chosen to ride out in honor. Gallop, 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 gallop. Within the forest, several groups of men were currently making their way on horseback wearing heavy armory, as well as holding numerous shields as well. Their horses also wore protective armory as well. "Captain, it looks like we've finally entered their territory. I think they might be around us," said one of the armored men on horseback. "As expected," the captain replied, while secretly looking at the trees, dried grass, leaves and the ground around them with discerning eyes. The leaves had all fallen to the ground in preparation for the winter, so it would be hellish for these men to hide on the trees. Indeed, he could already spot some novice archers who had already failed at properly hiding behind the trees, rocks and even using their surroundings properly. Soon, he saw some of the heaps of grass move a bit, and instantly, he knew that it was time to give out his signal. With that, he then yelled out loudly, and Joe's men ride forward at high speeds while shielding themselves as much as they could. And just as planned, as they ran, a rain of arrows followed them wherever they went. Thump, 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 thump. The enemy archers who were previously hidden, all stood out and shot several arrows towards the captain and his team of 200. These enemy archers were so concentrated on the group, that many of them didn't notice another group of men silently targeting them from afar. And before they knew it, many of them had been shot dead on the head or heart just like that. Of course, some of them hid just in time to avoid the calamity. Thump, 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 thump. Yup. The first group of 200 were just a decoy so that the archers could take down the enemy archers that were hiding along the path. The entire path was filled with dreadful cries from those that had been hit straight in their hearts. They felt like the world around them was constantly spinning around in circles. And some, they all their senses and fell into a never-ending deep slumber. Bam! Their lean bodies dropped to the ground uncontrollably with several loud bangs. And as they lost their consciousness, they still couldn't believe that they had been shot down out of nowhere. After so many months of preparations, why did they have to die just like that? They were indeed undersigned to their fates, as they bled out to death unconvinced. As for those who had shot them down, they couldn't care less about the feelings of these men. "Keep shooting." "Second team, it's your turn," said another captain, who was currently shooting several arrows towards his targets. The man was a pro, as he could even shoot up to 3 arrows at once with such accuracy. He was nicknamed Straight Shooter, because he never missed his mark, not even once. The man was another legend in Arcadina, but no one knew what he looked like too. Hearing the order that had been given out, another team of 3,000 armored knights quickly made their way towards the path, so as to deal with all hidden archers who managed to survive. Of course, this same attack pattern was repeated by these intruders on all paths leading to the secret base, and just like that, the path had been cleared. The intruder knights then followed the path stealthily, until they finally came across a massive circular bed of thorny roses. "Master," everyone said, while quickly going down on bended knee when they saw their masked master walk out from one of the paths. Mr. Death looked at the thorny field and bent down to smell it. He took a whiff, before gently getting up again. As expected, some of the roses were poisonous, while others weren't. Clear a straight path to the center. And remember, you can only touch the blue roses. Yes, master. A few minutes later, everything was set, and the men slowly advanced to the center. Mr. Death smiled while leading the men forward. He. Soon, he would get to play with his new toy. Chapter 486 Fake Rabbi. Chapter 486 Fake Rabbi. Mr. Death and his men declined a secret stairway at the center of the flower bed, which also led to a secret tunnel underneath too. Of course, during their travel, they fought their way through, until they reached a fork on the path, which led to two different directions. From Mr. Death's information from his scouts, the left path led to an iron door within the estate, while the right path led to a tunnel at the entrance of the estate. He quickly split his men into two and followed one team towards the right path, which led to the estate's front entrance. The men continued marching towards the right, until they came to the end of the tunnel. Immediately, someone threw out one of the dead enemy soldiers that they had previously killed out of the tunnel. And just as expected, more than 100 arrows had been launched on and around the body. Heck, there was even an arrow on the dead man's eyes. From the moment the body's hair strands had become visible to the enemy archers, that body was shot to smithereens with no pity whatsoever. These people were indeed ready for them. Immediately, Mr. Death's armored men quickly took out their iron shields and decided to create a shielded wall all around the tunnel's exit. Sure, wooded shields were useful, but they weren't suitable for long battles. With wooden shields, the arrows would just stick to the shields. And if more arrows were shot onto the shields, the arrows would penetrate the wood more and more, allowing it to break off on its own during battle. That's why when there were too many arrows on the shields, warriors would just throw them away instead. With iron, the arrows just bounced off the shield, and the warriors could just black them back behind them. It was more expensive, but it would last longer and had a better chance of saving their lives. In Mr. Death's case, almost all the weapons for his had been acquired through battle over the years, and there were even warehouses with over thousands more in stock too. So he really didn't spend a dime on weapons, for that was the way of war. Immediately some of the armored men formed a wall around the tunnel's exit. But of course, while they were doing that, some archers gathered behind them, and more armed knights hurriedly enclosed the archers as well. In the end, they had formed a rectangular formation with archers at its center. "Move out," commanded one of the captains, and soon, they slowly advanced steadily, while protecting themselves from all angles. Whoop, 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 thang exclamation mark thang. A rain of arrows could be heard bouncing off the iron-armored shields from all directions. And as they moved, their own archers within the formation also shot out arrows as well. In addition to that, several archers who were still in the tunnel took advantage of this and quickly shot down the archers who had already given off their positions. The archers in the tunnel all advanced forward behind a semicircular shield wall and quickly took down their targets. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Loud deafening screams could be heard all across the battlefield, and many men could be seen dropping down like flies as well. The entire battlefield was like a storm of raining arrows. Arrows flew from the east to west, north to south, and every other possible direction there was. Both sides had been hit, with Mr. Death's enemies taking the biggest hit of all. With the archers needing to take clear shots, of course, they had to expose themselves during battle. If the leaves on the trees were still full of leaves, then they might have had a better chance of avoiding death. But too bad that all the trees were bare now, and all they could do was stand behind a tree, expose themselves when shooting, and quickly hide again behind that same tree. Mr. Death, who was still in the tunnel, quickly sent out two more teams, one for bringing the injured knights back, and one for taking down the surviving enemy archers around. And soon, several injured armored men with arrows sticking out of their toes and legs were all brought back to the tunnels. The battle persisted for a while, with Mr. Death's team slowly advancing forward while tackling more and more enemies, until finally, They had reached the entrance to a massive lone estate. Mr. Death squinted his eyes and looked at the massive number of enemy knights before him. He figured that they were more than 12,000 all grouped up here. Indeed, he had fought his way through with just 4,000 armored men, and taken out close to 3,000 enemies as well. Right now, the enemy knights all stood out in a semicircle, as if they were completely sure of their victory today. Many pointed arrows at them, while some just crossed their arms and looked at them arrogantly. Seeing that they weren't attacking, Mr. Death and his men calmly advanced as well. Of course Mr. Death's archers also held out their bows and arrows too. One could never be too sure. Slytherin Cord smiled gleefully when he saw the masked man and his team walk towards him. Ha 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 ha. They had dreamt about this day for years now, and finally, it had come true. This was the day that the ghostly prince would lick his feet and bark like a dog for all to see. His body trembled so much from excitement, that he could even feel his teeth chattering. He held his prisoner tightly from excitement, while waiting for the masked man and his team to advance. The masked man was somewhat far away from him. Making his appearance look about the same size as his middle finger. But as the figure advanced and grew larger, Slytherin Cord was somewhat displeased. Who the hell was this? This masked man wasn't his rabbit. He was definitely a fake. Chapter 487 Time to Dance. Chapter 487 Time to Dance. Slytherin Cord's eyes quickly glanced at the masked figure from head to toe numerous times. This was definitely not his rabbit. The first thing that he noticed was the mask. From all his research, the ghostly prince had 11 masks that he wore for different occasions, places and intervals, and none of them looked like the mask that this fake was wearing. Of course, he also didn't know that the person underneath the mask was Mr. Death, because Mr. Death also had different masks that he used whenever he went out or took his role as an assassin. So for Slytherin, since these masks didn't match his rabbit's own, he was sure that the person was a fake. In addition to that, the fake's body and way of walking were way different than that of his rabbit. He had been studying his rabbit for years now, so even without seeing his rabbit's face, the slightest difference would make him know that he was looking at a fake. He couldn't help but feel looked down on. Was he not good enough for a near-known battle with the ghostly prince? He gritted his teeth in rage and felt his blood rising swiftly. In his rage, he continuously squeezed the life out of his prisoner, almost choking her to death. It was only when he heard her squirm loudly, did he finally come back to his senses. Mr. Death, on the other hand, continued marching forward, utterly oblivious to what his newfound toy was thinking, and soon, he stopped at a reasonable talking distance between the two. Speak. Not him. So who are you? Slytherin asked in fury. Mr. Death smiled playfully underneath his mask while looking at his adorable toy, who seemed to be chirping like a bird towards him. Well, he would have all the time to properly train this plaything of his. But for now, he might as well play along with the poor thing. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? Exclamation mark. Hey! Calm down, my little pet. Aren't you just being way too aggressive? If you continue this way, then how can you win my favor? Slytherin felt like he was hearing things. Who was this arrogant son of a BCH calling a pet? And who would want to win his favor? The more this fake opened his mouth, the angrier he got. He had a hunch that underneath that mask, this idiot was sheepish, smiling at him and taking him for a joke. And something about that made him snap out crazy. In a flash, all his rage came out even more destructive, faster than magma. Sling. He quickly pushed his prisoner to the ground and drew his sword. Mr. Death looked at him and smirked. Just as he expected, this toy of his had a short fuse. Mr. Death looked at Mona prisoner and sighed from relief. Now that Slytherin wasn't squeezing and grabbing her roughly again, he could finally be at peace. Answer me, damn it. Who are you, little pet? For the time being, You don't have the qualifications to ask me that, but I'll make you a little happy by telling you a secret. He sent me. So I wasted all my preparations just for a subordinate? Slytherin asked while staring at Mr. Death with murderous intent. 7 months. 7 wild months of scheming had resulted in him just getting a fake? No, he couldn't accept it. What did he need to do to get to a near-known match or experience with his rabbit? He looked at Mr. Death coldly, as if he were looking at trash. What good was this man if he were just a counterfeit of the original? He looked at the prisoner on the floor as if blaming it all on her. So her position in her master's heart wasn't that big to bring her master here to save her? Then why the hell did he bother with her in the first place? He was sure that he had lost some of his men out on the perimeters of the estate. So was all this trouble worth it if his rabbit didn't show up and he also lost his men too? He gripped his sword tightly and grumbled out a subtle curse. Why was his luck always so bad? He continued cursing his luck angrily. And soon, a single thought came to mind and his eyes instantly lit up. Slytherin looked at Mr. Death and smiled cruelly. Since you all aren't any use to me at all, then I might as well kill you all. As well as this worthless prisoner. Who knows? Maybe your deaths will bring my little rabbit out later on. Oh, well, I agree with your approach to things. But, I can't help but wonder why you think that you'll be able to kill us. Slytherin was taken aback, before finally sneering at the masked fake. Are you stupid or pretending to be? Look around you, idiot. You are totally outnumbered. Even a child can see this. Really? Because the way I see it, we have you outnumbered instead. What the hell are you talking about? Immediately, Slytherin saw thousands of men wall from behind several estate buildings, and quickly surrounding him and his own men. And before he knew it, several of his own men were pointing arrows towards him and some of his other men too. His heart speeded up a bit, and he soon took this fake rabbit before him seriously. He looked at the men who betrayed him in confusion. Even his aides were confused as well. When had their betrayal begun? They didn't even bother asking why, because they knew that what they felt for Slytherin wasn't loyalty but fear. When Slytherin asked coldly, "My little pet, this isn't hard for you to figure out, is it?" Okay, I'll help you out a bit. Let's see. About 2 years ago, do you remember that you had begun recruiting people like crazy? Well, we sent over 4,000 of our men then. Of course, over these 2 years, we also sent in a lot more in addition to the 2. And when you brought in men to this space, you actually carried in a lot of our men as well. Little pet, look at your face. Are you angry because we came late? Don't be angry, alright. I promise that I have a good reason. You see, the only reason why we didn't know about you taking this prisoner and come here sooner was because you kept it secret, and only allowed your most trusted men to meet or know information about the prisoner. Luckily, when our master got your note and location, we now knew about your plan and asked our spies here to prepare for battle. Of course, all this time that we stood here, as well as the time that you waited for me to walk towards you, was all a decoy. You see, with your attention focused here, some of the spies quickly let in the rest of my men through the other underground exits that led to one of the buildings on your estate. Hearing Mr. Death, Slytherin felt like a bucket of cold water had just been dropped onto his head. No. How can this be? He shook his head several times as if trying to deny that the ghostly prince was once again one step ahead of him. Why couldn't he win? Why? Damn it. Mr. Death looked at his Slytherin's pale face and smirked. My sweet little pet, if those are all the questions that you have, then let's dance. Chapter 488 What a good punching bag. Chapter 488 What a good punching bag. After listening to everything that Mr. Death had said, Slytherin quickly calmed himself after his hysteria. Even though the situation had reversed on him, with more people against him, he still didn't want to die yet. He felt like even if he was stabbed 300 times, something in him would persist until he saw the ghostly prince. So with this thought in mind, he took a deep breath and gathered himself properly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, as he looked at those pointing arrows towards him. Indeed, it was time to dance. With that, The battle had finally begun. Glang, glang, glang. Ah! The sounds of swords clashing one another, as well as the wails of the injured, could be heard throughout the entire battlefield. Slytherin slashed his sword sideways, in attempts to slit his enemy's throat clean. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, creating a whistling effect, as his enemy ducked his attack just in time. But when the enemy raised his head again, Slytherin punched him in the face with his other hand. Ah! Taking advantage of his enemy's pain, Slytherin sent another slash towards his enemy. Slash! The enemy dodged his attack, and also gave him a fierce kick and yelled at him. Now, we're even. Bang! Slytherin bumped into the person behind him, causing that person to accidentally die from a sword attack. But who cares? This was a battlefield. Glang, glang, glang. Slytherin fought with his enemy while also avoiding side attacks from others around him. Of course, his enemy did the same as well. They both fought and accumulated some minor and major injuries here and there. And Slytherin couldn't help but give this enemy of his some respect. One should know that they had been fighting for over 20 minutes now. Typically, within this time, he could easily handle about 1,020 men below his strength and rank. So not many people would be able to last with him for this long. It looked like they had sent some of the big guys to take care of him. Nonetheless, since he had made up his mind to survive, then this enemy of his had to die. Glang, glang, slash. Finally, he had sent a fatal blow towards his enemy. The enemy tried to dodge as much as he could, but still ended up getting a massive clean cut against his belly. Blood soon started dripping out from the wound non-stop, and before the man knew it, his strength soon began to leave him. Luckily, he had attempted to dodge the attack. If he stood still in the same position, he was sure that his insides would be out on the battlefield by now. He gripped his belly tightly while trying to concentrate on the battle at hand. Pain is in the mind. Pain is in the mind. Pain is in the mind. Those were the words that he repeatedly told himself while continuing the battle with Slytherin. But no matter what he did, the pain soon swallowed him whole. As Slytherin didn't go easy on him after that attack, the man dropped down on his knees and struggled to keep conscious while blocking Slytherin's attacks. Seeing the man's state, Slytherin quickly grabbed the opportunity and immediately gave out a finishing blow. Glang! Another person quickly blocked the Slytherin's attack, and now became Slytherin's new foe. Glang, glang, glang. Ah! The battle went on for a bit, with Slytherin, his aides and those who didn't betray him, fighting for their lives amidst the chaos all around them. Blood quickly dyed the estate's floors, and the foul stench of blood also filled the air as well. Dead bodies also piled up too, making the battle harder and harder for the rest, since some people died due to the fact that they had accidentally fallen over these dead bodies. Of course, others also died from being hit out of nowhere by these falling lifeless bodies when they were facing an enemy. In short, the whole place looked and smelt like death. And as Slytherin battled, he continuously made his way closer to his prisoner. Mother Mona. From the very start, he had been separated from Mona by the traitors on his side. They had circled around Mona and made their way towards the masked man. Speaking of that man, he hadn't even lifted his sword since the battle began. All he did was sit at a corner, with a bow and arrow in hand. And since the masked man had a lot more men than he did, the chances of someone attacking the masked man was indeed too low. One should know that he initially had about 12,000 men on the battlefield. About 6,000 had betrayed him, and coupled with the men the masked man walked in through the front estate with, as well as the men who sneaked in through the other underground passageway, wasn't he already outnumbered? In short, all his men had at least 2 enemies that they were currently engaged in battle with. Heck, some even had 3 or more. So he wasn't surprised that the masked man would feel so relaxed. Actually, only himself, his aides, and his top captains were the only ones that were currently fighting people any unknown. So with that said, one could easily see that the enemy had only sent able men to fight himself, his aides and his captains. As for the small fries on his team, They were ganged up and didn't even have a chance to survive. Slytherin swiftly glanced around the battlefield, and noticed that almost all of his men had been taken out. In short, only the strong had survived up until now. But of course, how could his enemy still let them fight an unknown? Before Slytherin knew it, 3 other people had joined his battle, and they all had similar strengths to himself. The pressure on him was great, and soon, he found that he had turned into their punching bag. Damn it. Chapter 489 Mysterious Masters. Chapter 489 Mysterious Masters. Slytherin had previously been fighting a Neonan battle with a foe, before 3 other foes joined his battle. And the more Slytherin fought against all 4 foes, the more he realized that they weren't trying to kill him. Nope, they were just trying to beat him to a pulp. Once he ducked from the attack, another took advantage of this and kicked his sword out of his hands, while 2 others swiftly kicked the back of his legs. Kneel down. Plop. Just like that, he dropped to his knees unwillingly and became their punching bag. They even allowed him to get up again. But every time he rose up, and dodged some Eon's blows, he would be knocked right back down to the ground. How dare? Bam. Fu. Bam. Every time he opened his mouth, he was punched or kicked directly in the mouth. But of course, how could he block these attacks when his body was so weak from their previous attacks? Bam, bam, bam. Son of a BCH. He was so angry that he soon reverted back into a spoiled 5-year-old kid. He was so furious that he began crying. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, look at this. He's crying. Does the little baby need some cloth to wipe his eyes? Does baby need his mummy? So after torturing so many people in your lifetime, you too can also feel helpless. Old 3. Do you think that if we continue to beat him up, that he would also wet himself? What a baby. Ha 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 ha. Slytherin's body trembled slightly from rage, as he listened to their comments. Shut up. I'm not crying. It's clearly dust in my eyes. It's clearly. Bam. Once again, they kicked him down before he could complete his sentence. He grabbed the ground below him and spat out blood and a few loose teeth in his mouth. Blood oozed out of his nostrils, as well as dripped out of his mouth too. His eyelids were now bluish in color and ridiculously swollen, making it extremely hard for him to see what or where he was going. Seeing that Slytherin's face already looked like it had been stung by 100 bees, his foes changed their target to his chest region and other body parts. And the more they punched, the more furious Slytherin was. Somehow, even though he couldn't see properly, he felt like that masked man was openly laughing at him, as if mocking him. And he was right, because Mr. Death, as well as many others, had stood on the side to watch the show. Almost all of Slytherin's men were dead. So those on Mr. Death's side who were free, sat down and rested while observing the fight. Slytherin felt like he had never been so humiliated before in his life as he was today. Ghostly Prince. Masked bastard. I swear that if I somehow escape, I will definitely kill you all, even if it's the thing that I do. Bastards. Slytherin continued to receive his fair share of punches while glaring at the men. But all they saw was someone looking at them with big puffy swollen eyes. Yup, he needed his mummy. As they punched Slytherin, they didn't feel any sympathy for him at all. How could they? One look at Mother Mona and they all felt like slashing his throat wide open. But since their young master would personally kill Slytherin, their job was to deliver him alive. So they decided to vary their anger on him by using him as a punching bag. After all, he had no pity on Mother Mona for the past 7 months. Her entire body was covered with whip marks, and her face was even more swollen and bluish looking than Slytherin's. In short, she looked truly ghastly and gruesome. All this time, they had never bothered to give her treatment when beating her up, so some of the injuries on her face would now remain permanent there. One had to know that people looked down on women with scars, bruises and marks on her face in this era. So even if they wouldn't look down on her, they still didn't like that others might look down or feel that she was too ugly to be Queen Mother of Arcadine. Some shallow nobles might make fun of her, and this might undoubtedly make her feel inferior with time. For Slytherin to damage her face so much was something that they could never forgive. They only hoped that in future, maybe they would find some miracle doctor to heal it. Maybe in Baymard. Anyway, apart from Mother Manna's face and whipped body, her limbs were so weak that she had trouble standing on her own, and even her throat was covered in bruises as well. They were also sure that these torturers had also broken a few of Mona Manna's bones and even ribs too. In short, looking at the delicate woman's finger that also had whip lines on that, everyone couldn't help but wonder if these people had even spared some parts of the woman's fragile body from torture. He clenched their fists in rage and continued hanging up on Slytherin. They kicked, punched and elbowed him until they were absolutely convinced they had redesigned his body to look much worse than Mother Manna's. Time flew by swiftly, and soon the battle, or rather the gang-up, was finally over. In the end, Slytherin, his aides, 3 captains, and 50 other men, had been captured and tied up as prisoners. Of course, Mr. Death had decided to arrange another play for his own amusement for them, just like he did for Connor and James. It was too bad that his favorite toy of all, Slytherin, wouldn't get to play in these amusement games, as he had to be sent back to the young master the next day. He had been tasked with taking care of this hidden estate, so he could only have people secretly send Slytherin to the young master tomorrow. Nonetheless, that didn't mean that he wouldn't be playing with this favorite toy, as he had the whole night to tease the little thing. With the battle coming to an end, Mr. Death and his people continued their show. But unbeknownst to everyone, 2 fully cloaked men in separate buildings on the estate had been secretly watching everything play out in the shadows. Both men worked for different masters and were only here to keep tabs on the situation. They smiled cruelly, before quickly escaping from the estate one after the other amidst the confusion and excitement below. And who were their masters? Who were they supposed to report back to? Well, that was a story for another day. Chapter 490 Special Units. Chapter 490 Special Units. Back in Baymard, all leaders, heads and second-in-command in charge of all Baymardian armed forces had quickly gathered within Landon's office in the palace, be it from the police department, Marines, Army, Navy, Coastal Guards, or even the regular security guards. All the leaders had shown up right in time for them. Baymard was in the midst of a crisis. To put it simply, ever since the whole spy incident, they had already had their first meeting, where they all looked at other ways of improving Baymard's safety. Of course, several things were said that day and had been agreed upon. They had already begun adjusting according to their plans. But now, this second meeting was just for Landon to give them detailed lists and requirements on certain aspects. More specifically, they were here to talk about the special forces, units and teams that Landon wanted to create. Once the meeting began, everyone quickly looked at the lists pertaining to their areas of concern and quickly glanced through them as much as they could. Your Majesty, this is exactly what I need. Your Majesty, I think this will work. Your Majesty. Once again, I really have to hand it to you. We just came up with this idea during our last meeting, and so far, you've already been able to come up with a detailed outlook and structure within this short period of time. Your Majesty, your brain is really something else. The leaders all spoke out their thoughts on the matter while skimming through the files in their hands. In short, Landon had made the whole thing extremely easy for them. Everyone marveled at how detailed and straight to the point the documents were. Take for example the folder in Lucius' hands which had several documents within it. The first document just listed out the names of all special forces that will be introduced into the barracks. Of course, the official public forces or units would be structured like so. Squad's military unit with 1,011 soldiers led by a sergeant. Platoon's unit of 4 squads led by lieutenant. Company unit of 130,150 soldiers led by a captain. Battalion 400 men or about 3 companies. Regiment 2,000 men. Brigade 3,0005,000 troops led by colonel. Division 10,00020,000 men. Looking at the information for the official public units, Lucius couldn't help but feel that this method was the best. As per the recruiting standards for these units, he was sure that many of the soldiers would do their best to get into several of the units in the list. Especially the major special squads, which consisted of just 10 to 11 persons within it. Lucius saw names like Cobra, the Black Scorpions and Hydra as some of the squad names picked out by Landon. The leaders were also allowed to create their own unit names too if they wanted to. This method was really good, because now, Lucius won't have to worry about selecting people individually time and time again for every mission. Now, he would just say things like, "Cobra, here's a mission for you," and just like that, Team Cobra would do so. Except if they currently had their hands tied, or had members that were severely injured. For sure, Lucius would still have to review everyone on a team before they go out on a mission. But now, it would be fairly easy for him to accomplish. Anyone, having them group with each other over time was extremely useful for a mission's success as well. These people might bond together for several years to come, and would get to know each other better, look out for themselves and so on. When Landon was making up these documents, he too had appreciated the sort of friendship and bond that could come out of these units. In fact, he hoped that these would be like Ethan Hawke and his team in Mission Impossible. They should even form their own signals and understand each other way better than anyone else. Lucius nodded his head in appreciation while glancing at the documents in his hands. He quickly decided to close the military folder, and quickly look at the police folder as well. Of course, they were totally different from that of the military. He also saw new departments called forensics, homicide and so on there, each having different units within them. In short, everything was different for all Baymardian forces. Gary looked at the Navy's folder and saw new units too, which consisted of different structures. Unlike the military, the structures here were determined by how many ships were in each unit. He read names like flotilla, squadron, fleets, strike groups and so on. And as the group read, they also asked several questions as well. Lucius had just finished looking at the requirements for recruitment before he saw something strange. Why would this be here? Your Majesty, why is this structural unit called Corps separated from the rest? Lucius asked curiously. That's because the Corps is the largest tactical unit in Baymard, with 20,000 to even 70,000 people within a single Corps unit. In other words, it's synchronized artillery firing, navy firing, combat support and any other support. So it's a joint effort from all armed forces involved with outside battles. Correct. Police officers and security guards wouldn't be involved in this, so it's basically a blend of everyone else on the battlefield. Take for example, Corona needs our help. At that moment, the Navy will help transport the Marines, Army and all those takes with fighting on land to Corona. And while we battle on land, the Navy ships will fire away all enemy ships around. The battle will include the land and sea. Of course in the future, it'll also include air forces too. But now was not the time to confuse these people even more. I see, Your Majesty. So that's it. Everyone nodded in understanding and continued reading until they reached the final pages on their files. Secret National Units. What was that? Chapter 491 National Security. Chapter 491 National Security. Secret National Units. Everyone looked at this section curiously. To put it simply, there was a large white envelope at the back of their folders. The envelope also had ropes around it, and the words "classified" stamped on it too. Before everyone could open the envelope, Landon quickly stopped them. Wait. Look at them privately within your offices, or anywhere confidently. To be fair to each and everyone here, I don't want anyone to accidentally spot the names, tasks or information that is written on the documents enclosed within your envelopes. But no matter what, you must be the only ones who know if this, until you've all selected special recruits for the units or teams. So until then, after reading it, keep it licked up in a metal compartment and lick it up tightly. This is a matter of national security. Everyone's hands tight held their envelopes as if holding gold, while nodding towards Landon in understanding. One should know that it hasn't been long since they had killed those damn traitors. And the thing that really aided the catch was that even the traitors didn't know everything that went on in the military, or other forces like the Baymardian police, or even how the security guards at the ports operated. Secrecy was the key. Of course, some things were obvious public knowledge, but others were seen as national secrets. So even though they trusted one another within this room, they still abided by the code and refused to share or even mention the national defense measures that their individual armed forces had. Who knew if other spies within their different forces might take advantage of this and attack Baymard? As His Majesty always said, a man has got to have a code. And they intended to keep this code till the very end. Especially Lucius, who had 2 traitors come out from his sector. Even though no one blamed him, it was a heavy blow to his face, and he would rather drink his own blood than sit there and let that happen again. This time, he would put in more effort in scouting out spies and catching them before they even made their moves. Your Majesty, could you give us a general breakdown of what's in the envelopes, in case some general questions arise later on? Gary asked curiously. Sure. Let's see. In there, you all will find all information pertaining to spies, be it our spies or the enemy's spies. All information and units needed are all enclosed in your envelopes. With this, we will definitely be catching more people red-handed too. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. Yup, that was the real reason why they came here. Your Majesty, you know, I haven't eaten today, so may I be excused to leave? Your Majesty, didn't you say that you have a lunch date with Princess Lucy? It would be too cruel to keep you here for too long. So Your Majesty, I'll get going too. Your Majesty, I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. And you know what our ancestors used to say? One's illness can actually be transferred through a person's aura. So it will be too cruel for me to continue staying here and accidentally harm you, Your Majesty. If I do so, how can I proudly face the people and explain it to them when the time comes? So Your Majesty, goodbye, Landon looked at their itchy bodies and quickly dismissed them. Who were they fooling with these sorts of lame excuses? Did he look like a toddler or something? How could they say such obvious lies with straight faces? Were they not even afraid of getting struck down by lightning from saying such lies? Landon smiled bitterly, as he thought if all the leaders in Baymard again, whether it concerned the industries, schools, education or even military. Landon had always chosen people who were obsessed with their jobs. Of course, it meant that they would always give it their all for excellent results. But that also meant that they could lie to him in the face just to get back to work. Looking at their giddy bodies, it was clear as day that they all wanted to go to their offices as fast as possible. So he didn't know who they thought they were fooling. Some of them even thought of sending for more guards to be brought over, so as to safely take these secret envelopes back to their offices. Of course they all finally left, after they quickly realized that doing so would only attract too many people's attention to themselves. Landon looked at their fading silhouettes and smiled helplessly, before making his way towards the school premises. It was time to pick Lucy up. As for what was in those envelopes, as he had said, it contained all information about spies. There was a list of all spy units that needed to be created secretly within each armed force. Of course, one of these units would be assigned to secretly watch the activities of those within the different forces. There would be units for catching corrupt cops, corrupts and bad soldiers, guards, and so on. In short, those recruited had to go undercover within their own forces. No one else needed to know their assignments. And they would also work alone or in teams too. Landon wanted everything to be classified. If they were given a target, then they expected them to do everything morally okay to get close to their target and catch them red-handed in the act. As for how they would train, a fake class would be created, and the spies would be brought there for training daily. They would train in one of the soundproof halls, training rooms and classes all around the military. And while they trained, the higher-ups would secretly arrange security to ensure that no one trespassed or get wind of what they were up to. Of course, there were other spy units that would be sent out as well to enemy regions, or even spies that would have to work within Baymard from the police department. So these ones would have to properly learn how to act and blend in with whatever nationality, status or occupation they were given. Sure, Landon had already sent spies out of Baymard several times. But this time, he decided to keep this one sort of a secret, so as not to alert any enemy spies around. Of course, the FBI within the police headquarters would now be functional in Baymard, as well as other spy sectors within the other armed forces. With his meeting finally over, he hurried along to pick up Lucy as planned. He smiled a little while remembering her reaction to his surprise kiss this morning. How could someone be so cute? Chapter 492 Rescue Date. Chapter 492 Rescue Date. Today's weather was really cold. Yesterday, all day long, it really rained cats and dogs. The rain was so harsh and hard that hailstones began to fall. That's right. Tiny pebbles of solid ice fell all day long, and the strong winds blow in a haphazard manner as well. And in addition to that, the heavy dark clouds that covered the sky all day long instantly plunged the entire empire into darkness and made the entire day feel gloomy as well. Of course, work was automatically cancelled for most, except the doctors, nurses and armed forces like the soldiers at the city gates and coastal regions. In weather conditions such as this, the Bay-Corona transport ships also didn't sail out as well, so those at the ports didn't work yesterday too. But nonetheless, both soldiers and marines at the landport and coastal ports had done their best to rescue people who broke down on the roads from the rain, as well as rescue several shipwrecked wooden ships around Baymard's shores. These people were then taken to the temporary lodging centers within King's Landing and coastal region. These temporary lodging buildings were built for emergency situations like these, so these people could stay there and recuperate until the weather clears up, before they were given their visas and checked in into Baymard. Yup. Bottom line, yesterday's weather was really something else. But today, the sun's glorious rays had finally shone over Baymard once again. Goodbye, Teacher Lucy. Goodbye, Teacher Lucy. Goodbye, goodbye. As Landon waited beside Lucy's office door, he could hear several footsteps of children running about, as well as the voices of these children who were walking about the corridors. School was still in session, and now was only break time. But for Lucy, she was done for the day since she had only 2 classes to teach. Ah! Brother Landon, I thought you would be waiting in the car. What if somebody recognizes you? Quickly, let's go to my office. Lucy exclaimed in surprise while struggling to open her door as fast as she could. How long are you going to call me brother? Shouldn't you be calling me darling by now? Landon said helplessly. These people in the Pino continent were so used to calling everyone brother or sister, even if they weren't related to them by blood. Generally, if a person grew up around his cousins or his friends, he could call them brother this, sister this, elder brother, elder sister and so on. Even their love interests or people that they liked, grew up with or became close to later on, would also be called like that. People only called others by their names or with titles if they weren't too familiar with them. Likewise, if they were familiar with a large age gap, they would also call them uncle, auntie, granny and so on. Landon was fine with the rest, but calling him brother when he clearly had lustful thoughts on her didn't sit right in his mind. I want you to call me something more intimate from now on, alright? Yes, brother Land. Yes darling, Lucy said shyly. How could she call him that in public? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? The 2 lovebirds left the building hand in hand and finally drove out of the school premises, followed by Lucy's bodyguards at a safe distance. Brother. Darling, where are we going today? Well, that's beep, beep, beep. Before Landon could even respond to Lucy's question, Landon's car radio began to beep. Just like the police and military cars in Baymard, Landon too had a way to listen in emergencies or get contacted by any of the armed forces. Your Majesty, I just wanted to report that on the shores of District J within the coastal region, we found 12 massive sea creatures there. Your Majesty. They are white and very big. I think they are Boggles whales that were probably washed in by the heavy storm yesterday. Your Majesty, as per code, we are supposed to help tense creatures back into the ocean. But they are all injured. So do we call a medic for them? Of course. Contact the zoo and send some of your men to escort at least 30 zoo medics to the scene. I will meet you there. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Landon turned off the radio and faced the woman by his side who had been constantly pulling his clothes excitedly ever since she heard that there were creatures in need. Lucy had never seen a whale before, so she felt like she should take this opportunity to see them. Plus from the conversation, they were seriously hurt. So how could she go to her date with a peace of mind, knowing that they were probably struggling out there? In truth, one of her favorite places in Baymard was the zoo. She would always volunteer to feed the animals milk from the feeding bottles, and even take care of them at times. There was even a baby Hangul there, that was extremely close to her. She had learned so much while helping out at the zoo, so she naturally had a sense of responsibility towards injured animals. She had been pulling Landon's clothes as if telling him to go take a look with her. So how could he not go? What about our date then, darling? Really funny. How can you still be talking about a date, when those poor defenseless creatures are in need? Landon looked at Lucius and grinned. This woman didn't even notice that she was now comfortably calling him darling here and there. Hey, on Christmas Day last week, weren't you the same person who said that nothing would stop this date? Didn't you say that even if the world was coming to an end, that you will be there for the date? So what happened to your conviction? Lucy looked at him and pouted angrily. Darling, why are you so petty? Like I said, as a good woman, how can I turn a blind eye to those creatures? How about this? Since the first snow should be sometime next week, then why don't we wait a bit and have our next date after that? It's going to be like a white date, like White Christmas. And this time, even if the sky is falling down, I will be there. HMPH. Landon pinched her jaws playfully and sighed helplessly. Alright. Since your mind is made up, then let's do as you've said. So we're really going there now? HMHM. We're going to save the Boggles. Chapter 493 Danger. Full speed ahead. Chapter 493 Danger. Full speed ahead. The duo drove away towards the coastal region with Landon mostly listening to Lucy excitedly talk about all she knew about Boggles, with the simple explanatory books that Baymard had on sea creatures. Of course, she knew a little about Boggles. Right now, she couldn't wait to see what type or species of Boggle needed her help. The duo, as well as Lucy's bodyguards, had finally arrived at District J. This region was set aside to be used as an entertainment site within the coastal region. This was the district that would have back resorts, backs activities, oceanside weddings and so on. The district was huge. And like all the other coastal districts, it also had a very massive beachfront too. Of course, there was nothing currently built within the district, except the massive gates and fences that separate the long wide beach from the land, as well as several coastal guard posts and buildings there which protected the region and also accounted for incoming ships too. The district also had several ridiculously large arrows on the top of sturdy poles, which all lit up when places got dark or foggy. There were also words on the arrows, which said, "Go right on it too." In short, these were to direct visitor ships towards the ports in District I when the darkness came. One should know that at this time, places got dark by 5 p.m. Incoming ships would need guidance so as not to end up docking on unofficial shores. After going through several security gates and procedures, Landon, Lucy and the bodyguards were finally escorted to the beachfront, where they saw several Boggles lying helplessly on the shores, surrounded by several marines and coastal guards too. Even though they all had different sizes, it was clear to see that they hadn't reached adulthood yet. One could say that some might still be babies, while others might be teenagers. But one shouldn't think that they were small because of this, because these Bogles were still massive towering creatures that would need a lot of manpower to move them. They had a hole on top of their heads, and their perfectly streamlined bodies also looked sleek and incredibly sturdy as well. They had very tiny eyes when compared to the shape of their head. And even though they were white in color, these whales could change the color of their tails to whatever color they wanted. In short, their takes acted like chameleons. Unlike those on Earth, these whales had extremely short limbs, but to compensate for that, their tails were longer and bigger too. They really look just like the portraits in the books. Look, that one's tail is the sand color as the sand, even though its upper body is whitish-gray. And that one's tail is bluish-black just like the ocean. Lucy exclaimed excitedly. And before Landon could even respond, she had already taken off running towards the poor Bogles. Since her bodyguards followed behind her protectively, Landon decided to let her have her fun. Lieutenant Jonas. What's the situation? Your Majesty, none of the Bogles are dead, but all are several injured, as we found several protruding wooden objects jabbed into all 12 Bogles. Even though they had been washed ashore yesterday, the heavy storm continuously poured sound on them, keeping them alive and hydrated. So they managed to survive. Right now, while waiting for the doctors from the zoo, we have been constantly trying to keep them hydrated as well by having the fire department hose them down frequently. Good. In the meantime, get several civilians who are free to also help out as well. Arrange for free sandwiches too. Looking at the size of these Bogles, we would sever construction machinery to help lift them too. So for today, give these people clearance into the district. And last but not least, inform the press as well. Yes, Your Majesty. Warrant Officer Wilfred. As coastal guards, let your men continue to protect and monitor everyone around the vicinity. Of course, your men should also join in helping in whatever way they can. But your priority and that of your men should always be on the safety of everyone on the shore. I see that you all are still doing your best to clean up all wooden objects or the wrecked ships. So keep up with that too. Understood, Your Majesty. With that, both Jonas and Wildred took out their walkie-talkies and began relaying their orders back to the Maureen U0026 Coastal Guard headquarters in District L. And soon, just like that, Operation Save the Bogles was in full effect. Din, 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 vrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Everyone looked at the poor Boggles, who were continuously crying out in pain, and quickly did the best they could. The doctors, aka veterinarians, quickly got on the scene and directed the rest on what to do. "You 12. Please pull out the stake of wood gently. Where's my scalpel? Please soak these towels in those bowls and properly sanitize this part immediately." "Yes, doctor." "I need the machines to lift his head up immediately, as well as at least 100 people at the rear end too." "Yes, doctor." "Please, keep the Boggles hydrated." "Yes, doctor." Be it the civilians or even the military, everyone obediently listened to the doctors and followed their every instruction. Time passed by quickly, and after the doctors had done their part, everyone joined the machines in pushing the Boggles back into the ocean. Push, push, push. The people pushed with all their might, and some people even fell down on the sand while pushing as hard as they could. Fup. Once the whales finally got into the water, they started making several loud sounds, and before the people knew it, these creatures began snorting out water through the holes at the top of their heads. They jumped up into the sky doing several backflips and quickly poked their heads at the Baymardians before swimming back to shore as making more loud noises again as if saying thank you. Everyone on shore laughed and also shouted back again. "Ha ha ha ha. Welcome. If you ever need help again, we'll help you out again. Take care of your arm, little buddy." Of course, trust the reporters to capture everything perfectly for their viewers. I'm Kathy Montrose from BBC Radio 1, still back with the latest update on the Boggle rescue. The Boggles are now safely back in the ocean, and they are now giving their thanks to our kind Baymardians. And here with us is one of the volunteers, Mr. Splash. Yup. While the reporter was still fully immersed in dishing out her story, the whales had all squirted water onto everyone close to the shores. Splash. Boo oo 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 oo. The whales made more loud sounds again, did more stunts for them and swam away merrily. Ha 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 ha. What a naughty pair of Boggles. Everyone laughed at the mischievous Boggles and felt a warm feeling rise within their hearts. Of course, after the Boggles left, everyone had some sort of picnic on the beach and ate their sandwiches merrily. Today was another great day. Landon was currently sitting with Lucy and some of the doctors, when he heard something go off in his mind. Ding! Warning! 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 Sumion's life is being threatened. If the host doesn't save this person now, the world will collapse, and the host will die. I will advise the host to get out of the now and find a secluded area immediately. Warping host to the person's location in 3 minutes. Countdown begins now. Good luck, host. Carrot. Chapter 494 The Man in Black. Chapter 494 The Man in Black. Good luck, host. Listening to the system's warnings, Landon was completely taken aback. What the hell? 3 minutes? Damn it, Your Majesty. Is something the matter? No. Nothing at all. I have a phone meeting in about 2 minutes. So I'll use one of your building's phones to do that. You all enjoy yourselves without me. I'll be right back. With that, Landon immediately excused himself from the celebrations and speedily walked into one of the security buildings on the district. Luckily, he had previously done security checks and whatnot when trying to save the whales. He showed the badge that was given to him at clearance and quickly dashed into the building as fast as he could. The moment he walked into the building, he instantly spotted a bathroom sign beside the entrance door. Bingo! He quickly went into the men's bathroom, got into a stall, and vanished into thin air without a trace. Warp. And just like that, he was gone. Somewhere within one of Arcadina's coastal villages, 24 men were currently surrounded by more than 80 enemies. These enemies had been chasing them for weeks now, and had finally caught up to them in this poor village within Arcadina. The villagers had been attacked, killing anyone who wasn't their own. In their minds, who knew if these villagers were also working with their targets? Seeing the innocent villagers die, their targets quickly came out of hiding and began. Their battle was very fierce, and the loud sounds of swords and other weapons could be heard clashing against each other throughout the entire village. As for those 24 men on the battlefield who had been chased and hunted down, 2 stood out to be leaders of the pack. They fought and coordinated within everyone in their team bravely, as tried their best to ensure that no one died. These 2 leaders were none other than Yodan's King Sirius, and the Crown Prince of Tariq, Aster Parsley. Yup. When Nopline and Kamara made their move ages ago, he had quickly taken his family to the Empire of Yodan, and had kept them safe and hidden with his close friend Sirius. The reason why they left Yodan was because they wanted to secretly visit Baymard. Of course, when they left, they had stated that they would be going to one of Sirius' estates in Yodan instead. So with that, all of Sirius' stepmothers had sent their goons to kill him before he reached his destination. They had done their best to elude 95% of these goons, but who would be known that some of them wouldn't fall for their tricks and follow them right to Arcadina. Even though Arcadina and Yodan shared borders, they didn't want to pass through the borders, as they had previously planned to sail to Corona and use the Bay Corona transport ships for them. That would definitely be faster. But after they realized that they were being flowed, they quickly decided to pass through Arcadina's borders instead. This way, they could easily lose their pursuers. After all, they didn't want these people to know where they were going. But who would have thought that even after traveling for 3.5 months, these people wouldn't even let them rest for just a bit? How frustrating. Thang, thang, thang. Ah! Swords clashed with each other, and gruesome sounds of the injured could be heard a mile away. "You all should just give up. We have you outnumbered, so there's no miracle that will let you survive past today," said their enemies, in the heat of the battle. "Do you realize that he is your king? Rather than obeying him, obeying his stepmothers?" Aster yelled angrily. "Ha ha 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 ha. So what if they do? We aren't on Yoden soil anymore, so who would know about this little encounter over here? And you, who do you think you are? Aren't you just a guard or something? Heh heh. Well, since you want to be so loyal to him, then be a good dog and die," said the enemy leader, who was already looking at them as if they were corpses. With that, the battle commenced again fiercely. And when Aster or Sirius weren't paying attention, one of their enemies secretly shot an arrow towards Sirius. Whoop! The arrow whistled through the air and flew towards its target like a missile. After killing his enemy, Sirius soon spotted the arrow making its way towards him and quickly tried to defend himself. But he knew in his heart that it was too late for him to take action against the attack. In truth, it was almost as if he was seeing it in slow motion but couldn't do anything about it. They said that when death came for someone, it would feel like that. Sure enough, it was true. Sirius took a big breath as if trying to prepare himself from death. But just when the arrow was about to hit its mark, something unexpected happened. Thap! The arrow had been caught by a strange man in black. Everyone was utterly surprised by this strange man. Silence. For a moment, both enemy and ally were both in a trance. No one had seen where the man had come from. Not even those who were secretly trying to shoot arrows at their targets. It was almost as if the man had appeared out of thin air. But that would be too ridiculous. Was he some sort of high-level assassin? Yes. That might be it. Just looking at the man in black, everyone immediately thought the same way too. Even though the man in black looked like an assassin, something about his appearance left them even more confused than they were before. If he was an assassin, then why was his face scully exposed? Do high-level assassins not care about their identities getting exposed anymore? His skills right now had confirmed that he was a high-level assassin. Hence they had decided to stick with that story. After all, how many men could catch an arrow with their bare hands mid-air? There was no doubt about it. This man in black was an expert. But why did his face also look so familiar as well? Chapter 495 A Dead Fool. Chapter 495 A Dead Fool. Looking at the man in black, the enemy didn't know if this assassin was with King Sirius or not. If he was really one of Sirius' men, then why did he not show himself all this while? They had been battling and chasing Sirius for 3.5 months. So why didn't he show up within that time frame? Why wait now? Also, they didn't want to anger any secret organizations in Arcadina too. If this man was a high-level assassin, he might also have his men hiding around the place too. Hence they had to confirm his motive before they took action. If he was a passerby, then by means, they would let him pass. Even Sirius and Aster wanted to know why this man had stood on their side too. They had never planned or arranged for any help here in Arcadina. So why would he help them right now? What was his motive? One of the enemies stepped forward and looked at the man. "Kind sir, we are in the midst of a battle right now, and since Sir is just a passerby, then we will naturally let Sir pass," the man said while giving a slight bow to the man in black. "Oh? But what if I say that I'm not a passerby, sir? Are you saying that you want to protect them?" the enemy warrior asked angrily. "Exactly. Mind me asking, sir. But did we in any way offend you so much that you would want to side with them?" "Nope." "Do you owe them a favor?" "Nope." "Do you even know them?" "Nope." "Then why do you want to help them?" "If I tell you that it's because I'm bored, would you believe it?" Bored. Everyone looked at the man in black and was completely taken aback. What the F? No one went about fighting battles that had nothing to do with them just like that. Yup, this man was definitely a troublemaker. "But sir, why not join our side?" "Wouldn't that be too unfair? You have 3 times more men than they do. So if I join you all, wouldn't I become more bored instead?" the man in black said lazily. The enemy warrior who spoke out earlier bit his lips in anger and tried to calm himself down a bit. If he could, wouldn't he have already beaten this bastard to a pulp ages ago? He quickly decided on his next line of action, as he didn't want to die because of Sumion's boredom. Because if he did, he was sure that he would definitely not rest in peace. After all, he already knew that Sirius and his gang were already in Arcadina. So if he went back and reported the news back to his mistress, then wouldn't that be enough? Also, he could wait for this masked man to leave before taking action again. He didn't believe that Mr. Bored here would follow Sirius throughout the rest of his journey. With that in mind, he decided to give in for now. But just when he was about to compromise, the man in black spoke out again. Well, you could say that I'm indeed a passerby. My friends are 3 cities away from here, and I'm traveling there by myself. On his long and boring trip, how can I not want to flex out my muscles a bit? So how about it? Would you all let me join the fight now? Landon said pitifully. Sirius and Aster looked at the man in black and almost facepalmed themselves. Why would he give out such vital information like that? As for the enemy warrior, his smile became as broad as day. Wait, sir. Did you just say that you're traveling alone? Yup. After confirming that the bastard in black was indeed traveling alone, the enemy warrior's smile turned colder. So what if the man was a high-level assassin in an organization? At the end of the day, he had over 80 men with him. And Sirius and his team were just 24. So even if the man in black joined them, wouldn't he still be outnumbered? If he sent 20 people to deal with the men in black, he didn't believe that they wouldn't win. Well, since he said that he was bored, then wants it only good to satisfy the bastard's boredom. Sirius saw through the enemy warrior's thoughts and wanted to protest. But before he could say anything, the enemy warrior quickly agreed with the man in black. Alright, I agree with you. You can join the battle since you're bored. Great. You won't regret it. Right now, everyone had the same thought when they looked at the man in black. Yup, he definitely had something loose in his brain. As for the masked man Landon Barn, he just smiled sheepishly and scratched his head shyly. Landon soon turned to Sirius and the rest with a broad smile on his face. Brothers, it's not that I'm looking down on you all, but since most of you are injured, then I suggest that you sit down by the sides. But, Aster said in protest, trust me, if you join me, you'd only be getting in my way. Everyone was taken aback by Landon's words once again. The enemy warriors laughed out loud, with some of them even crying on the ground. Ha 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 ha. You really think that you can take us all? Do you know our individual ranks? Even if you're high-ranked assassin, our combined ranks alone is something that you can't face alone. Let the fool be. Since he wants to die, then we will naturally grant his request. Landon just looked at them calmly, and lazily dropped his sword on the ground. Not only will I take you all out, but he'll also not use my sword too. So I suggest that you all come at me all at once. Bahahaha. He is truly a fool. Well, since he wants to die so much, then well, just grant his request. As far as I'm concerned, Good is dead. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 496 The Hateful Man in Black. Chapter 496 The Hateful Man in Black. Not only will I take you all out, but he'll also not use my sword too. So I suggest that you all come at me all at once. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Landon's arrogant words, the enemy warriors burst out in more laughter again. Sirius, Aster and the rest of their men wanted to say something, but Landon turned around and assured them once again. They smiled bitterly and decided to only intervene when the situation didn't look good, so as not to hurt Landon's pride. They held their swords tightly and prepared themselves for action just in case. After all, they couldn't just let an innocent person die for them while they stood on the sidelines. Such a thing was truly a cowardly act for any man. Ha 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 ha. As the enemy continued laughing, Landon picked up dirt from the ground and rubbed it against his palms, while calmly looking at them coldly. Well, if you're all ready, then let's begin. With that, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and before the enemy warriors knew it, They all felt the aura of death pressing against their hearts. He ran towards a group of 4 and first sent a deadly punch to the closest enemy around him, while dodging the attacks from the other 3. Bam! Damn it! What the hell is happening? Stop him now! Crack! The sounds of bones and skulls cracking gave a ton of fright to those who were close to Landon. Was this man a legendary fighting master or something? How could someone jump into the air and kick his enemy 4 times mid-air with his leg? The men tried to dodge in panic, but Landon's moves were just too fast. In fact, they were so quick that many of them didn't even see his precise actions. For them, even his hands seemed to have turned into blades at this point. What sort of man had they met? More importantly, what sort of bad karma did they have for the heavens to send them this bored man who wanted to kill them? Facing this fighting master, they couldn't help but shiver from fear. Bam! Crack! Bam! Ah! Wails could be heard all around the battlefield, as Landon cracked bones, kicked, smacked, and even jumped on their bodies as if he were a monkey. Some enemy archers started shooting arrows towards him, but in the end, the arrows had actually hit their own men instead. I don't want to die. Bam. My arm. My arm. Sirius, Aster and the rest opened their eyes in shock. Did this man in black have eyes at the back of his head? What the hell? Sirius and Aster in particular couldn't help but feel that if it were them, they would have already been dead by now. And even if they ever told this story to others, no one would actually believe them. How could a single person take over 80 men? Good stamina, Sirius commented while finding a place to sit. It looks like this strange man wouldn't be needing his help at all. Looking at the fight, he began looking at the strange man more intensely. Right now, the man on the battlefield looked nothing like his previous appearance. His killing intent was so strong that even some of his own men felt their legs go soft as well. Indeed, the man was an expert, and their savior as well. Therefore, he had to find a way to repay the man. Wait. Please sir, can't we talk this over? Said the leader, who was currently trembling in fear in front of Landon. At present, he was the only one standing, and his previous prideful appearance had now turned into that of a beggar's. If he had known that such a feat was even possible for a single person to accomplish, then why the hell would he agree to this troublemaker's request in the first place? Was he going to die just like that because of someone else's boredom? No, he had to think of a way. His mind went to work like clockwork. And soon, his eyes lit up like torches. Sir, an assassin, right? So how about we strike a deal? Oh, what do you have in mind? Hearing Landon's reply, the enemy warrior knew that he had him hooked. How about I pay you any amount if you kill these men here? Those on Sirius' side wanted to retort, but Sirius raised his hands and silenced them. He wanted to see what type of person this man in black really was. The man in black crossed his arms and placed his right hand on his chin, while looking sideways as if deep in thought. Silence. His actions made everyone slightly uncomfortable as they nervously looked at him. And just when everyone was going to have a mental breakdown, the strange man revealed a deep smile as he looked towards the enemy warrior. Any amount I want. Your offer is really too good. In fact, no one would be able to resist such a temptation. Hearing this, Sirius' men took out their swords and surrounded him and Aster in attempts to protect them, while the enemy warrior smiled arrogantly at the latter as if he had already won. Your offer is truly irresistible for any assassin to pass up, Landon said with both of his hands behind his head. So how about it? Will you take my offer? Nope. Why? Aren't you an assassin? Assassin? When did I say that I was an assassin? Fine. Since you're not an assassin, then why did you take so long just to revise the request? Well, my belly grumbled about the same time that you laid out your request. So I was thinking of what to have for lunch. Listening to Landon's reply, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was really something else. As for the enemy warrior, he was truly unresigned to his fate. Did this Mr. Boredom have to play with him like this even before his death? Who the hell thinks of food during a negotiation? Wasn't this just bullying? But alas, what could he do? In the end, he died with so much hatred in his heart. In fact, if eyes could kill, this Mr. Boredom would have already been dead by now. It was all his fault. Chapter 497 Fate? Nope. Chapter 497 Fate? Nope. With all the enemies dead, Sirius, Aster and the rest quickly got up and thanked Landon for saving them. It's been 3 months since they've been chased non-stop. And in truth, they hadn't slept comfortably for a long time. At first, there were close to 150 men in their group. But the enemy had brought over close to 400 men to chase after them. They had left Yoden with very little guards, so as not to raise suspicion or alert others of their whereabouts. In truth, the enemies that followed them didn't belong to Duchess Ivy, former Queen Ivy, or Duchess Sidora. No, those enemies had come from the most unexpected stepmother of all, Duchess Gilda. The fourth prince's mother. Ivy and Sidora's men had already fallen for his trap, and were probably at one of his estates trying to kill him there. But who would have thought that it was the innocent-looking Duchess Gilda who would be one step ahead of him and give him so much trouble? Looking at it now, he was sure that once he died, Gilda would someone pin it on Sidora and Ivy. From there, both of their children wouldn't be able to sit on the throne. And with him dead, that would leave the only two choices being the fourth and fifth prince. If the woman had planned so much, then she would also have a way to get rid of the fifth prince, making her son the only one eligible to sit on the throne. Indeed, it was a well-thought-out plan. But who would have known that they would be saved just when all hope was lost? It has been 3.5 months of continuous plotting, scheming, and attacking from both their sides and that of their enemies. Finally, they could now get some sleep and continue their journey peacefully towards Baymard. After all, they had been traveling in Arcadina all this while, and were just 4 cities away from the place. Now, it was time for them to see this city of magic. Brother, thank you for saving our lives. I have to admit, you were really great out there, Aster said with enthusiasm. He called Landon brother because previously, Landon had called Sirius and himself brother as well. So it would be rude to call him sir or mister again. After all, looking at the man's face, one can tell that they were all around the same age bracket. None of them were even 20 yet, so he decided to just let it be. Brother, thank you for stopping that arrow earlier, as well as saving my men, Sirius added. No need to thank me. I was just doing what I ought to do, Landon said with a warm smile on his face. By the way brother, why did you decide to help us? And while we were fighting, no one saw you arrive. So where did you come from? Sirius asked curiously. Why would this man go out of his way to try and save them at the risk of losing his life? Even if he was extremely skilled, why risk it? He didn't for one moment buy into that bored story. For all he knew, this man might also be a spy as well. His appearance on the battlefield was just too sudden. Up until now, he still didn't know how the man actually appeared on the scene, and neither did any of his men. Everything was just too suspicious. Was the man originally from Yoden as well? Landon saw through Sirius' suspicions and sighed. As expected of a ruler, even if one had dropped their suspicions about him, Sirius did not. On the contrary, Sirius' guard went up even more. Of course, he couldn't blame Sirius at all, because if it were him, he would think the same too. Nonetheless, Landon couldn't help but blame the system a tad bit. Why would the system warp him directly into the battlefield? Sure, he had to arrive on the scene at that time so as to stop the arrow from killing Sirius. But wasn't that still too risky? Luckily, everyone was bush-warding off enemies, so they didn't have the time to notice it. Or else wouldn't he have been either labeled as a god or a demon? Landon looked at Sirius and smiled. I was only passing by, as in currently on a mission right now. It's just that you all were too engrossed with your fight, so none of you saw me approach the battlefield. As for why I helped you all out, well, it was because I don't like seeing good people get bullied. But how do you know that good? I have eyes, don't I? Silence. The place into an awkward silence, as both men stared at each other unyieldingly. And just when everyone thought that a fight would break out, both men broke out in laughter and patted each other's backs merrily. Sirius laughed. as he realized that this strange man was exactly like him. Don't ask him how he knew it, but people could recognize their kind right off the bat. Brother, Aster, who didn't really get it, also joined in as well. Brothers. Everyone looked at the trio and couldn't help but smile and chuckle a bit. It was good that their savior and their king were on the same side. Oh right. Brother, may I ask what you're called? Aside from being my brother, you're also my benefactor. So it's only right that I know your name. Yeah brother, tell us. What's your name? Sure. Why not? I go by the name Landon Barn, _ Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed, and truly felt like this man in black was always a comedian. Remembering how he angered their enemies to death, they laughed even more loudly than before. Even Sirius and Aster were chuckling as well. Ha 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 ha. Brother, why are you always joking? Ah, really something else. Brother, I'm serious. What's your name? For real, it's Landon Barn, _ Wait. Brother, you aren't joking? Really Landon Barn? Yup. Silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, as they looked at him as if trying to decide whether he was joking or not. Before Aster and Sirius could say anything, Landon had already taken out some things from his pockets. Brothers, I'm currently on a mission right now, so I don't really have much time. But here are some VIP passes for you all to use when you get to Baymard. Luckily, I always move around with some. Anyway, all you have to do is present it at the port and the rest will be history. In addition to that, when you all get into the city, give this to the hotel that you lodge in, and they will contact me. And I will send my men to get you secretly when you are all settled. Also, I'll give you some Baymardian money for you all to familiarize yourselves with, as well as a document on our currency rates. Alright brothers, I really must run. Farewell. With that, Landon left as fast as he could, leaving every time in a daze. They looked at the disappearing figure and blinked their eyes again in shock. What just happened? Everyone crowded around and looked at the things in Sirius' hands curiously. They looked at the VIP passes, and everything else that Landon had given them, especially the Bay bills. What sort of money was this? It was so thin, flexible and easy to carry around. Looking at the conversion rate, if they held the equivalent amount in their pockets, it would definitely be heavier than these Bay notes. In short, these Bay notes were thin, light and very flexible to carry around. What even shocked them the most was the fact that Landon's face was on the 100 Bay note. Goodness. So their savior was actually Landon Barn? Everyone's blood boiled as they thought of his cool fighting moves. Truly unrivaled. Sirius smiled slightly, as he now looked forward to going to Baymard more than ever. Who would have known that on their way to Baymard, they would meet the Baymardian king in the flesh? Fate was such a funny thing. Landon, what fate? It was the system all right. Chapter 498 Success. Chapter 498 Success. Phew. Landon sighed from relief while looking at Sirius, Aster and their men from within the system. What does the host think about both men chosen by the heavens? Landon continued to observe the men through his monitor and thought for a bit. Sirius and himself were very similar in personality. The man was always thinking and calculating, as well as ensuring that everyone on his side was safe. As for Crown Prince Aster, he was somewhat very innocent. If he wasn't groomed and hardened with time, it would be very easy for him to be tricked by extremely sly foxes. When he opened up Tariq's own barracks within Baymard, then he would let Aster train there for at least 4 semesters. Because although Aster had grown up a bit after fleeing from Tariq, he was still a little too naive. This was definitely a bad trait for any ruler. What do I think of them? Of course, they are both great and different in their own ways. Of course, the heavens know what they are doing. So all the host has to do, is continuously guide them and make sure that these chosen people stay alive. After all, that's part of the host's job. Sure. Do I even have a choice? Of course you do, host. Even one has a choice in life. Complete soul destruction is also a choice as well. Sigh. Whatever you say, boss. Landon was already tired of going back and forth with the system. This system is glad that the host understands his present situation. Fine. Can we talk about something else? System, don't you think that you warped me in too suddenly? Aren't you afraid that I would be discovered one day? This system will never let that happen. The host was warped in at a strategic time when no one was paying attention. So the host shouldn't bother about such unimportant matters. What the host should be focusing on, should be signing a treaty with King Sirius, as well as reuniting King Astor with King Mikhail and the rest. Listening to the system, Landon placed all his worries behind him and decided to head back towards Baymard. Since the almighty system wasn't worried about such things, then why should he? With that, he was off. Warp. Sirius, Astor and the rest curiously looked towards the direction that Landon had run towards. That was the road leading towards Baymard. No? They quickly came back to their senses and realized that everything that just happened wasn't a dream. Even those who doubted Landon due to serious questions, couldn't help but smile bitterly. What spy from Yoden? This man was obviously His Majesty Landon Barn, alright. No wonder his face seemed very familiar to them from the moment they met him. Remembering all that he said, they soon realized that His Majesty Landon didn't even know who they were, because after telling them who he was, he had just taken off in a flash without even knowing their names. Of course they couldn't really blame him, as they figured that this mission of his must have been a very important one. Your Majesty Sirius, do we chase after him? Yeah, Your Majesty. He might need help on his mission, so do we lend him our strength? Some of the men asked. Bro, he doesn't even know our names. So will he remember us? Astor added. Sirius went silent for a while, before shaking his head and sighing. No, he's a very busy man, so there's no need to delay him any further. If he truly needed our help, he would have asked us by now. And besides, our conditions aren't good as well, so we might only delay his trip or distract him instead. As for the matter of him forgetting us, didn't he give us something for us to use when we enter that hotel thing? Rather than worry about that, let's focus on recuperating first. Bro, what's a hotel? I have no idea. But we'll find out soon enough, won't we? Anyway, let's focus on our current predicament instead. Hearing what Sirius had said, everyone thought about it and nodded in agreement as well. Even if they wanted to aid him, there was truly nothing they could do at the moment. Some of them had severe injuries, while others were so tired that they might even drop to the ground any moment from now. Indeed, they were in no condition to lend assistance to anyone. Besides, Landon had already used up part of his time to help them deal with their enemies. So it wouldn't be right for them to keep wasting up any more of it. After all, the man said that he was on a mission. With that thought in mind, Sirius, Astor and their men quickly helped the injured villagers, as well as buried the dead, and gave out coins to these people too. It was their fault that all this had happened, so it was only fair that he compensate them for their losses. Of course, after taking care of everything they needed to, they all took shifts and laid down to have a well-deserved rest. They decided to only travel after 3 whole days of rest. It was way overdue, as for the past 3.5 months, they would only sleep for at most 3 hours a day. It was already 4:30 p.m., and the sun was already setting. As places turned completely dark around 5 p.m., Sirius laid down on the floor and rested his tired eyes that had bags for days. And soon, his mind began drifting away, as sleep quickly overtook it. Not even up to 2 minutes later, Sirius, Astor and a few of their men had finally fallen into the Sandman's arms. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The steady sounds of snoring could be heard all around the campsite, as some of the men slept peacefully, while others stayed up to guard them. And so with Landon's surprise mission completed, the Hertfillian world was now safe from collapsing. Success. Chapter 499 Lights. Action. Chapter 499 Lights, Action. Meanwhile, back in Baymard, Landon had already left the coastal region with Lucy, and had even had a mini-meeting with Tim as well. Ever since August, The manufacturing industry for both cathode TVs and cameras had been in construction. And within this 4-month period, workers had been learning day in day out on everything involving the manufacturing process. Finally, with the industry completed, both cathode TVs and cameras should be produced in a flash. The workers would operate the machines daily, producing both solar and electrical TVs and cameras as required. But even though both would be produced now, Landon had decided that come January, the cathode cameras would be made public then. As for the cathode TVs, they could only be made public in spring. After all, he needed to first create some TV shows and movies before its release. So with that in mind, of course he had hired actors and actresses already. One shouldn't forget that even Baymard's motion picture studios was still under construction. 27 of the place was already constructed. So the studio had already hired several people and had them undergo acting classes within the entertainment duo 026 Theatre Academy. The chosen stars had been given their scripts a while back, and had already been practicing for months now. But of course, practice was all good and all. But when one was under the eyes of the director and camera, they would inevitably make tons of mistakes during their first tries. Experience was key. In addition to hiring actors and actresses, studio makeup artists in training had also been hired as well. There weren't many beauty products to begin with, as Baymard had only released lip glosses, lipstick, body lotions, hair oils, conditioners, shampoos, baby oil, and baby powder. So for now, these makeup artists in training tried to figure out how much baby powder could be used on the face without making it look white, as well as how to grease the skin with baby oil and make it look like the person had abs for days. For now, they also stuck to some traditional things, like using charcoal as eyeliner and whatnot. But those were only for scenes that didn't involve water or smudging. Their job was to interpret the scripts and figure out the best look that would portray and bring out the characters to life. Of course, there were also those in charge of wardrobe changes as well. In short, ever since the system had rewarded Landon with knowledge of both cathode TVs and cameras, he had been preparing everyone for filming. And now, it was finally time for them to showcase their hard work. By next week, cathode cameras should be ready. So even if they weren't going to be released to the public yet, some of them would still be sent to the studios for recording. After all, before the TVs get released, they need to have already filmed several TV shows and movies by then. Now, he could finally say, lights, camera ... action ... 1 week went by in a flash, and snow had already covered Baymard for some days now. It was already December 27th, and the year was soon coming to an end. But even though the new year was just around the corner, today, the filming studios still decided to have its first filming session, just to let some of the actors and actresses get a feel of what it truly felt like to be under the director's spotlight. For the next 2 days, filming would begin for all TV series and dramas. Of course, on the 29th, filming would stop for everyone to enjoy their holiday and New Year's Eve celebrations. And after that, filming would only resume again on the 5th of January. Everyone felt overly excited and extremely nervous, as they continuously went through their scripts time and time again. As for what TV shows and movies were to be filmed, come on, winter was here, damn it. And he decided to make the best of it. Hence, for TV series, he chose to film Game of Thrones, his own version without the dragon, Merlin, Xena, Fear Factory reality TV show, Goblin, Boys Over Flowers, Reply 1997, Legend of the Seeker, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The Lizzie McGuire Show, The Addams Family, Sesame Street, Barney, High Five House. For now, he had chosen 15 TV shows that would cater to people of all age brackets. Even babies had their counting and number shows as well. Anyway, those were all the TV series that had to be recorded and released sometime during spring of next year. As for movies, he chose War of the Arrows, King Arthur, 2 James Bond 80s movies, Pride and Prejudice, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Cinderella, Emma, Conan the Barbarian, The Secret Garden, Friday the 13th, Candyman, Silence of the Lambs, and those were all the movies that would also be recorded within this time frame. Of course, once TVS become public, live shows like news report, sports, theater shows and whatnot will also be added into the mix as well. But for now, these movies and at least one season of these TV shows have to be recorded now. Current. Within one sector of Baymard's motion picture studio, several people were currently walking past several streets, so as to get to their set. They couldn't help but marvel in awe at the sight before them. Some streets looked like abandoned ghost towns, while others looked like the streets of Baymard. Of course, some streets looked exactly how Baymard was before His Majesty Landon room over. In short, there were also buildings that looked like those of beggars and peasants, as well as buildings that looked like the regular Baymardian ones too. Today, Khalifa was currently on his way to the set of Merlin. The crew was currently on their way to the set of Merlin with the crew. He tried to calm himself as much as he could before his scenes. And who was he playing? Well, it was none other than one of the main characters, Merlin. So how could he not be nervous? Everyone ran about the set, doing the best they could do, and soon, it was time for the first scene to roll. Places everyone. Places. Filming in ... 3 exclamation mark ... 2 exclamation mark ... 1. Action. Chapter 500 The King of the Set. Chapter 500 The King of the Set. Khalifa took a big gulp of air nervously and tried his best to calm his nerves while trying to envision the feeling of the character in the script. He looked at the director and all those on set and repeatedly told himself that they didn't exist. That's right, in his mind. He was now Merlin, who is currently heading towards Camelot. Right now, they are about to film the beginning part, which was Merlin basically walking along a forest trail toward Camelot. And while he walked, a dragon narrator had to talk over the scene. For this part, for all dragon scenes in this TV series, one would only hear the dragon, and see a glimpse of its body, like its tail and so on. But they would never see the full body, as Baymard didn't have the technology to make it seem that the dragon's mouth was moving on its own yet. In short, the plan was to make fake dragon parts and have people skate them if the dragon's voice was angry or not. In short, even if some part of the dragon's face had to be shown, it would only be its eyes. There would be scenes where its eyes would glow in the dark and so on. Anyway, Khalifa was currently dressed in an attire befitting this world's era, and also had a peasant sack as his backpack. His hair was also trimmed slightly and cut to look like the character he was trying to depict. Is the recorder ready? Yes, director. We have adjusted the volumes from the scene. Great. When the scene begins, play both tapes immediately. Yes, director. As it stood right now, there weren't any editing tools to add music or whatnot into the movies. So all they could do is record whatever they wanted, and then play it alongside the scenes. So they had already recorded the music in one tape and had also recorded the dragon's voice in another. This is where those controlling the volume had to be smart. They had to know when to make the switch up the music from different recorders, for climaxes, big reveals, and so on. Each scene had speakers hidden all over the place, so as to let the camera and microphones pick up everything. Landon had even had them record all sorts of sounds as well, like the sounds of horse hooves running about, or even the sounds of someone eating something crunchy, stepping on a twig ... as well as the sounds of splashing water ... As for how they could cut and place scenes together, one should know that back on Earth, before computerized editing systems were born, the initial editing was done by physically cutting and pasting pieces together neatly and carefully using a splicer and threader using a special flatbed machine. Physical editing was what they would use to place all the pieces of films together. In short, he had almost every method that he had come up with, was what was used by film crews back in the days. Places everyone. Places. The director yelled out. This was his first time directing, so he too was extremely nervous as well. After all, They would show their finished products to Landon at the end of each week. So how could he not be? Merlin Scene 1 Take 1 Inch. Action. The entire place fell into deep silence, and soon Khalifa began walking down the trail, the fake forest trail that he was supposed to pass through in the script. And as he walked, the camera strategically followed him. And the voice of the dragon could be heard over him, as well as the low-tuned sounds of music playing in the background. Low recorded music of violins playing, as well as the low sounds of trees rustling and birds chirping, could be resounding around the set. Khalifa walked forward, looking left and right, while trying to remember the feeling of one leaving home for the first time. Somehow, listening to the dragon's narrator voice made him feel like he was actually Merlin. No young man, no matter how great, can know his destiny. He cannot glimpse his part in the great story that is about to unfold. Like everyone, he must live and learn. And so it will be for the young warlock arriving at the gates of Camelot, a boy that will in time father a legend. His name, Merlin. After the dragon spoke, the music increased even more, making everyone on set want to see what will happen next. Was this what was called a climax? Cut. Once the director had called for the scene to end, everyone couldn't help but clap loudly, as they had really felt like they too were on a journey to Camelot alongside the young warlock. Excellent. Good job, young warlock. Oh my god, I was really shocked when the music picked up out of nowhere. I know, right? My heart is still beating fast from excitement alone. Damn, it was good. Clap, 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 clap. Watching how the scene unfolded before their very eyes, of course they felt immensely proud of their hard work so far, especially those controlling the music, the lighting and so on. In their minds, the whole scene was perfect. Even those acting in the following scenes to come were also amazed as well. They were extremely thrilled and decided to work hard and make their own scenes come to life as well. In their opinion, Khalifa truly resembled the person in the script. In short, it was perfect. But how could it be so easy? Khalifa, when passing through this particular region on set, your facial expression looked grim for a split second. So take note of that. Also, can I get HAIR0026 makeup to touch him up a bit? As for those in charge of lighting, try not to flash it directly into Khalifa's eyes. We will run the scene again from the top. And so just like that, all over the studio's streets, buildings, homes and even fake caves and forests, one would find several filming crews doing their best as well. Some filming crews, like those filming horror scenes, were so frightened by the spooky sounds and acting from the characters, that they soon began to shiver from it all, while others tried to hold back their laughter, as they were filming comedic scenes instead. But all in all, these people on set had soon realized that no matter how good it looked in their eyes, a scene could only pass as watchable if the king of the set said so. Long story short, Mr. Director was the king of the set. Mr. Director, please spare us. Carrot. Chapter 501 Shameless Brothers. Chapter 501 Shameless Brothers. Big bro. So you all have decided to marry late spring? Landon was currently talking with the guys Josh, Gary, Mark and Trey within his living quarters. One should know that they had been seeing their significant others for not less than 3 years now. This November, Landon just turned 18, and some of them were even 5 years older than he was. So it would make sense for them to marry now. In short, in this era, they were pretty late in this aspect. So it was better to marry now, and not let their significant others feel like they didn't care about them or were just playing with them. Apart from Josh, everyone else had gotten a military wife who was also a soldier. As for Josh, he was madly in love with Grace, who was also a teacher, as well as an official who worked alongside Baymads Merchant Association. But just because Grace wasn't a soldier, didn't mean that the other women looked down on her. On the contrary, they found her like a breath of fresh air. and would always hand out with her when they had the time. One should know that they would be marrying men who were as close as brothers. So it was only right for them to bond with each other and get to know one another properly. After all, their men had already bought homes close to each other, and were practically neighbors sharing the same fence. So it looked like they would be saddled with each other till their old age. Anyway, from what the men had just told Landon, they all wanted to plan a surprise wedding. To put it simply, they wanted the girls to get married all together alongside them on the same day at the same time. Of course, they could choose different dates next year to get married on, but it wouldn't be too thrilling for the women, as they would probably expect it after the first person it married. Hence the surprise factor would be taken away, so they decided to marry them all on the same day. For sure, each husband would have his own unique way of showing his love to his bride. Even if they were all wedding on the same day and time. Looking at all his brothers who had been with him through thick and thin, and felt that it was just right for them to marry now. Little bro, you know that you have to write our vows for us, right? Of course he will. Does he have a choice? Little bro, you know good with all those sweat-talking speeches, so I want you to write up one that will make my little lady cry from joy. Me too. Don't even think about writing me one that isn't touching enough. Because if you do, he, they all said while ruffling up Landon's hair. Fine, I'll do it. Anything else? Oh my little bro, really making us blush. This. Sigh. What can we say? Little bro, you've truly caught us completely unawares, as we haven't even thought of anything else yet. In short, we won't even have a client on what and where to start. But since you've offered, how could we dare say no to our sweet little brother? In fact, as your subordinates, how could we dare say no to His Majesty? Here, we wrote down just a few paragraphs on guidelines for you to follow. Landon's mouth twitched a little, as he looked at the document before him. What did they mean by he had caught them unawares? Would someone who once prepared bring such a document out of nowhere? Looking through the perfectly typed document that didn't even have any errors on it, who were they trying to fool? And didn't they say that they had just a few paragraphs written down? Then why was he seeing a whole 15-page essay instead? Landon looked at the people before him and had just one word to describe them all: shameless. As for what they had written down, it was all the things that their individual women liked. From the style of dressing to the food they liked, cakes, and even their foot sizes. Everything was properly documented here. These men had written pages on their women as if they were secret spies sent to investigate them. It was really well detailed. So you guys also want me to work alongside the wedding planners? Of course. In short, we want you to think of some romantic things or gestures that we can do on the wedding day to express our love. Yeah? And these gestures have to be all different from one another. This way, the women would feel special individually. Listening to all the requests that these brothers of his had given him, Landon massaged his temples and promised to do his best to make their wedding become as magical as they wanted it. System. What's the weather going to be like on May 27th? Pay up first, host. Fine. Use any of my points and find out the hottest day and time frame within spring, as you wish. Host. Ding. The system has found June 2nd to June 6th to be the hottest period within the spring of next year. Good. Once Landon had gotten what he wanted to know, he quickly chose one of the dates and marked it up on his calendar. June 3rd, wedding day. Even though these brothers of his were shameless, Landon still didn't mind planning their wedding for them at all. In short, he was extremely glad that they had found their missing ribs and soulmates that would grow old with them throughout the ages. Indeed, it was a thing of joy. But while Landon and his brothers were immersed in sheet happiness, far away from Bay Mud, some people were at their wits' end from grief and depression. You stay away. Ha 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 ha. Stay away, damn it. No. Chapter 502 Nightmares. Chapter 502 Nightmares. No. A young girl woke up in the middle of the night in terror. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, and her breathing seemed very uneven, heavy and haughty. Her hair was haggard, and her nightgown was slightly ruffled. Tiredness swallowed her whole, as her eyes remained extremely puffy and saggy. Bam! Her chamber doors were pushed open, and in came some of her maidservants. They had heard their mistress' loud screams, and came running in with some guards just to ensure that everything was well. Because if their mistress died, they too will be put to death by their mistress' family as well. And after that incident that happened a while back, how could they afford any more sleep-ups? Young miss, are you alright? Young miss, it was only a dream. No harm can ever befall you here. As the maidservants tried to soothe their master, the young girl in question just looked around her room frantically, as if trying to make sure that they weren't lying to her. She shivered for a while and finally calmed down only after confirming that she was indeed safe and sound. These past few weeks, she had been having nightmares almost every night, and all of them generally ended with someone trying to stab her to death. In her dreams, she desperately ran through an abandoned building, while screaming for help and trying to run as fast as she could. But for some unknown reason, her speed in the dream was almost that of a snail's, because no matter how she ran, the person chasing her would only need to take a single step before somehow magically appearing before her. And even though she usually woke up just before she was killed, she could still feel the presence of the chilling blade violently caressing her throat, as it sunk deeper and deeper into her flesh. In short, one could say that she sort of died in the dream world and woke up in this one. Her dreams were so vivid and lifelike, that she could hardly tell the difference between reality and fiction anymore. It was only a nightmare, but it left her utterly terrorized as her body began shaking like a leaf. For sure, all of this made her hate nighttime even more. Once the sun went down, she became even more gloomy and depressed, as she didn't want to experience these sorts of nightmares anymore. And who was this young lady? Well, it was none other than Carrie Barn. Her days had not been the same ever since she came back from that gruesome incident where her right arm had been cut off. She swore to find the person who did this to her and drink his blood down her throat in victory. But so far, it was as if the man had suddenly become a ghost. Her mother had tried to look for the culprit all day every day, but it was to no avail. Her mother did her best to accompany her in her estate during the day, but since her mother was a queen, she could never sleep outside the palace no more than 4 times a year, except on a trip with Alec. Her mother had already exhausted those 4 chances, so she had to stay within the palace walls no matter what. As for her father, he only tried searching for a week, and after that, he seemed to be focusing on his next moves with Baymard instead. In his eyes, she had lost her value as a princess that would make people envious. In short, in his mind, he would be lucky to even find someone who would be willing to take her in as a wife. At this point, he didn't even care if they were high-ranking nobles or not. A beggar can't be picky, so even a low-ranking noble would do the trick. If before Carrie had felt anything for her father, now it was completely gone. What sort of father would be so heartless as to turn a blind eye to his daughter in need? Fine, daughters weren't as important as sons, but couldn't he at least give her some face? For sure, she couldn't wait for her brother and mother to kill the bastard and skin him alive. Thinking of her father really made her furious. All this time, she could have stayed in the palace with her mother, but she could only do so if her father had called her in or granted her permission to do so. It was the law that once a royal reached the age of 15 and had their own private estate, they could only stay over for at most 3 days if they came without being called over by Alec. That's why her brothers would always write to Alec and get his approval before they came. One was never to surprise the man. In this way, if they left and something happened to them on the road, he would know. Likewise, if they betrayed him, he would also get the early signs as well. And so without getting called into the palace, she couldn't stay with her mother at all times. As for the issue about marriage, even though Anthony hadn't been visiting as frequently as he used to, she felt like it was only because of the incident last time. After all, he too was attacked. So of course his family would set up more measures around their son. who was a well-known glorified knight for his age. He was the main heir and inheritor in his family, as he was literally the only male child that his father had. Even though Anthony had 3 stepmothers, they all gave his father daughters. And only his mother had pleased his father by giving birth to him. So one could imagine how doted he was by his grandparents and parents. Hence he was mostly kept under house arrest and properly guarded until the culprit was caught. And even if he went out, he would leave with at least 150 men guarding him at once. Some secretly, and others publicly. With all that said, of course, Carrie hadn't seen him in a long time. Carrie struggled to open her eyes and shook violently, as she felt the blade cut deep into the throat. And just before death, she heard voices of her maidservants. And finally opened her eyes again. Young miss. It's only a bad dream. And bad dreams can never become real. Listening to her maidservants, she truly wanted to believe in what they said. But something within her made her feel an impending sense of danger. Something told her that soon, her nightmares might just become reality. But that was ridiculous, right? Chapter 503 Round 2. Chapter 503 Round 2. Young Miss ... Please calm down. After finally calming Carrie down, some of the maids hurriedly changed her bed sheets, while others went over to wipe her body down instead. This was a normal process now, as every night after her nightmares, they would rid her body and bed of all the sweat that had been accumulated so far. Carrie just let them do as they pleased while stretching her body for them to wipe off. And after they were done, they exited the room, so as to allow their mistress to rest again. After all, it was just 3 a.m. Carrie sighed and closed her eyes tight. Maybe she was just overthinking it. After all, several weeks have gone by since that incident, and nothing had happened to her ever since then. The security around her was tighter than ever, and her mother's men were still looking for the bastard who cut off her right arm day in and day out. In fact, if she was the culprit, she would definitely be laying low right about now. And besides, how would that bastard even find his way into her estate? The last time she was harmed, it happened in the slums of the capital. Around the regions where even higher or ordinary nobles wouldn't be caught dead visiting. So one could see that the man in question could only harm her in places that weren't heavily guarded. Thus, after thinking it through, she felt somewhat confident again. And soon, her consciousness slowly started drifting away into La La Land, as she abandoned all thoughts of fear from her mind. The entire room fell into complete silence, and all that could be heard were the sounds of the young woman, steady breathing on her bed. Time went by slowly, and soon Carrie found herself in deep sleep. Her dream was now very different from the way it usually was. As usual, she was chased around by a slasher, and out of nowhere, she was slapped hard several times, which shocked her silly. She opened her eyes in her dreams and realized that she was now tied up, and everything was now completely pitch black and quiet. "Did you miss me?" Hearing a deep seductive voice, she first trembled for a while, before finally settling down again. "Do your worst. This is just a dream, and you'll soon wake up anyway," she said angrily. Yes, this was a dream, and just like before, she would always wake up from it. So what was there to be scared of? She was done running from this dream killer. If he wanted to kill her, then why couldn't she kill him back? Thinking about it like that, she sneered inwardly while still subconsciously telling herself that this was still a dream. Ha 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 ha. The voice laughed very a bit, which made her utterly furious. "What's so funny? Do you think that I'm joking here? You are not real. You are just someone in my dreams," Carrie said coldly. As for the dream man in question, he laughed so hard that his tummy soon began to hurt. "Ha ha ha ha, little missy, as usual. You always crack me up." "A dream? Hey, I hate to break it to you, but you see, not dreaming at all. Trust me, I'm as real as it gets. I know you still remember me from the incident in the slums. So how about we play again like last time, this time?" What did he say? That he was real? Carrie's eyes opened widely the more she listened, And just before she could say anything, her mouth had been stuffed with something and gagged up as well. Tears welled up in her eyes, as a fear completely overtook her now. This was no longer a dream. This was reality. She was now face to face with the bastard who attacked her last time. What did he want? Why her? What did she ever do to him? She wanted to talk to him and plead for her life, but he had already gagged once more. She shivered uncontrollably while trying to scream and shout with all her might. But all that could be heard were low muffling sounds. Are you trying to call for their attention out there? Ha ha ha. Don't waste your energy. They are all knocked out cold. Still in your bedroom chamber, so chill down, little missy. Are you worried that I killed them? How could you think of me to be so cruel? I only knocked them out and tied them up, okay? You see, I have some of my spies in your estate, who have been observing the men who typically guard your wing. Oh. The same also goes for your maids. They are all safe and sound as well. So don't worry, no one will disturb us any longer. You now have me all to yourself. Isn't that great? Carrie yelled through the cloth in her mouth while struggling to break free from her binds. Who would want to stay with this psycho? Oh. Look at my manners. How can you spend quality time with me if you can't even see me? With that, she heard her chamber door open. And in came 3 burly men in hooded capes, who were all holding torches. They also wore masks. And all looked like they were here to initiate her into some sacred society or something. One stood on the right side of her bed, while the other 2 stood on the left side. The room was now somewhat illuminated, and she could now see all 4 men within the room. Of course, the man who had been talking to her all this while just stood at the bottom part of the bed with a sword in his hands. Seeing that same mask on his face, she struggled even more to break free. Crook, crook, crook. The bed rocked slightly, as she struggled to break free and run away as far as she could. But of course, it was useless. She looked at the sword in the man's hands and felt a bad premonition. Why her, little missy? I'm really hurt that you would want to run away the moment you look my way. Don't you think that your reaction is too much? You didn't have the same reaction when you saw my men who are now standing beside you. So why are you now shaking as if it's the end of the world, little missy? Really biased. Carrie wanted to cry as she heard the man's complaints. She's biased. Wasn't he the one with the sword in his hands? Little missy. Even though you're biased, I still like you. So I'll make this as painless as possible. Alright. Carrie looked at him and almost fainted from anger. Son of a BCH. Chapter 504 Dream World. Chapter 504 Dream World. Little missy. Even though biased, I still like you. So I'll make this as painless as possible. Alright. Carrie struggled with all her might, as she watched the masked bastard walk slowly to the left side of the bed. Just like last time the incident had occurred, her legs were once again tied to the legs of her bed. While her left hand had been tied on the left post of her bed instead, her body was once again drenched in so much sweat that it felt like someone had splashed a full bucket of water on her now rosy face. She struggled to keep her sight on the masked man, as her vision became somewhat blurry from all the tiny droplets of sweat that slid down her forehead into her eyes. As for the masked man who was now standing on the left side of her bed, he just smiled underneath his mask, and gently lifted up her already stretched nightgown, immediately exposing her smooth bare legs to all within the room. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not a pervert, alright? How would I know where to cut if I don't take a closer look? Said the masked man, as he slowly traced his sword along her left leg, as if trying to decide where he should make his cut. Little missy. Please stay as still as possible, because just like the last time, if you move, then I might cut a lot more than I intended to. Listening to the man, Of course Carrie tried her best to calm down, lest he accidentally cut off any other parts. But all she felt was panic and despair, which began as a cluster of tiny sparks plunged into her lower abdomen. She shut her eyes tight as the masked man slowly glided his sword across her leg. Carrie prayed to the ancestors and even her dead sister for mercy. If there was ever a time that she was helping for a miracle, now would be that time. But how would she have known that even the heavens had abandoned her? What goes around comes around. And now, it was time for her to reap what she sowed. Sigh. Such beautiful legs. Even the toes are kept and managed exquisitely, such that they don't even have the usual brownish toenail color that all ordinary folks have. TSK. It's almost a sin to destroy such a beautiful sight. But oh well, they say beauty never lasts for long, so I guess this is expected. Farewell, beautiful left leg. With that, the man raised his sword and swung it with all his might at the targeted spot. Sling. Carrie's body vibrated vigorously, as the pain coupled with tension continuously spread throughout her entire face and remaining limbs. Her breathing became even more rapid, as she felt a hurricane of pain punch through her body unapologetically. Previously, the bastard had taken her right hand away from her, and now, it was her left leg. What the hell did this bastard want from her? How was she to survive after this? Tears fell down her reddish face, and blood also gushed out of her mouth as well, as she had bitten her tongue so hard during the whole ordeal. In short, she felt like she was truly in hell. Hey now little miss. Don't lose consciousness yet. Alright, I still have one more part to cut off. Yup, last time I only did one, but today I'll be cutting two off, so isn't that great? I see. Worried about how you'll survive this, right? Well, not to worry, because you see, one of my men here is a healer, so we brought in enough medicine to make it all better in the end. Because no matter what, you must not die through all this. You will live, and you will enjoy your new life as a cripple that anyone can trample on. Well, at least you'll be a royal cripple. So isn't that still cool? Listening to the man say that he would still cut off another body part from her, she didn't even have the energy to protest anymore. The pain from the first one had completely drained her dry. Well, close your eyes, miss, because I'm about to make my second cut for the day. Farewell, beautiful right leg. Sling. Carrie gave out a very frail muffled sound, as she slowly lost her consciousness and finally fainted. Are you already losing consciousness? Then there's really no helping it now, is there? Well, bye-bye little miss, and see you next time. As she slowly lost consciousness, his words replayed in her mind like a CD. What the hell did he mean by see you next time? She felt like this man was a demon in disguise, who was sent to hurt Philia just for her. Why was he so stuck up on her? As her mind wandered into the darkness. All she knew at the end of the day was that she now had no legs anymore. In short, she had no limbs, except for her left hand. From the moment she entered the darkness within her mind, she became trapped in another nightmare, where she had been repeatedly killed and slashed into pieces by another man in her dreams. The nightmare never seemed to end. Time passed by slowly, and by the time she woke up again, an entire week had gone by just like that. When she opened her eyes, she quickly realized that her mouth was extremely dry, and her throat felt very sore as well. The servants watching over her saw that she was now awake, and once again sent for her mother, who came rushing in swiftly. My poor baby. Mother will definitely get justice for you. All of this is your father's fault. Why can't he monopolize all his forces to look for that scoundrel who did this to you? Don't worry, Mother will make sure to deal with the bastard who did this to you no matter what. As for the maids and those on duty that night, do my worry. Mother had killed them off, as well as their families. Seeing her beloved mother, she broke down in tears once more and cried painfully. Finally, she was safe and in good hands. Or was she? For all she knew, this could still be a dream. Who knows? Only time would tell. Carrie, What stupid dream. I'm obviously awake. Okay. Chapter 505 The Appointed Culprit. Chapter 505 The Appointed Culprit. Carrie looked around the spinning room and held on to her mother very tightly. The room seemed to be moving on its own, as well as those beside her too. She closed her eyes once more and blinked in attempts to try to make everything slow down to something her mind could cope with. "Darling, are you alright?" Listening to get mother, she tried to respond. But her throat hurt so bad that every time she cried, it was as if somebody was constantly stabbing her with a knife there. "Water, water, bring water now, fools." With that, some of the maids ran out as fast as they could. And after a while, they were back and Carrie had already drunk her fill. With the little energy she now had, Carrie lifted her blanket up slightly and tried to look at her lower body. "Dear, don't worry yourself about this now, okay? Please listen to me. It's not the end of the world, okay?" Her mother tried to stop her from looking at her lower half. But when she finally saw it, she almost fainted again from the despair. "Leave us," her mother commanded. And soon enough, all the maids stepped out of the room in a flash. "Tell me everything that happened." "Yes, mother." Both mother and daughter spoke for a while, and Carrie soon realized that when they found her, the cut-off ends of her limbs were already burnt off and treated to prevent excess blood loss. In short, just like the masked man had said, she had survived the whole ordeal. But now, what was she supposed to do with her life from here on out? She had a lot of enemies. And she knew that in this condition, she was as useless as a dead dog. In fact, at this point, even her maidservants could drown her in the bath if they wanted to. For heaven's sake. She had no legs and only had her left hand, as her only means of protection. So how was she to cope? More importantly, would Anthony still want her? Would he find her as a burden and not want her anymore? How was she even supposed to wear her wedding dress? Carrie's despair soon turned to hate, which later turned to extreme anger. If he dared to dump her, she would kill him. If she couldn't have him, then no one else could. That was how much she loved him. "Till death do them part." "Dear, you said that the masked man promised to come again. How dare he?" "Mother, I've been thinking about this hard. The main culprit had always been attacking me, and had never attacked brother or even you. So it's not someone who wants the throne. But the person also never harmed Anthony at all and seemed to have their hatred only focused on me. So it can't be any of your brother's enemies. Rather, I think that it might be somebody that I might have pissed off recently. But someone who has enough power to topple the scale as well." "So who do you have in kind?" "Mother, when we were in Baymard, I personally threw an egg on Sumion's head. And the look she gave me was that of somebody who wanted to strangle me to death." "Why did you do that?" "Mother, I told you of how they treated us, right? In fact, the people there in Baymard didn't even care that I was a princess. But when they saw that SLY noble, they all looked at her with awe and reverence and didn't even bother to place me in their eyes. I got a little jealous and threw a drink at her. However, she managed to dodge it in time and gave me a look that somewhat gave off the vibe that she will deal with me later on. Even so, that isn't enough for her to do this to you, is it?" "Yes. But I also had my men try to kill her out in secret as well. But they were all beaten up and caught by her own men instead." "Fine. It's already past now. So tell me, is the lady powerful?" "Mother, she wasn't an ordinary woman. She is undoubtedly powerful. While in Baymard, I expected her to report the matter to that bastard brother of mine. But she never did. At first, I thought that maybe she was too chicken to do anything to me. But now, it's obvious that she was just waiting for the moment when I would step out of Baymard. I just never expected her to strike in this manner." Listening to Carrie, her mother fell into deep silence for a while. "Dear, are you sure that you aren't letting your jealousy guide you? How can you be sure that it was this particular noble lady?" "Mother, think about it. If it were our regular enemies, they would never dare to attack us in the capital. Rather, they would have tried to kill me on my way to and from Baymard. Or even within Baymard itself. In addition to that, before leaving the capital. I didn't offend anyone since I went to visit Brother Eli for close 2 months prior to that. And even before then, I usually stayed in my estate all day long. So who was I offending? Instead, all my troubles began after coming back from Baymard. So I think that the noble lady in question had her men follow me all the way back so as to deal with me accordingly. They probably first observed me when they arrived at the capital, before making their move. Mother, I'm telling you. It's definitely her. Indeed, Carrie's explanation seemed to make sense in her mother's ears because everything she said was true. Prior to the trip, she spent 2 months at Elis City. And even before that, she would bury herself in her estate all day long while making plans. So it was unlikely that she offended someone in the capital. And even if she did, it was true that no one living in the capital would dare touch her. Well, they wouldn't dare touch her if they were still based in the capital, because if they did, they wouldn't be able to run away if they were caught. It would make sense if their enemy was even some noble living outside the capital, who might have a head start in fleeing the empire if he or she got caught. Could it be someone within Elis territory? That was impossible since she was sure that everyone in Eli would have already killed anyone who dared to go against her in his territory. So that left the noble lady that Carrie had pissed off in Baymard. Well, since the last dared to harm get daughter this much, then she shouldn't blame her for retaliating as well. Insolent. Dear, I'll definitely capture her for you. So tell mother who the noble lady in question is. Mother. It was Queen Penelope, _ Dot. And so just like that, Penelope had been blamed for a crime that she never even committed. In fact, she didn't even remember Carrie at all. But while mother and daughter duo were currently planning on how to deal with the matter at hand, Landon had his own matters to attend to as well. Finally, they were here. Chapter 506 Vision Testing. Chapter 506 Vision Testing. They were finally here. Landon looked at the system's monitors gleefully, while watching Sirius, Aster and their men check into one of the inns within Riverdale City. Last time he saved them, he had placed trackers on both Aster and Sirius before leaving, so he had been monitoring them ever since then. After all, it was his job to take good care of them, no? And from what he had gathered so far, they were currently too tired to head on straight to Baymard first. So they decided to stay overnight in Riverdale City, and only head on over tomorrow. Apparently, they wanted to be fully charged with energy before taking a single step into this magical Baymardian empire. The system is reminding the Hist to quickly use this opportunity to sign a treaty with King Sirius as soon as possible. I know, but from all that you've told me about Sirius' situation, it would only alert his enemies and increase the number of threats around him if I make the treaty go public. So just like the case with Tariq, I'll have to do it privately instead. Whatever works for the host. Provided the treaty gets signed and Sirius stays alive. Of course, just like the other two cases, the host can never force the chosen ones into accepting the treaty. The host can only use his great persuasion skills in roping them in. But even if it's their choice, failing the mission is not an option for the host. So the host should take note. As expected of those protected by the heavens, there would always be someone to save them in the nick of time if they were about to die, or they would encounter some miraculous encounter instead. Landon could only sigh in defeat when he thought of these make-leads. Well, that was why they were the main leads of the world, while he on the other hand, was just a task completer. System. Since Crown Prince Aster has been found, then wouldn't that mean that that particular mission had already been completed? Not necessarily, host. Your mission is only partially completed. Once Crown Prince Aster arrives, the host is to reunite Aster with his lost family immediately. Only then will the mission be considered completed. System. Why do I feel like you just like making things hard for me? The host had previously promised King Mikhail to reunite him with his son. So this system is just making sure that the host is a man of his words. System. When did I ever say that I wouldn't reunite them? Don't even try to use this as an excuse. The system is a godly being with a kind heart. So why would I ever want to make things difficult for the host? Kind-hearted? Did this blood-sucking system even have a heart at all? Sigh. Landon massaged his temples and sighed softly. Of course, He had planned to reunite both parties together, so it wasn't really a big deal for him. It was just that the system really loved to get on his nerves. It was as if it was made with the sole purpose of annoying him to death. Astor was the crown prince that he and King Michael were looking for, so he had to come up with a way for both parties to meet. Coincidentally, one should know that after saving Astor and Sirius last time, he left without even getting their names, so it would be somewhat awkward and suspicious if he just magically knew that Astor was the crown prince. Plus, since they secretly wanted to visit Baymard, even if they told him their names, Landon was somewhat sure that it would only be their first names. From his observations so far, that was how they typically introduced themselves during this trip of theirs, because without the surname, no one would really think anything of it. If Sumione's first name was John, for example, without the surname, how would one know who they were looking for? There were just too many people without a name, so even if they told him their first names, it would still be suspicious if Landon somehow knew their identities. Hence he had to come up with a strategic way to bring up the matter. And more still, he had to come up with a coincidental way for both sides to meet. It was best for everyone to think that it was fate that brought them together again. Ring, 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 ring. The loud ringing sound of Landon's office telephone quickly snapped him back to reality. Your Majesty. There's a call for you from the lower region. It's from the hospital. Thank you, Brian. You can connect the call through. Yes, Your Majesty. After talking for a brief minute on the phone, Landon quickly made his way to the hospital. It seems that they were finally ready for his final class on medical eyeglass prescriptions. The earlier he got this done, the closer he will be in completing all of the system's missions. Anyway, medical eye air had already been in production way back when he left for the Shinjuku, but it was only when he fit back that he had to personally teach several workers how to test them, making sure that they were all medically graded and ready to go. And of course, while he was doing that, he also taught some of the doctors and nurses how to properly prescribe medical eye air for the patients. Today was his last day teaching them, because come next week Monday, all glasses, be it medical graded or even casual wear, will all be available for the public to use. Landon knew that several people from all over the Pino continent might end up wanting these medical graded glasses, so it was best for these doctors to know how to cater to everyone as quickly as they can. Landon parked his car at the employee section and came out wearing his badge, as well as his white coat. He quickly made his way towards one of the many buildings within the hospital premises, got on the elevator, and finally arrived at one of the largest auditorium rooms within the building. Bam! He pushed open the door, and everyone quickly rose up to their feet. Welcome, Your Majesty. Welcome, Your Majesty. Chapter 507 Vision Testing 2. Chapter 507 Vision Testing 2. Welcome, Your Majesty. Welcome, Your Majesty. Landon nodded cleanly as he walked to the very center of the room. Actually, the auditorium was set up like an observatory room instead. In short, it was best to picture the room's settings to be similar to those of arenas. At the center of the room was a massive empty space that was filled with several clinical equipment and machines, as well as 3 patient chairs that could also turn into a bed. Right now, there was a 50-something-year-old patient sitting on one of those patient seats, and standing beside the patient were 2 nurses. Of course, surrounding the massive space at the center were numerous elevated audience seats that currently had several doctors and nurses seated on them. Everyone took out their pens and books excitedly, as they were now ready for Landon's lecture. Before attending any lecture, they had to register with Landon first, as well as sign several patient confidentiality forms, because during these classes, they usually ended up assessing 1 or 2 patients. Typically, a few days prior to every lesson, Landon would give them all patient information that was important when prescribing medical glasses to patients. They were to study these documents before coming to the class, and for security purposes, once the class ended, they were to submit these documents back and tick their names off the list. Did you hear? Today is the last day for lectures. Eh? Who told you that? I thought it was next week. Nope. All eyeglasses will be released to the public next week. So it's today. Damn it. But I missed the lecture on baby eye exams. I was really shocked that babies also took this sort of exam too. Well, with the eyes being important in everything we do, it makes sense to have these eye exams at such a young age. Yeah? You're right. Little eye problems that can be easily treated need to be caught earlier on before they became big permanent problems. I agree. Routine eye exams need to start at infants who are at least 6 months old. Wait, that isn't right. Aren't babies typically blind? I mean, isn't their vision usually blurry until they're 8 months old? In that case, then why are we still checking it then? Sigh, bro, you are mixing it up. Look at the notes. Babies get their full vision a little before months. So at 6 months old or older, it's best to get them checked at least once a year, so as to see for color blindness and other major eye problems as well. Ah, I see it now. Right. Duh. Of course I'm right. As those in the class conversed, Landon immediately sanitized his hands before immediately connected his tiny clip-on microphone onto his clothes. The whole scene resembled how typical classes were back on Earth. Larson tapped on his clip-on microphone just to be sure that it was on. Can everyone hear me? Yes, Your Majesty. They all replied in unison. Good. Mr. Isaac, how are you feeling? Very okay, Your Majesty, replied the patient. All right. Then let's begin. Dr. Landon was now in the house. The demonstrational lecture proceeded with Landon thoroughly explaining what he was doing, while answering several questions from the audience too. Eye exams are important for accessing your vision and eye health, so that everyone can see their best. So can anyone tell me what needs to be done first? Immediately, several hands were raised up in the air. Your Majesty, Dr. Landon, a pretest needs to be done first. Here, the general health of the patient needs to be checked first. By looking at that, we will also be able to detect how one's eyes reflect their health. One of the doctors replied. Good. Why is general health important to take note of? Your Majesty, Dr. Landon, it's because of some illnesses or health concerns like traumas, tumors, high blood pressure and many more might cause the patient's vision to become blurry. So it's important for us to know this and take it into account when making our analysis and end results. With that said, what do we specifically check during this pretest? We check one's blood pressure, as well as color and depth perception. In addition to that, we also check peripheral vision that analyzes how well the patient can see from the sides or corners of their eyes. Excellent. And who can perform these pretests? A doctor, a specialty technician, or even a trained nurse. All right, no more questions. Let's begin with Mr. Isaac's pretests. The entire auditorium fell into deep silence as they watched Landon go through all the pretest phases. Mr. Isaac was even given a book filled with very colorful images, and was asked to identify each color. He was also asked to look at other black and white images as well. In this particular case, they were testing for his depth perception, which was essentially the ability to perceive the world on 3 dimensions, coupled with the ability to gauge objects from far away. And after the pretest, they now moved on to the doctor's exam, where many other tests were carried out before they finally proceeded in picking out the suitable eye lens for Mr. Isaac, as well as what eyeglass frame would also suit him best. Of course, when it came to the eyeglass frames, Mr. Isaac chose his own designs from all the options available too. In addition to that, Landon once again demonstrated how to fill out the forms for offering or requesting for these glasses. The hospital would gather all the forms, process them and directly order straight from the eye manufacturing industry. Of course, for these first few years, all patients would have to come over and directly collect their glasses from the hospital or clinics in the malls. With that, the last lecture was finally over, and Dr. Landon was now at peace. During his stay here, he knew quite a lot of people who had blurred vision. They were short-sighted, long-sighted and so on. So come Monday, he truly hoped that they would finally get to see better. And with that, he would also be able to mark this particular mission as completed. With that, Landon left the hospital in a merry mood. And just like him, several others in Riverdale City were also happy as well. In short, one would say that they were bubbling with excitement instead. The day they had been looking forward to had finally come. So how could they not be thrilled? In one of the local inns, several men were currently having a late lunch together, and very soon, two others came forth to join them. "Have you checked?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The people have nothing but praise for him," said one of the men in a whispery tone, as expected of someone I call brother. "It's only 5 p.m. now, so eat up and tell the men that they can enjoy themselves for the time being. But they must turn in early today. We need all our energy and strength intact if we're going to see this glorious empire. Tomorrow, we set off." Chapter 508 finally here. Chapter 508 finally here. Shoo-oo-oo-oo. Today, the whole place resembled that of a snow globe. The blizzard came with nature's determination, and swept across the land from all directions. The flakes covered the ground, as well as the people who were moving on the streets and roads too. The snow became so thick, and everywhere was light, crisp-looking and white. And at around 8 a.m., the entire phenomenon came to an end. The sun slowly rose up, giving some sort of warmth to the place. As its dim rays gently touched Heartfilia, the stormy blizzard had been raging non-stop for more than 12 hours now. It began yesterday at around 7 p.m., and had finally come to a ceasefire around 8 a.m. today. Within Riverdale City, several men were currently wearing their newly purchased winter coats, which they acquired from one of the stores within the city. Apparently, the city had run out of winter boots, scarves and mittens. So they decided to get some when they got to Baymard, because at this moment, their shoes had already been utterly worn out during their trip here. Your Majesty Sirius. Your Highness Sister. The storm is finally over. HMHM. Let's first eat breakfast first before heading out. You all have 30 minutes tops. And after that, go get the stuff from the old lady. It's now 8:21. So we'll leave at 10 a.m. on the dot. Yes, Your Majesty. Sirius got up from his bed and looked outside his window with a broad smile on his face. Rain or sun, blizzard or no blizzard, he would still head on over to Baymard today no matter what. Even though the weather was previously stormy, it wasn't as bad as it looked. One could still travel within the storm or even walk on the streets within the storm. In fact, he was sure that there might have been people entering or leaving the city gates during the blizzardy weather. Even he had walked about the city yesterday when the blizzard had begun. But now that the weather had decided to behave itself, of course he was happy. No one liked to walk for a long trip on horseback while snow constantly fell on them. One should know that now that the roads were filled with snow, their journey would take longer now. But as he said, nothing would stop him from going to Baymard today. Bro. Let's go join the rest for breakfast. If you continue staring and acting all mysterious and all, we will really be wasting more time, you know. After all, it's best we take advantage of this weather and heat on out as fast as we can, because the blizzard might choose to start all over again in a matter of minutes. Bro. Why are you so slow? Let's go, Asta said while pulling Sirius away from the window. Sirius just looked at him and shook his head wryly. Who was Asta trying to fool? Sirius knew that the reason why he was rushed wasn't because of any damn blizzard. For sure, it was because Asta was a serious foodie. The dude loved eating every moment of the day, but funny enough, he would remain as skinny as he was. In fact, there were times where Asta was dead tired from a fight. But if one brought food by him, his body would unconsciously move and eat the food on its own. The dude could even eat in his sleep, and had even almost choked to death once from it. His body was sort of immune to poisoning and was extremely lanky. Looking at his skinny body, one would think that he was a weakling. But Asta was actually stronger than Sirius in battle. Asta fought with his guts for what he believed was right, no matter if his life was in danger or not, provided he was doing it for his friends or those in need. Aster would always fight with everything that he's got. While Sirius, on the other hand, was the calculative type. The duo went down to join their men, and after breakfasts, they went back up to pick up their bags. Will you all be leaving today? Yes. Okay, no problem. I'll get the stable boy to lead you to your horses right away. Were the horses treated like we asked? Yes, sirs. But they still need to be properly cared for if you want to make a long trip somewhere. We tried to give the injured horses the best medical attention that we could. But if going to Baymard, then there's really nothing to worry about, because they will give better medical care to your horses there. Nonetheless, if you're not going to Baymard, then 2 cities away, there is a famous horse healer there as well. Soon the stable boy came over, and the men quickly checked out of the inn and followed the stable boy silently. They properly inspected their horses before getting on and riding out of Riverdale City in a flash. Now, it was time to visit the magical empire of Baymard. Burning their journey, they were immediately appreciative of the roads that lead to Baymard. There was a massive green signboard hovering over the road that said that the road was called Shanks Road. The signboard also had arrows on it. The road in question had 4 lanes on it, as well as sidewalks for those without carriages or horses. And at the center of the road, there was an elevated platform there as well, that seemed to break off at different points for horses and carriages to switch lanes. In addition to that, just adjacent the sidewalk railings, one would see a massive space that separated the forest from the roads. The space was so big and seemed to even resemble a valley as well. In short, from what they had heard, there were also several traps within this space that would kill any animal that came over. The men couldn't help but nod in appreciation for the whole thing. Without bumping into civilians or carriages going the opposite direction from them, their journey was somewhat shorter than they had anticipated. As now, everyone in their lane was also going their way too. Sirius looked at the entire design and immediately stored it to heart. What a simple, yet genius design. Where would he find such a design again? For now, his goal was to remember as much as he could. But unbeknownst to him, his poor brain would go in error mode once he stepped into Baymard. Baymard, welcome _carrot. Sirius brain, error. Brain cannot compute. Error. Baymard, Chapter 509 They broke him. Chapter 509 They broke him. Time went by quickly for these overly excited men. And soon, they could see Baymard's majestic walls from afar. Finally, they were here. Stepping into King's Landing, they were immediately taken aback by what they saw. Didn't it snow? So why was there no snow on the roads? Was this the famous Baymardian witchcraft that they had been hearing about? This was a mystery to many of them. How fascinating. Whoa, bro, look, Aster said excitedly while pointing towards several buildings within King's Landing. Some looked like they were made out of glass, while others had a sort of smooth, cool textured look to them. Sirius and the rest remained speechless while walking like mindless zombies. And then, the thing that finally took the cake was when they saw several cars moving on their own. Sirius' eyes twitched, as he felt his head burning from trying to find out the mystery behind those carriages. How did they do it? The entire place looked like a paradise in Hertfilia. With the exception of some visitors, everyone else was all well dressed. So much so that, it was extremely hard to differentiate between the poor and the rich from amidst the group. What a place. Esteemed guests, welcome to Baymard. Standing before them were 2 men and 2 women, who had the same style of clothing on. Apparently, they were workers of something called a land port. What truly surprised them was their polite manner of speaking. Even to the port, these people still used the same polite way to address everyone. How impressive. Sirius thought, while making yet another mental note again. Immediately, they followed these workers towards the land port. And for sure, the magical door that opened shocked them silly. And when they showed their VIP passes, they were taken away from the long queue, as given one of the best treatments that they had ever had in their lives. Whether they were using fake names or not, The staff at the port didn't know, but they still reminded them to use their full real names when going through documentation, as this would be used in their passports for the rest of their lives. Of course, they also promised confidentiality as well, as no one else would know who they were or where they came from, unless they committed a crime in Baymard, that is. They waited in the waiting room, while their horses, weapons and other dangerous objects were stored away. And after giving them something called a receipt, as well as their individual storage numbers, it was finally time for them to leave the port. No, Asta refused to leave the port, as he hung onto a pillar within the VIP section like a monkey. The food given there was the best that he had ever had, and he would be damned if he just left like that. No, I refuse. But Your Highness Asta, we are already here in Baymard, one of the men said helplessly. His Highness Asta was like a baby that needed pampering. He was stubborn when it came to food, and was even a little troublesome in real life, as he was a trouble magnet. And yet, everyone who he has ever met liked him silly, and was proud to fight alongside him. He wasn't the brightest person, but he somehow attracted many smart people to fight with him. Even most of his siblings who should be against him for the throne, all wanted to work aside him instead. He was just that sort of person. No, I'm not going. Just tell the whole world that I'm dead. That should be okay, right? Asta said while holding on to the pillar with all his might. But not Highness, said one of the men who were trying to pry Asta away from the pillar. Luckily, they were the only ones within this VIP section, or else wouldn't it have been too embarrassing? Your Highness, how can we say that you're dead when clearly not? HMPH. It's my life, not yours. So if I want to be dead, why can't I? Carrot. Sirius looked at Asta and sighed helplessly before walking towards him. Be good, he said calmly. And just like that, Asta lifted up his head and looked at Sirius with big googly eyes. But, be good. If they have this sort of food here, wouldn't it mean that they also had better ones within their empire? And don't you want to save Brother Landon as well? Be good and let go. Like magic, Sirius' words did the trick, and Asta let go of the poor pillar. Bang! All those that had been pulling him, all fell to the ground like bowling pins and felt aggrieved. Your Majesty, Sirius, if you could get him to let go that easy, then why didn't you do it before? The group then left the port in 3 limousines. Along the way, they were almost losing their minds with everything that they saw. The interior of the limousine was sleek and classy, with extremely soft cushions and other comfortable accessories to it. And the whole thing even made them afraid of even staining the place with their mere presence. This was definitely luxurious. The men had never seen anything like it. Forget about the carriages in the palace. What were those? Please, those were just toys when compared to this one as far as they were concerned. As the men also looked outside their windows as well, from the buildings to the different versions of cars, the trains, buses, people and so on. Everything about the place looked like a paradise on Hertfilia. In short, if not for some snow on some rooftops, they would've definitely forgotten that now was winter time. So how the hell were the roads this clean and clear of snow? Did the blizzard from yesterday not reach this empire? What exactly was going on here? Finally, their limousine ride was over, and they were taken to a 5-star hotel within District D. So this was a hotel. They were truly amazed by everything. And after checking into their rooms, all of them immediately exploded with excitement. Bro, look, the water comes out on its own. Your Highness Asta, forget about the water. Have you seen their latrines? They clean up on their own by doing something called flushing. Your Majesty, look at this one. It's a tiny ice cabinet that they call a fridge that can keep things cold. Your Majesty, listen. This tiny thing is talking. Seth Glaw from the BBC Station 1 here on Moore International News. As the voice from the radio spoke, everyone was utterly stunned. They tried to change the channel as per the instructions on the manual's instructions, and soon realized that this thing could give out lots of info on various topics just by changing the channel. They had even listened to international news on Tariq that they didn't even know anything about. Wasn't this thing too heaven-defying? And where was the voice coming from? They looked at it in awe and almost felt like kneeling down before it in worship. We worship you, oh sacred radio. Keep the channel at the food one, Asta said while hugging the radio happily. Your Majesty, Sirius. Your Highness, Asta, look. This thing is called a newspaper. It looks like another way that these people get their news around. Look, people even post jobs on it as well. Oh, my heavens. What is with this pay wage? Damn, that's high. Wait. Didn't you hear the people in Riverdale City say that the wages here are the highest in the entire Pino continent? Over here, the pay is really good. No wonder everyone is well off. Your Majesty. What's wrong with His Majesty Sirius? Your Majesty Sirius. Your Majesty Sirius. Asta, who was seated beside Sirius, quickly shook him as hard as he could. Bro. What's wrong with you? Your Highness Asta. I think Baymard broke him. Slap. Wake up, bro. Slap. All those watching, grave accent. Your Highness Asta, why would you slap His Majesty? Is that His Majesty's soul leaving his body? Slap. Wake up, bro. Chapter 510. The stage was say. Chapter 510. The stage was say. Pa. Thank you, brother. Anytime, bro. After a cycle of hard slaps, Sirius finally came back to his senses. As he continuously rubbed his swollen jaws soothingly, one should know that Asta was born with some Herculean strength to him, so his innocent slaps were still something that made a lot of people shudder. Sirius looked at everything around him and felt like his brain couldn't really process it all. He tried as much as he could to understand how their cars, running water, light and even latrines functioned. But the more he tried looking into them, the more confused he got. Where did the poop go and how was clean water coming out from this thing called a shower? He felt like his entire view of the world had changed dramatically. Baymard was indeed a magical place. Bro. It says to first go to the bank here, so as to get Baymardian money. So why don't we first go there and settle ourselves first before we inform Neitherlanden that we have arrived? Asta said while chewing on some of the snacks that were left in the room for them. Here, have some water, Sirius said helplessly, as he quickly gave Asta a bottle of water from the fridge. The poor guy had almost choked to death, just because he kept talking while stuffing more good into his already filled mouth at the same time. Sirius looked at the Baymardian map in front of him and quickly spotted the bank within District C. He then looked at the train schedule, and then decided that they would all take the train to go there, and later take the bus or that cab thing back to their hotel from there. Okay, let's do that. And so just like that, they all left their hotel rooms, took the magical elevators down to ground level, before finally making their way to the closest train station around. Getting on, they were automatically stunned at how different it was from their limousine ride. It wasn't anywhere near as luxurious as their previous ride, but this one had its own perks as well. It could carry more people within it, and seemed to take a shorter time getting them to their destination. Maybe because there was no traffic, some of them sat on the chairs, while others stood up instead. They even conversed with some of the locals within the train leisurely, as they also observed how people got on and off the trains as well. Once the door opened, if there were elderly people, disabled people or children around, those who were fit and able, would give up their seats for the weaker ones. Sirius, Asta and the rest of the men found that this act was a very noble one, and couldn't help but nod in appreciation. This is how it should be. Next stop, Azkaban. Ping. The train doors opened again, and Sirius, Asta and their men all got out as fast as they could. Apparently, they were now in District C. It was time to go to the bank. But what was a bank? Well, they had a bit of understanding about it from what they had heard, as well as aimed info on what Landon had given them last time. But in truth, They were still curious as to how this bank thing differed from all those money temples around. And now, they would know. Of course, while they were currently making their way to the bank, Landon on the other hand, wasn't just sitting idly as well. Host. They are currently at the bank. HMHM. Landon replied while opening up the system's monitors immediately. After observing them for a while, he calmly closed his monitors and took out some paperwork from his desk, before calling his secretary in the next room. Now, it was time to connect the Crown Prince with his long-lost family and get that darn mission completed. I need you to contact Mr. Raoul Jamingson from the agricultural sector within Government Building 4 in District C. I have some things that I need him to work on, as well as inspect immediately. Not a problem, Your Majesty. With that, Landon dropped the call and managed his chin gently. Raoul Jamingson. Many people within the government building just know him as a hard-working young man. But of course, he had other identities as well. He was also a prince of Tariq and Asta's little brother too. In short, his real name was Raoul Parsley. But since they decided to stay here and for the time being, he and his family had no choice but to drop their names for now. This was the safest way and place to remain hidden from Noblin's sight. Right now, they were all looking forward to Winter's End, so that they could properly fight and take back their empire when all the snow died down. During his stay here, Landon would typically invite him over under the pretext of work, so as to help him with any issues or concerns that he had at work. One should know that Raoul was learning all he could, so as to aid Asta in running Tariq in future. Food was the key driving factor that made the peasants, as well as the people, happy. So he had to do his best to decrease starvation and famine across several regions in Tariq. That was why he wanted to learn all he could about growing food, properly differentiating good from bad foods, treating land, and so on. In short, he wanted to know all he could ASAP. So any concerns that he had would naturally be addressed within this time, provided the questions didn't divulge technological secrets in Baymard. Apart from work-related issues, these meetings were also used to express any personal concerns too, and well as and secret messages between Queen Jasmine, King Mikhail and Landon. Once Landon had placed the phone call, he sat back and relaxed, while looking at the system's monitors again. Now, the stage was set, and it was only a matter of time before both parties met. Chapter 511 Reunited at last. Chapter 511 Reunited at last. After creating their bank accounts and seating all they could in the bank. Sirius, Asta and the rest all headed back to their hotel room once more. Once they stepped in, they immediately gave one of the front desk workers some sort of card. Yup, that was the card that Landon had previously given them to use when they were ready to meet up with him. All they had to do was give this special VIP card to any front desk worker, and they would contact Landon immediately. In fact, it didn't take long for Landon to reach out to them. Because Sirius and Asta stepped into their shared room, they could soon hear the sounds of ringing. Ring, 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 ring. Ring, ring. Hey, brother. Something is making a weird noise. Wait, Asta. It's that thing that they call a telephone. Quickly pick the top part up and put it close to your ear, Sirius said a little anxiously. He was someone who hardly lost his cool. But damn it, this was the first time that he was going to use the telephone, okay? And more still, they had just gotten into their rooms when the telephone suddenly rang loudly, leaving them unprepared. So how was he not supposed to keep calm? Asta, on the other hand, was as calm as usual. In short, he was more like an absent-minded person instead. Hello, long time no see, brother. Brother Landon, is that you? How did you enter this small telephone thingy? Asta said excitedly. You'll explain it to me in person? Okay then. I'll give it to brother Sirius now. With that, Asta swiftly passed the anxious-looking Sirius. Brother, it's been a while. It has, hasn't it? So how are you all finding your stay? Brother, words can't describe what I'm feeling right now. You've really outdone yourself with the place. I'm glad that you all like it. Now that you all are in Baymard, if currently free, Then I can send some of my men to pick you up immediately. HMHM. Sounds like a plan. Let's do that instead. Good. They will be there very soon. Din. Sirius dropped the phone in a daze while trembling slightly. How was this possible? How could people communicate over such a long distance within a matter of minutes? This was definitely groundbreaking. If this was to be made public throughout the entire Pino continent, then won't he be able to have conversations with someone from another empire in a matter of seconds? This would definitely climb it the long 4 or even 8-month trips that horse messengers needed to go through on horseback. In short, at this point, Sirius was truly impressed with Landon. If Landon really came up with all these things, then his brain was truly something that was heaven-fying in itself. What a guy. Half an hour went by before Sirius and the rest were informed that several men were waiting down at the lobby for them. Those must be Brother Landon's men, Sirius thought. They entered the cars outside and were immediately taken to the palace in a flash. Of course, it came as no surprise to them when they saw how breathtaking Landon's palace truly was. The entire palace estate looked like a magical place altogether. Brothers. Seeing Landon walking towards them merrily, both Aster and Sirius also smiled warmly as well, before giving Landon several best hugs. Now that we've met again, I can finally get to know your names. Ha 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 ha. That's right, you left in a hurry last time, and didn't even wait for us to tell you yet. I'm Sirius. And this is Aster. Good. Let's go. I'll take you to a more private place for us to talk in. With that, Landon quickly arranged for their men to be attended to, while he on the other hand, led Aster and Sirius towards his office instead. Yay! A fridge. Entering his office, Aster quickly rushed towards Landon's fridge and made himself at home right away. As for Sirius and Landon, they watched him helplessly and chuckled. Brother, I'm surprised that you're back in Baymard so soon. Was our mission successful? Sigh. Not in the least bit. You see, I'm looking for someone, but I haven't found him yet. Is he an enemy? Sirius asked curiously. No, on the contrary. He's in danger. I promised his father that I would find him. So I've been sending my men to look for him in every empire within the Pino continent. No matter what, I must find him, Landon said passionately. And just when Sirius wanted to say something, Landon's phone rang again. Ring. Your Majesty. He's here. I'm with some very important guests now. So tell him that we will reschedule our meeting, but have him come and take some documents from me now. Yes, Your Majesty. Brother. Are we bothering you? Aster asked pitifully. No way. You boys can never be a bother. And besides, it's just a regular meeting that I have all the time, so it's no biggie. That's good then, Sirius said, after sighing from relief. Of course, to him, a man with Landon's brain would definitely be a busy man. Sirius didn't think too much of the phone call just now, as he thought that it was one of Landon's subordinates instead. But of course, how would he have known that in a few more seconds he would receive the biggest shock of his life? Knock. Soon, everyone heard a knock on Landon's door. Even though the secretary had told the person to go in, he still knocked as a sign of respect. Yes, come in. The door is open, Landon said calmly. Catcher. The door finally opened up, and in came a young handsome gentleman. The young gentleman had been told that Landon had guests over, so he couldn't just call Landon Big Brother Landon as he usually did. He walked in confidently and bowed slightly towards Landon. Your Majesty, I came as requested. Your Majesty. Raoul looked at the people in the room in shock. Big Brother Aster, Big Brother Sirius. What are you all doing here? Exclamation mark. Chapter 512 Reunited at Last 2. Chapter 512 Reunited at Last 2. Big Brother Aster, Big Brother Sirius. What are you all doing here? Exclamation mark. Underscore. The room fell into complete silence. with everyone's eyeballs almost falling out from its sockets. "Little brother Raoul, why are you here too?" Aster asked while wiping his eyes numerous times with his sleeves. Sirius was also overwhelmingly surprised. Well, wasn't this the person that they had planned to save during this upcoming summer? So why was he here all good and dandy? And what of King Mikhail and the rest? Raoul's eyes soon became watery as he looked at his elder brothers happily. He thought that I might never see them again. But who would have thought that the world would give them so many coincidences? One of his greatest fears was that while he was living on Baymard comfortably, his elder brother Aster would be out the dead, or even sold to slavery and whatnot. Aster was someone who could be easily fooled. So how could he not be worried? When Kamara had made her move, Aster and his family were actually within one of Aster's official territories out of the capital city. His mother had taken one of her few holiday periods and used it to visit Aster. Since she hadn't seen him for a while, his sister and kid brother had also gone with their mother as well. So when Kamara and Nopline struck, Aster and his family, who weren't in the capital anymore, got wind of it and fled for their lives. In fact, if not for Aster's men holding him down, he would have definitely gone back to the capital to rescue Raoul and the rest. Aster was a fight now, talk later type of guy. Even if he had to fight to the death with thousands of bad guys, Aster would do so if he needed to. Aster's men literally tied him up for weeks just to flee with him safely. As for where Aster and his family fled to, no one truly knew a thing. And that was because not many people even knew that Aster and Sirius were friends. Before Sirius was even king, he was looked down on, with many people not even knowing how he looked like. So he took advantage of this and even went to several places while acting as a servant, attendant and so on. To put it simply, he was a nobody back then. So no one really knew that he too was a prince. Of course, it was only after Raoul had once visited Aster that he knew of Sirius' brilliant mind. The guy had really fooled the entire world into thinking him useless. So with all that said, even though Kamara and Nopline tried as much as they could to find Aster, they would never have thought that he was hiding within the confinement of the current king of Yoden. Who knows? Maybe they still thought that he was even in Terik lurking around the shadows. Landon pretended to look at both sides curious, before getting up and properly closing the door behind the shocked Raoul. "Raoul, do you know my brothers?" Raoul soon regained his thoughts, and soon, sheer happiness quickly engulfed his entire face. Brothers. Remembering that Landon had called them his brothers, Raoul was extremely happy that fate had coincidentally made all four of them become brothers. "Big brother Landon, I know them. Sirius is my big sworn brother, and Aster is my half-brother." "Big brother Landon, he's the one you've been searching for." Listening to Raoul, Sirius and Aster became more confused again. Landon was searching for Aster? Immediately, they remembered what Landon had previously said about his mission. Wait. Landon said that he was looking for someone, and that he promised the guy's father that he would find him. So if the person he was looking for was Aster, then didn't this mean that Landon had previously met King Mikhail to have made such a promise? How did they meet? And was he here in Baymard as well? Luckily they had decided to come to Baymard when they did. Or how else would they have met with the rest of Aster's family? For the first time in his life, Sirius felt like the world was really a tiny place. Landon opened his eyes and pretended to be shocked while listening to Raoul. "So he's Crown Prince Aster?" "Yes, elder brother Landon. This. Ha 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 ha." Landon burst out laughing and came forward to hug all of them. "Come brothers, I'll take you to see my hood friend King Mikhail." Sirius and Aster's eyes bulged out, even more, when they heard Landon. At first Sirius was just speculating the matter. But who would have thought that it would really be so? Even he had to meticulously plan and postpone rescuing them just because of Nopline's forces. So how could he not be shocked when he heard that they were about to meet King Mikhail? Awesome. This newly sworn brother of his was definitely a powerful one. As for Aster, his thought didn't go that far, as all he thought about was that he would get to see father. Father wasn't dead. Father was alive. Very quick, they all left Landon's office and hastily made their way towards Rawls' home. Of course, before they had left, Landon called Rawls home to find out if Michael was there or not. "Brat, what's so important that you had to rush over so soon? It better be good because I'm about to make cakes for my door." Pang, lang, 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 lang. Mikhail, who was currently wearing a cute bear apron, looked at the people before him and dropped the bowl on his hands in shock. He didn't even bother to look at the mess he had created on the floor. As his eyes were now glued on the people before him. Was he dreaming? His body began to tremble slightly and his breathing became rapid. As he slowly advanced forward, Mikhail just knew that Landon was coming over and nothing more. So when he spotted Sirius and Asta, his entire body froze up. As he tried to convince himself that this wasn't a dream. "Father, uncle." Before both of them knew it, Mikhail bear hugged them silently. After a minute, he tried to calm him, a leg down, and looked at Landon in gratitude. "Thank you." Landon nodded back on response. From there, everyone sat down and both sides began talking about all past events. Sirius and Asta spoke of how Landon had previously saved them, while Raoul and Mikhail spoke about their own Landon encounter as well. Of course, listening to them, both Sirius and Asta were stunned when they heard of Landon's grand rescue. Did they just say that they flew over Tariq? What device did they use to fly over with? Was it another sort of carriage? And did they just say that Landon created it? At this point, Sirius turned to look at Landon in awe and worship. "Brother Landon, please be my master." Ding. Side mission locate Asta. The Crown Prince of Tariq is completed. Congratulations to the host. Heating the system's alert, Landon couldn't help but smile broadly. Now all that was left was him to get Sirius to sign the treaty. Chapter 513 More Troubles. Chapter 513 More Troubles. In another region far away from the Pino continent, several naked women were currently walking towards a grand mansion. Some of the women marched boldly, while others were scared out of their wits instead. These women all had their birthday suits on and also had their hands tied together as well. Looking at them, one could roughly estimate that there were no less than 100 women within the group. Entering a grand exotic hall, many of them became even more terrified at the sight before them. They felt like they were lambs that were about to get slaughtered in a den of wolves. The entire hall was well lit and warm, and was also filled up with more than 700 naked men within it. These men all wore several peasant sacks over their heads, which had holes on it on the eye, nose and mouth regions. And as they walked forward, the men cruelly laughed and shamed them. "Devils, this is what you get for being disobedient. Don't worry. We will straighten you up for the greater good of everyone." Ha 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 ha. Heating their laughter, several of the women who were previously frightened, were now angry instead. What did they do wrong? They clenched their jaws in rage, as they watched these men laugh and smack their bodies as they silently walked towards the center of the hall and faced a tall burly man on a throne. Unlike the other men around, he on the other hand, was fully dressed, and even had a whole staff and a massive golden crown on his head as well. The man raised his left hand up in the air, and soon, the entire hall became silent. He then gave a fierce look at the women, which instantly frightened many of the women again. And without the man even saying anything, the women all trembled and went on their knees in terror. Those watching the show all sneered at these women who were previously putting up a fight when they came in. The man on the throne raised his eyebrows and pointed his staff towards the group of women below. "The law of this great nation says that all married women should give their husbands at least 2 sons. But you all have chosen to be disobedient and have given your husbands only a single son, or all daughters. It is clear that you all have blocked your wombs from making more male children for our husbands. And now, Adonis our god has seen through your trickery. From today henceforth, your selfish acts will be punished. And we will do our best to correct your treacherous ways, before returning you all to your husbands. You will only be able to leave our grasps if you successfully give birth to a male child after our teachings. But if not, then you'll stay here for as long as it takes. And for those who successfully take in our teachings, by law. If husbands don't want you anymore, then you will belong to the temple of Adonis. You will be a property of Adonis and will spend your entire days here. And to further please Adonis, all children that you give birth to later on will also belong to Adonis as well. I hope that you all can learn your lessons after this, and stop your treacherous ways from here on out. Because it is a taboo for a woman to think, talk less of scheming against your husbands the way you all did. So do you know your crimes now? Why? Yes, your eminence, the women answered. Even though the women weren't convinced, they were still very afraid and knew that there was no way out for them. They were just mere women who weren't even allowed to think for themselves. So what more could they do? To make matters worse, the person who issued out their punishment was known as the divine messenger of Adonis. So who were they to speak? It's good that you know that guilty. Now it's time to begin your lessons. With that, the men all around swarmed in towards the women, dragging them from left to right. There were only 102 naked women in the hall, against more than 700 naked men. They screamed and yelled and begged with all their might. But no one seemed to take pity on them at all. No, please no. Ha 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 ha. Come beg me more. So you revised to give your husband male children, eh? TSK. What's so great about you? Your behind looks like both of my palms clasped together. So what are you feeling high and mighty for? BCH. How dare you bite me with your flat breasts that are as flat the bottom part of my shoes? Do you think that you are all that? You should be glad that I'm willing to touch you. The man on the throne continuously looked at his men who tried to lower these women's self-esteem in content. For sure, these women were all beautiful in their own ways. But to teach them properly in the ways of Adonis, their egos had to be completely broken down first. Seeing that everything was going as it should be, the man on the throne calmly left the hall and walked towards his bedroom chambers instead. And ere he walked, his head-appointed temple warriors all walked alongside him as well. Esteemed messenger of Adonis, our letter just arrived for you a few minutes ago. The man opened the letter, read it and smiled. Our men have already landed in the continent of Ramain. It looks like they are now ready to begin conquest in the name of Adonis. Now, it's time for us to send more backup, your eminence. What about the Pino continent? The man stopped walking for a bit, before picking up his pace again. The continent of Pino. The message from those that went there should probably be on its way back as we speak. So I doubt that there's anything to worry about for the time being. Nonetheless, send 100 ships to Arcadina again. No matter what, we must colonize and unite all continents in the name of Adonis. Yes, your eminence. Chapter 514 Congestion. Chapter 514 Congestion. It was another gloomy winter morning here in Baymard. Last night, it snowed hard for several hours. And only lessen up a bit at around 6 a.m. today. The air was cold and somewhat dry, and the sun's rays were all covered up by the dark gloomy clouds above. And on the streets, everyone was properly covered up, with thick coats, socks, mittens, scarves and other warm items as they went about their busy schedules. Speaking of schedules, today, London was utterly swamped. Ring, 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 ring. Your Majesty, it's almost time for your 11 a.m. appointment. All right. Thank you, Brian. With that, Landon quickly headed towards District C. Today, Landon was scheduled to have several meetings with many association or committee heads, as well as several government workers too. To put it simply, Baymard already had several committees that had been formed a while back. For example, there was a taxi committee that consisted of taxi drivers who had been appointed by their fellow colleagues to handle or make known their issues or problems to the government or His Majesty. In short, Baymard had a lot of committees like that. So when they faced any issues, they would send their concerns or solutions for approval government-wise. After all, approvals could be granted if what they requested for didn't go against any moral standards or make the lives of the people worse. Anyway, Today, Landon was meeting with the committee leaders to listen to what their colleagues complained about. Kachak. Landon and his secretary stepped out of the car and walked towards one of the government buildings on site. They had booked a hall within a building just for the meeting. Of course, in addition to the committee leaders, their government counterparts would also be in attendance as well. For example, if the association or committee leader of all taxi drivers was here, then 2 or more government representatives from the Ministry of Transport would also be here as well, because those from the government, as well as Landon, were the only ones who could hear or approve on any suggestion that they had. "Good morning, Your Majesty." "Good morning, Your Majesty." Landon walked into the already filled hall with his secretary, and quickly settled down before looking at his watch again. 10:52 a.m. Soon, the meeting would begin. 8 minutes flew by swiftly, and once the time was up, Landon's secretary stood up and announced for the meeting to begin. For today, we only have 7 main cases to look at. And as usual, we will be handling all concerns based on those who first submitted them. The first case involves the local Dynasf business committees. Mr. Solomon, you may begin. Thank you, and good morning to you all. My name is Solomon Biter, and am the manager of Early Bird Cafe. I was elected by all the members within the committee to be their leader for the next 2 years. And from my monthly meeting with them all over Baymard, the main issue that we're facing right now is congestion during the early mornings. Every morning, we get a swarm of customers who want to get something to eat real fast before they get to work. And the issue is that they have to leave their cars and wait in long lines and are at times late for work. We just wanted to bring this matter up, so that we can make things easier for the customers. That is the only matter that's currently bothering us right now. Listening to Solomon, Landon's eyes instantly lit up. It seemed like it was time. It was finally home to introduce the concept of fast food to these people. Currently, people were still very okay going into restaurants or other establishments and getting meals. In short, several establishments within major cities throughout the empires all had the same problem that Baymard was now facing. Even small establishments that sold bread, like the bakeries, still had waiting lanes that could make one wait for more than 30 minutes on it. This issue was simple to fix, but human beings generally never thought anything of it, as they felt like that's the way it should be. Even back on Earth, it wasn't until the 1920s that the concept of fast food, as well as the first fast food restaurant, was born in the form of the famous White Castle restaurant. When fast food was introduced, businesses ended up serving twice as many customers as they usually did, because while some were within the establishment making orders, the rest were in the drive-thru instead. This would definitely cut down on the traffic and make things a lot easier for them to handle. Of course, in addition to that, Landon had requested for them to hire more staff that would handle drive-thru orders instead. Everyone was utterly shocked at how fast His Majesty's mind worked. Sure, they had submitted their problem prior to this meeting not too long ago. Indeed, they thought that Landon would need more time to come up with this solution. Hence they thought that after at least 2 more months they would have a feasible solution on the end. But who would have known that His Majesty would come up with a solution this fast? No wonder the Khan was their king. Your Majesty. So we will get professional speakers and microphones installed outside the buildings for this driveway thing? Solomon asked curiously. Not only that, but each establishment will need to make a massive signboard that had all menu options on it. This way, those paying through the drive-by can read on the signs and order at will. So Your Majesty, after the customer orders, they drive to another window up front and pay, before going forward again to cover their meal. In essence, that's the entire gist of it. The workers need to act swiftly, and also need to be well trained too. But not to worry. I'll personally take time off to properly train a few men first. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 515 Rival. Chapter 515 Rival. Thank you, Your Majesty. Landon tackled all 7 problems concerning the committee members. And once they were done with the meeting, everyone left the hall, while Landon stayed back again for another brief meeting. This time, it was about all issues that government and establishments faced. And as time passed by, one by one, those participating in the meeting came in hastily. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Soon, it was finally 1:30 p.m. "Mr. Frederick. Mr. Goodman. You both work within the travel registration sector within the coastal port. So, what concerns do you have, Your Majesty?" Booking cruise rides has become a congested matter now. Landon listened to their comedians again. And sure enough, it was about congestion again. To put it simply, they just needed several travel agencies to be opened up in several commercial buildings. And even though Baymard had no computers for the staff members within these agencies to check for vacant cruise rooms, they now had telephones, so everything was now doable. Essentially, when a customer came to a travel agency to book a trip, the worker would first call the port and communicate on what rooms were currently available. If the customer wanted a first-class suite, the worker would call the port and ask if there were any first-class suite available for that date and time that the customer had requested. If there was, then the worker at the port would register the customer's information immediately via the phone call, and immediately sign off that room as booked. Then the agency worker, who's still on the phone, will also take down the information needed as well, type it out, and give it to the customer. From there, the customer just needs to show the printed sheet of paper at the port, and the rest was history. With telephones, now, their workload would be a whole lot easier. Your Majesty. It's brilliant, both managers said excitedly. Yes. Now, there were telephones. So why didn't they think of that? Simple but brilliant. The meeting went on, and Landon tackled several problems as it progressed. Even the hospital complained about congestion at the drug sector. So Landon had decided on opening several drug stores within commercial buildings as well. In short, everyone's main issue was congestion. Many of them didn't know how big establishments in the capital cities did it. How were those people fine seeing so many people wait outside for hours? For these Baymardians, what they wanted to do was give proper customer service to their customers. So seeing people wait in lines outside this winter season was really something that they didn't feel comfortable seeing. They couldn't help but wonder if the people in capital cities or larger cities were just heartless or didn't care about their customers at all. For them to be okay with seeing several customers line up in the harsh winter season. Or maybe they felt bad but didn't know how to solve these issues. Well, nonetheless. Now that the congestion issues had been solved, they could rest easily. Alright. Meeting adjourned. With the meeting coming to an end and everyone had gone, Landon placed the documents before him in his folder and sighed from relief. Now he could finally relax. But how could his day be that simple? Your Majesty, there are still 3 more meetings left. While Landon went about his day busily, far away on the ocean floor, someone else was also busy as well. 12 massive ships sailed toward Corona proudly. They were men from the continent of Vainicta. They had set sail towards Corona, alongside the 5th prince of the Daferan Empire. Who didn't know Vainicta? At least for now, worldwide, Vainicta and Morgany were the most popular and advanced continents known by all. So with how popular they were, almost everyone scrambled at their feet just to be linked up with them in any way possible. So these men left the Daferan Empire feeling mighty proud of themselves, as they thought their quest would definitely be a piece of cake. And what was their quest? Well, of course it was a mission of love. Apparently, love was in the air for the prince. 5th Prince, Sky Williams, saw a portrait of Queen Penelope, and fell heads over heels with her. So he was here to woo her and kill anyone who stood in his way. He had heard that she was engaged to a common merchant. But what did that have to do with him? How could a common merchant compare to a warrior prince like him who has won countless battles? There was no way that she would see him and reject him. Unless she was blind, crippled or crazy, because no sane person would reject a god like himself. and go for a wart-infested beggar instead. The two were just not comparable. Of course, once he saw a portrait of his rival, he was very relaxed and happy, knowing that his rival was somewhat chubby with no abs or good-looking body in his opinion. For side, he didn't really love Penelope. Rather, it was her empire that he wanted. From the moment he heard that Penelope was queen, he quickly hatched up his plan before others could. He and the rest of his brothers had been fighting for their father's throne for years now. And even after his second brother was already crowned ruler of the Dafaran Empire, he and the rest of his brothers still fought to kill each other daily. So when he heard of Penelope, he quickly decided to woo her, rather than fight and waste his energy on his brothers. Plus he heard that she was a hard nut to crack. And in truth, he loved making beaches like her scream his name. And if she didn't fall for him, then after the marriage, he would slowly poison her to death. Corona could only have one ruler, and that was himself. Ha 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 ha. Your Highness, this bride of yours is really a tough one. But knowing you, I'm sure that she will be on your bed within a week after you meet her. That's right. I mean, who doesn't want to be with a prince from the Vainita continent? Listening to his men, Sky felt extremely pleased with himself. Don't worry, boys. After I marry her and taste her, I'll pass her along to you all to sample a bit. Well, do it like we usually do. The harder they are, the quicker they fall. Ha 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 ha. The men laughed and continued to eat on deck while thinking about how Penelope's skin would feel against their bodies. Yeah, but Your Highness, what do we do about that Benjamin Hamilton guy? Sky from just at the thought that a jiggly being like that could be his rival. This was definitely a slap to his face, and no one could insult him and get away with it. Yeah, Your Highness. What do we do about him? Kill him, and make sure that no one will ever be able to find his body. As you wish, Your Highness. Excellent, Sky said before turning towards Corona's direction again. Soon, Penelope would be his, and there was nothing anyone could do to get in his way. From this day for him, Sky Williams would be Corona's new ruler. Chapter 516 Moving Forward. Chapter 516 Moving Forward. An entire week had gone by just like that, and Sirius, alongside Aster and their men, had somewhat gotten the general gist of how Baymard operated. They couldn't help but marvel at some of the laws that they saw, as well as how much importance and rights that the citizens had. Even disabled people had their own rights as well. It was something that was truly unheard of. Sirius began to take down key notes, as he flew, that many of the rules and laws here would definitely be beneficial in Yoden. In short, Baymard had given him a whole new perspective of how things to better his own empire in future. From the whole court ruling thing to tiny details like having workers who cleared up the garbage at the sides of the roads. He was presently pleased with all that he saw. Indeed, it was a very clean and organized place, where everyone did their best to look after the place. As there were even environmental laws on the latter, as well as something called recycling too. They also had something called a church, which really made him think a bit about life too. He had attended church service once, and had listened to the priest give faith to these people and tell parables with moral lessons in them. What surprised him greatly was that these people also gave donations called offerings as well, and from there, their donations would be sent out to the poor and needy outside the Baymardian Empire. He had heard that a while back, some of those who had received financial aid decided to come to Baymard so as to convey their thanks for saving their lives. Some were just 7-year-old children who just needed medical care, while others were just suffering from poverty altogether. All in all, Sirius thought that it was a very noble thing to do. In short, be it food, schooling, farming, or any other area of expertise. If he were to talk about Baymard, he would say that it was a unique place that sparked a whole new era on its own. As for Aster, he too was completely impressed as well. He just liked the fact that no one was really suffering, as there wasn't really a poverty issue within Baymard. The people here were genuinely happy, and all had positive things to say about their ruler, Brother Landon. In addition to all that, He also liked Baymard because of its ability to entertain one without even involving alcohol or naked women. And so for the past 1 week, Aster had dragged Sirius and his men from one attraction to another. They had gone bicycle riding, ice skating, go-kart racing to even watching magic shows, drama and so on. Of course they weren't even half done with their enjoyment plan, as they still had several things to do like skateboarding. Not to talk of the fact that they haven't even been to places like the zoo, the museum and so on. And wherever they went, he would stop at the stalls and get popcorn, pizza, ice cream and everything that was available. Thank heavens that he listened to his wise brother and left the port back then. If not, wouldn't he have missed all of this? Additionally, he also loved that place called the gym. There, he got a personal trainer who showed him how to do a proper workout depending on which parts of his body that he wanted to enhance. For sure. He also got to play new sports like basketball and soccer too. And while Aster enjoyed such games, Sirius enjoyed playing chess with his father, as well as other mind-intriguing games too. In fact, he had also bought his own games to take back to Yoden with later on. So with everything that the duo had seen so far, they now knew that King Mikhail had made the right bet when he chose to form a treaty with Baymard. Since Aster was going to take over Mikhail's throne, Mikhail had immediately shown the sup the treaty. And while Sirius read through it, Mikhail also shared his thoughts on the matter. From the contract, Tariq wasn't really losing anything at all. Rather, it was Baymard that was pitying in a lot of work in the matter. But from what Mikhail had told him, Landon didn't mind at all. Provided the people from these empires didn't die from poverty, illnesses and other unfortunate incidents. All Landon wanted was to make the world a better place. Apparently, all Landon wants was world peace. So he wanted to create this UN thing, where empires would help other empires or people in need, as well as enforce basic human rights laws too. In short, there were so many things that this UN would do. Which utterly amazed Sirius. But nonetheless, he truly wanted to be a part of this new era. In addition to that, he still wanted to have his men train and be as skilled as Landon was during his rescue. So of course he was game. It would definitely be a lie if he said that Landon's men hadn't impressed him at all. They were very well disciplined, serious, and have a good sense of justice weighing on them. It was like they were trained and thought differently from how knights were. So for sure, he wanted to have his men learn all they could and also fight skillfully too. Moreover, since Corona and Tariq were now on board with Baymard, then why should he be the one to lag behind from such a good deal? Yup, he would definitely propose to sign a contract with Baymard once he met Landon again. Brother, this place of yours truly makes one forget about the outside world. You've really built a good place for the people here. Yeah, brother. We really had a ton of fun here. But Father and Sirius say that we have to leave in 2 days' time, Aster said while munching on a protein bar. Even though he was somewhat depressed about the matter, deep down, he knew that it was necessary to go back to Yoden quickly, so as not to raise too many suspicions about Sirius' whereabouts. That's right. We'll soon be on our way back to Yoden. But before then, there are some things that I wish to ask of you, brother. Chapter 517 The End of the Road. Chapter 517 The End of the Road. That's right. We'll soon be on our way back to Yoden. But before then, there are some things that I wish to ask of you, brother. Sirius immediately stated his desire in signing the treaty, and Landon on the other hand felt like he was on top of the world. Brother, I've actually been meaning to talk to you about it too. And now that you've brought it up, how could I dare say no? Look, I even prepared the treaty a while back just for you. Thap. Landon took out the treaty from his desk and placed it before Sirius, and for a brief moment, a glint of shock flashed within his eyes, before he resumed his normal calm demeanor again. As expected, this new brother of his was always one step ahead in everything that he did. With the treaty in Sirius' hands, Landon then went on to explain in detail each key point to both Aster and Sirius, and just like that, they spent more than 3 hours going over it. Looking at the treaty, and a wave of worry flashed through Sirius' mind. Even if he signed the treaty, he didn't want anyone to know of it yet. Back in Yoden, he had too many enemies at the moment, who would no doubt take advantage of this treaty for their own personal benefits and gains. So until he cleared up everything, then and only then did he want to make it public. He had already set up a deadline for himself, and had promised that by the end of this year, he would clear up Yoden for good. Now that Mikhail and his family were already rescued and safe, he could finally turn all his attention to Yoden. Brother, for the moment, could we keep this matter private? Sure, I understand. With that, Sirius and Landon signed the treaty, while Asta signed as a witness instead. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing another mission, host. Landon smiled broadly once he heard the system's voice. He. Finally. He was done. Sirius looked at Landon's smile and almost felt like he was scammed. Landon's smile right now was similar to that of a conman, if not for the fact that he had already read the treaty word for word. Looking at Landon's smile, one would think that Baymard was the one that would benefit more from the treaty. Indeed, this brother of his was truly passionate about world peace, as expected of someone he called brother. Ah yes. You both said that you will be leaving in 2 days' time, right? Yeah? Well, be heading back this Thursday. Rather than going on horseback, well, first take a cruise ship to Corona, before heading over to Yoden instead. Even though the journey will be longer like that, it will still be worth it. Let me guess. You both want to get the cruise experience, right? Of course. How can we miss it? Yeah. Brother, there's no way that we'll miss all that good food and entertainment, Asta added excitedly. Looking at his expression, Landon felt like he should tell the ship that they had booked ... to get more food supplies on board, because Asta's belly was like a bottomless pit. So, Brother Sirius, I take it you've already seen your family too? Sirius froze up for a bit before calming down again. Yes, I have, brother, he replied bitterly. The family that they were talking about was of course Mother Winnie, Lucy and Biri. One should know that before he was king, all his stepmothers treated him like trash. Apart from Mother Winnie, who was just in her own world all the time. She was the only one who allowed her children to be friendly with him. The weak and trash prince of Yoden. And so he was very used to both Biri and Lucy too. But when that whole scandal thing happened years back, he wasn't in the capital at the time. And once the news had already reached him, it was too late because his father had already driven Mother Winnie away for adultery, as well as disowned both Lucy and Biri too. Honestly, he knew that his father wasn't a righteous man, because while his father treated the first 5 princes well, all the other princes and princesses were treated like objects instead. And in truth, he knew that his father actually loved him. But still, the man was a scumbag when it concerned the rest of his family. Anyway, when his stepmother had sent people to kill Mother Winnie and her children, it was he who had given them a heads up to flee Yoden quickly. At that time, he was on a secret mission, so he couldn't go there personally to help them. But luckily, he had alerted them way ahead of time, and now they were safe. So after stalking them at a distance and seeing that they did live a comfortable life here, Sirius was more than happy for them. Of course, the only person that he hadn't seen yet was Biri, who was in the attacks. But nonetheless, he felt that Biri would also be happy here as well. So don't want to meet them before you leave? No. Let them be for now. When matters are cleared up in Yoden, then I'll come to see them again. If they want to return with me by then, for sure, I will take them back. But the way I see it, I don't think that they would. Father would still be around, so forcing them to live with someone who was the core root of the problems would never end well. What they had gone through at the hands of my father was something that would undoubtedly make them fall into depression if I forced them to return with me to Yoden. Sigh. Don't worry, I'll see them when next I come. Thank you for looking out for them. The men continued to talk for a bit, before finally separating from each other. Landon gave them a photocopy of the treaty and quickly locked up the original within the system's space. Now, he could focus on the upcoming war with Nopline. It was already January 20th, and Landon knew that once spring came, Nopline would send his army of ships to wage war at Baymard's coastal region. So it was never too early to start making plans. With that in mind, he quickly decided that first thing tomorrow morning, he would go to the weapon manufacturing industry and create more weapons for battle. Yes, it was time for an upgrade. Meanwhile, within a secret base somewhere in Arcadina, several men quickly carried in a badly bruised man and dumped him on the floor without a hint of pity. Bam! The man's entire face was so swollen and red that it looked like it would burst open if one just poked a needle on it. His entire body aches so much that it was almost numb at this point. Very quickly, those that brought him in knelt down when they saw their master enter the room. Young master, we've brought in the prisoner. Good. It's time to end this once and for all. Isn't that right, Slytherin? Chapter 518 Provocations. Chapter 518 Provocations. Within a private dungeon, several men quickly surrounded a badly bruised up man at the center. And at the forefront, were 6 men who obviously held powerful positions amongst these men. As for the badly bruised up fellow lying on the floor, he was none other than Slytherin Cord. Yup, after getting beaten, kicked and dragged throughout his journey. Now, he could finally see his rabbit's secret hideout. So this is where the magic happens? He struggled to get a glimpse of the place, as his eyes were incredibly swollen, making it hard for him to keep them open without him tearing up. Adrenaline flooded through his system when he thought of this little rabbit of his. He struggled to keep his eyes open, but when he saw his little bunny still wearing a mask ... he almost felt like puking out blood and just dying on the spot. This was the man that he had chased for years now. This was his prey, his driving force, and his everything. And yet, even at this very moment, this little rabbit of his still refused to give him any bit of satisfaction whatsoever. Was he really going to die without seeing his truly true face? How savage. His rabbit in question didn't even bother about why his face was changing from red to green all of a sudden. It's time to end this once and for all. Isn't that right, friend? Ha 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 ha. Cough. Cough. Little rabbit, we meet at last. Yes, we've finally come face to face with one another, William said coldly while drawing his sword. Sling. Friend, do you know your mistake? Hey? What mistake? Are you talking about all those times that I tracked you around Arcadina, or the numerous times that I've tried to kill you? Little rabbit, at first, I thought that you were a real gentleman. But who would have thought that you would be such a petty person? Slytherin said arrogantly, before sneering at William loudly. Shut up. How dare you talk to the young master like that? Hearing Slytherin's remark, all the men quickly got heated up and looked at Slytherin as if they wanted to hack him into 1,000 pieces. But Slytherin still acted as if he wasn't aware of their death glares. What? I'm just stating the truth. Your leader is indeed a petty man. Even though he knew that death would be the only out for him, he just wanted to go out in an unforgettable way. And that was through battle. In short, after chasing his rabbit for years now, how could he be willing to die without even having a near-end battle with his rabbit? HMPH. In fact, even though he was badly bruised up, he still wanted to take the chance in fighting his little rabbit. No matter what, he had to die knowing that he had at least injured his little rabbit. Of course, the place that he was aiming for was a place that was a man's taboo area in a fight. Yes, even if he died, he had to turn his little rabbit into a woman by cutting or injuring that part. HMPH. Though I'm already badly injured by your men, you still have so many people in the here for little old me. TSK. Don't you have any shame? Heh. Your actions are more like that of a coward's. And here I thought that you were very powerful, as I expected. Rather than fighting me one-on-one, you would rather use your men to do the job for you. Of course, I know that it's because you're scared of me. Yes, you know that even with my current condition, you wouldn't be able to win a single battle against me. So now, You want to use such underhand tactics instead? How typical of a weakling. Yes, that's right, a weakling. You are just a coward who's always hiding a mark, as well as your men. If I'm wrong, then fight me. Fight me and prove that I'm wrong. Listening to Slytherin, everyone within the room felt their anger rise even more. They trembled in rage and clenched their fists, while sending threatening gazes towards Slytherin, as if telling him that he was a dead man. Damn it, they truly wanted to teach this piece of SH a lesson so badly. But looking at their young master's cool and calm demeanor, they could only swallow up their anger silently. Bastard. If not for the young master, you would be dead by now, they thought. Slytherin looked at their expressions and sneered. Just this much was enough to anger them to death. Hee-hoo. It seems like getting a battle with Joe's little rabbit would be easier than he thought. TSK, Mr. Ghostly Prince or whatever you call yourself. If I had known that I had been tracking trash like you all along, then I wouldn't have bothered in the first place. Sigh. Truly a disappointment. Sling. The men couldn't take it anymore and drew their swords simultaneously. Young master, please grant me permission to kill this arrogant prick. No, young master. Let me go up instead. Young master, don't listen to him. I'm more skilled than he is, so I should be the one to end this bastard's life. Young master. Watching these men go crazy really makes Slytherin become more confident instead. He even started coming up with his own fantasy play in his mind. That involved William dying when they finally began their Anian battle. And since everyone respected the strong, then when he finally won, wouldn't these people look at him in awe instead? Heck, they might even want him as their master since no one wanted to serve a weakling. Just thinking about it now, if he could control these people, then wouldn't he be and to fight against Eli and become ruler of Arcadine? He had long been dissatisfied with Eli, who always distracted him by giving him missions that didn't involve the ghostly prince, and because of this, he just stopped responding to Eli altogether. One could even say that they were now frenemies. So why not use this opportunity to also give Eli as payback as well? Thinking about his new plans, he couldn't help but praise himself a bit. Slytherin. Oh, Slytherin. Ref King Genius. _carrot. Chapter 519 The Reaper's Call. Chapter 519 The Reaper's Call. Slytherin smiled gleefully as he immersed himself in his own little fantasy world. As for William, he, on the other hand, had the same expression from start to finish. It was almost as if Slytherin was just an annoying bee buzzing around his ear. I'm sorry, friend, but you see, I can't get angry over something so trivial as tracking me down, or even attempting to kill me multiple times. In short, all those things are very understandable. So don't worry, I won't make you go through an Anian battle when you're already heavily injured, William said calmly as if he were stating some basic facts. Hearing him, Slytherin was indeed taken aback. What sort of person had he met, under normal circumstances, given what he had done over the years, as well as all the provocations that he had just lashed out earlier? Any ordinary person should have already been angered by now and demand him to pick up a sword in fury. But why did it seem like this dude found him annoying instead? What about his Anian battle plan? What about the little spark of hope that had already been ignited within him? What should he do now? No, this was no time to panic. He had to think of a way out, and fast. So just using the fact that I have injuries to belittle me with these shady tactics of yours. So this is the true nature of the ghostly prince, as expected of someone who grew up in this village rather than the palace. What an eye-opener, Mr. Prince, Slytherin said, while secretly observing his little rabbit's reaction. The men gritted their teeth and clenched their fists as hard as they could in rage. Some even made eye contact with Slytherin and moved their thumbs across their necks from left to right, as if saying, dead meat. But once again, why would he care about these insignificant men? Since his little rabbit was still wearing a mask, I'll only observe his body expressions, as he wanted to see if his plan had made the dude angry. But the more he looked, the more stumped he became. Really? What was up with this dude? No trembling from rage, no clenching of fists. Nothing at all. Did this dude even listen to him speak? What the hell? Friend. Like I've said, I won't fight you given your current condition. And even if you were fine, I still won't fight you, Sirius said. Why? Why won't you fight me? Exclamation mark. Because you aren't worthy. Silence. It's your entire family that isn't worthy, you piece of sh. F you. Do you know how long I've been chasing after you? How dare you say that I'm not worthy? F you and your entire generation. TSK. If I'm not worthy, then why would you go through the trouble of capturing me? Slytherin yelled in rage. Who was this bastard trying to fool? He was his one true rival. And no one could change that fact. Not worthy my foot. I see why you are confused. But you see, the only reason why I took proper action against you was because of your only mistake, and that was touching someone that you shouldn't have. Hey. Are you talking about the old hack? Yeah, I touched her. But so what? She's just your nanny, so why are you being petty over something so trivial? Nanny? Whoever told you that? My dear friend. The nanny you're talking about is none other than my mother. His mother? Slytherin was utterly shocked by the bomb that William had just dropped. Damn it. If he had known, then he would have raped her or done something even more drastic to her. This was Mama Rabbit, so how could he not have a fetish for her after hearing that she was his mother? He should have just enjoyed his days with her. So that even if he died today, he would die knowing that his little rabbit's heart would be scarred for life. His rabbit would blame himself for letting Mama Rabbit to be traumatized. So wouldn't that have been a better plan? Such a good opportunity had now gone to waste just like that. Enough chit-chat. It's time for me to collect my depth, William said calmly, while unhurriedly walking towards Slytherin. Slytherin quivered slightly, as fear aloud crept into the deepest parts of his heart. At this rate, wasn't he a dead man? Wait. You can't kill me. Crown Prince Eli would never let you go. He's your half-brother, right? So you should know how powerful his forces are. Yet another misconception that you have about me. You see, even though I am indeed a Barn, he's my cousin and not my half-brother. Cousins? How? Alec Barn only had another brother who died sometime in. The more Slytherin spoke, the more he realized the truth. He didn't die. What a revelation. Who would have thought that the true ruler of Arcadina was still alive after all these years? He was sure that even Alec didn't know that his brother was still alive, because if he did, then this ghostly prince fellow wouldn't even be here right now. In short, even Eli might freak out as well, since this meant that William was indeed the rightful heir to the throne. It seemed like this Eden Barn was really a dangerous character, for him to be able to lay low all these years. What a terrifying man. Friend, you can call me William. William Barn. And like I said, it's time for me to collect my depth, William said while taking off his mask. Seeing his appearance, Slytherin's face became paler than it already was, because even though William and Eli had very different appearances, there were still some similarities between the two, which made Slytherin feel like he was being killed under Eli's hands too. No. You stay away from me, bastard. I said stay away. No. Chapter 520 Slytherin's End. Chapter 520 Slytherin's End. No. Bang. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Slytherin shivered a bit from the intense pain that had just been inflicted on him. Air. He needed air. Bang, bang, bang. William continuously punched his face for a whole 4 minutes straight before finally giving him a second of rest. Spleug. Cough, cough, cough. Slytherin immediately coughed violently, while spraying a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Ugh. His raspy cries came right from his heart, as he still struggled to negotiate for his freedom with William. He really didn't want to die. His hair fell to the front in very thin clusters, as sweat slowly trickled down his body. His face was pale and blistering. and his eyes were so swollen that they remained shut during the entire ordeal. The bastard had been punching him while wearing several massive rings on his fingers, and every time he was punched, the ring would instantly dig into his flesh instead. As for William, even after relieving some pent-up anger for his mother's grievances, he still had an emotionless expression on his face. He calmly removed all his torturous rings, before facing Slytherin once more. You know, I truly wanted to keep you alive for a while longer. But since you dared to touch the most important woman in my life, then there's no way that I can let you live, friend. But not to worry, I'll make sure to take extra care of you for the time being. As William spoke, one could hear the intensity in his tone, as there was a great deal of emotion behind his words. The tension in the air increased steadily, and instead of waiting for a disaster to unfold, all of the men watching the scene quickly took several steps back. They of all people knew how their Euogian master was when he was truly mad. For now, they could only weigh a little order for Slytherin. R.I.P. bro. William, on the other hand, was calmly taking out his butcher knife while slowly looking Slytherin from head to toe. Slytherin shivered, as he immediately sensed that something was amiss. But before he could even prepare himself for what was to come, William had already made his move. Pichu! The knife in William's hands soon became like a third limb to him, as he quickly launched it deep into Slytherin's lower belly, before cleanly cutting off his entire left hand. William attacked so fast that no one had even seen when he first stabbed Slytherin on his lower belly. Blood sprayed all over William's face, making him look like a demon from hell. Slush! As the blood continuously dripped onto the floor, out of nowhere, Slytherin's intestines quickly slipped out of his belly and hung mid-air for all to see. Mother, what the hell was this? Slytherin felt like someone was constantly stomping on his heart in attempts to burst it open. But before he could even dwell on his current pain, William quickly cut off his tongue. Before putting his hand into the opening on his belly, and yanking on one of his lower ribs unapologetically. Slytherin trembled vigorously, as the gut-wrenching pain made him feel like just committing on the spot. He couldn't breathe. He truly couldn't breathe. Did this rogue actually grab onto one of his bones? Slytherin felt like he had just descended into hell. He wanted to beg for his life, but his tongue had already been cut off. So all he could do was mumble and pray that he was understood. Please, just let him die already. William removed his hands from his belly, before coldly looking at Slytherin. Do you think that he'll let you die just like that? Think again. And so just like that, Slytherin quickly found himself sinking deeper and deeper into William's death trap. Was this truly his end? He couldn't help but curse Eli Moore for initially starting him off on his crazed journey of finding the mysterious ghostly prince. Yes, this was all his Eli's fault. The unfathomable sounds of someone screaming painfully could be heard by all those in close proximity to the dungeon. They didn't know what sort of torture was going on down there. But whatever it was definitely the scariest that they had ever heard. And the worst part of it all was that the torture would last for a week or so, they've been told. But while this was happening, somewhere around the outskirts of the base, two shadows fled away undetected from the base. Even though they had only stayed around the perimeters of the base, they had only targeted weaker enemies and stayed close by to them. Of course, as high-ranking professionals, not everyone could match up to their skills, so they could easier follow weaker targets around undetected. But what really shocked them was that this place had a blend of both high and mediocre talents guarding the perimeters all at once, so they could only stay within the perimeters of the base. Anyway, they had secretly listened in on some conversations between some weaker men in the base, and had quickly gotten some information about the place and its people. Apparently, the young men had been talking passionately because their queen mother, who had previously been kidnapped, had finally returned. It seemed that these people typically didn't speak about such matters except within closed doors. But today, something had happened that definitely made them too excited to keep it in. Interesting. Who would have thought that Adenbarn was still alive? No. The most important fact was that the man now had a son, who was actually the rightful heir to the throne. Interesting. It seemed like a storm would soon engulf Arkadin. But for now, both men individually fled towards different directions hastily. They had to inform their masters as soon as possible. Oblivious to all that was happening, back in Baymard, Landon was currently making his way to the lower region. Now, it was time to make more weaponry. Chapter 521 More military weapons. Chapter 521 More military weapons. Landon was currently in front of Overseer Reagan, who was the head of the weapon manufacturing industry. Today, he just wanted to give Baymard another supportive boost by creating new weapons for the soldiers, navy and so on. With the way things were going, Landon was pretty sure that he would have to fiercely battle for Baymard both on land and on water. After all, he had a lot of things that needed to be done before the end of the year mission-wise. Like putting William on the throne. The Pino continent needed to be united as fast as possible so that he could focus on the other continents too. Hence today, he decided to make several new weapons for all upcoming battles. Your Majesty, I think we can do it. Overseer Reagan looked over the new designs in awe. These new weapons were really something else. Up first, His Majesty wanted to make something called a tank. To be particular, he called it the M1 Bay tank. And from the looks of it, these tanks were a blend of both weaponry and cars. So it was clear that he would have to work with some workers within the car manufacturing industries if they wanted to make particular weaponized vehicles. Reagan's hands trembled slightly from excitement, as he looked at the information before him. This. Could they really do this? He continued looking at the sketches in his hands and was completely taken aback. What sort of tires did these tanks have? Was this not some sort of pulley system? Because he wasn't working with car manufacturing, he didn't know if these sort of things were doable. Nonetheless, when it came to the firepower that the tanks would provide, he was fairly confident that he would be able to get it done ASAP. Your Majesty. So if these tanks are badly hit and are about to catch on fire, this Halon firefighting system would be able to extinguish the tide and save the lives of those within it. That's essentially what would happen. The engine compartment would have this firefighting system that will be engaged by just pulling a handle in the car. Inert gases like halon are very suitable for extinguishing fires. But even though they are very suitable for the job, they might also be dangerous to the crew as well. In short, too much of anything is bad. So most of these gases would have certain toxicity levels that are just toxic to human beings. But not to worry. The alchemy industry will produce these gases at the 8 levels that are fit for human intake. And just in case something happens and the halon firefighting system is faulty or isn't working, the crew members will also have handheld fire extinguishers as well. One can never be too sure. Landon and Reagan spoke about the tanks for a bit more, as they went through all safety measures that would ensure the safety of their own men first. And when they were done, they looked at timer bombs. These were the bombs that one would always see in movies, where the hero had to cut the right wires to stop the timer from counting down. In typical Baymard missions, the men only threw grenades. And this was sometimes a problem since one couldn't control the time that they wanted the explosives to go off. But with timer bombs, the men could even go in, place the bombs, and move around freely or a bit before it detonated. Some bombs could even be set to explode in 6 hours time. Or 24 hours time. Like in the movies where the bad guy wants the good guy to play the guessing game and find where the bomb had been planted. All in all, it would be nice to not always hold a grenade in one's hands. This way, they could even blow up their enemy's place in a synchronized manner. Of course, apart from the military, police officers also needed to know how to use these bombs or turn them off. In future, even though the entire world would be united, it would be idiotic for Landon to think that some people won't try to stir up conflicts by creating terrorist associations. So this was where they would use their training for the greater good of the people. Your Majesty. From the notes, There are two types that you want to make: limpet timer bombs, which would be used by naval ships, and handheld carry-on timer bombs that will be used by people on land. Your Majesty, looking at the details on these timer bombs, I think that they would be manufactured way faster than the tanks, Reagan said while massaging his chin, seemingly deep in thought. These ones might look small, but just like the grenades, they too were definitely a powerful force to be reckoned with. Of course the duo didn't stop there, as Landon also talked about two new Navy machine gun models, as well as two new models for both rifles and handheld guns. In short, creating new models for these already existing weapon types were extremely good for battle. But sometimes, what could make one win or lose a battle wasn't all about what one could see. Sometimes, one had to create several distractions to get the job done, and so, smoke bombs were also necessary too. He wanted both several colored smoke bombs as well, like those that emitted green-colored smoke, or those that released red-colored ones instead. Normal smoke bombs just provide a portable smoke screen that one could deploy to hide troops. This one is great for camouflage or giving it the proper distraction to one's enemies. Of course, apart from smoke bombs, and in addition to that, apart from smoke bombs, the duo also talked about tear gas bombs and laughing gas bombs as well. Your Majesty, I'll get right to it. HMHM. If you have any further questions or concerns, just let me know. The duo talked for a bit more before Landon finally left the scene and quickly made his way towards Tim's office. Tomorrow, Cathode would be made known to the public. So how could he not check up on things? Chapter 522 Pose Baby, Pose. Chapter 522 Pose Baby, Pose. Today, Baymard was once again immersed in excitement, as people walked around the streets happily. Do you think that they really did it? I mean, how can they be able to capture portraits just like that, bro? From the news, it's called pictures instead. HMHM. It's true. Even the Baymardian dictionary differentiates the two. Apparently, portraits are sketched or painted, and pictures are what are produced by cameras instead. It looks like when His Majesty was making the dictionary, he really took these future designs into perspective. HMHM. And also, even though you can take photos in landscape or portrait sizes, these portrait sizes actually have nothing to do with actual painted portraits. Did anyone get the news about RI.D's news? What news? Exclamation mark. Well, we have just 3 months to change our IDs. You see this empty space on your I.D card, apparently. This is where they would place our pictures. So we just need to go to the office and take a picture there, so that they can place it on our I.Ds later on. So do we submit our I.Ds then? No. Not until the pictures are out. Once they are out, the office will call us and schedule an appointment to meet us. And from there, they'll take about 1030 minutes to place the picture on our I.D cards and seal it with a clear protective cover, before finally giving it back to us again. Wait. So we'll get it on that same day? HMHM. That same day. Dude, this is not the time for one of your lectures. So let's just forget about all of that, because I'm just too excited right now. Me too. If I can get a wedding portrait of my wife and myself, then wouldn't that be great? Ha ha ha. When our 1-year-old son grows up, he'll be able to brag about how good looking his mother and I were. I can't wait to see this camera thing. And so just like that, several people excitedly made their way towards the different photography studios around Baymard. Some were in the mall, while others were independent buildings within some of the districts. Of course, most businesses that involved individuals having company I.Ds also had their own personal cathode cameras as well. With pictures now coming into effect, it was now time for everyone to change I.D cards. In short, everyone wanted to see this camera thing and were completely thrilled about today's launch. If you don't hurry now, We are going to be late. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. That's what you said 20 minutes ago. Well, they say that this thing can capture live images. So of course I have to look my best. Do you think that it's easy to do makeup? Please, I have to look like a goddess in those pictures, okay? Din, 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 din. A young girl was currently making her way towards the living room in her best attire. She lived in a double-room apartment with her best friend, who was currently waiting for her in annoyance. Jane. Why are you always making me late for every occasion? Well, that's because you love me. Fine, 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 fine. I love you. So can we go now, Your Highness? Of course, lead the way, my trusted assistant. Sigh. I only blame myself for always waiting for you every time. It's really unbelievable that after all this dressing up and makeup, you would still need to take a bus to the photo studio. Bam. With that, both ladies hurriedly made their way towards District D. And apart from Jane, several other people were also dressed up as well. Today, they would definitely take the best pictures that they could. Bing. The bus door opened up, and out came a swarm of people rushing out delightedly. The duo also left the bus as well and followed the crowd towards a massive building close to the art gallery. Damn it, this is all your fault. I told you to hurry up. Didn't I? Now, look at the crazy lineup just at the entrance of the building. Hila said helplessly. Hey. Why cry over something that has already happened? Like His Majesty always said, that's just spilled milk. And you know, His Majesty is always right. It's just spilled milk. The duo continues conversing with one another while waiting in line for their turn. And soon, the moment that they had been waiting for was finally upon them. Good morning, good morning, good morning. As the duo entered, they were immediately greeted by the staff warmly. Of course they were told about picture sizes, as well as every little detail needed for them to make the right choices. Since passport-sized photos were different from regular photos and so on, they were also told about portrait and landscape sizes as well. In short, they went through a brief orientation before actually taking their pictures. Miss Jane, Miss Hila, you both want some sort of family casual pictures that showcase your friendship, right? Exactly, Mr. Photographer, Jane said excitedly. All right. Well, do just that. Now, I need you all to stand in front of this backdrop here. And since you're fairly new to this, he'll direct you all on how to pose as well. Okay, men. Get the lights ready. As the photographer spoke, several men ran around the room busily. And all of this made the duo both excited and nervous at the same time. Seeing all eyes on them, they both felt like the whole world was watching them as if they were some sort of important personnel. Jane felt goosebumps all over her body, as she tried to pose alongside Hila. Yes. Yes. That was great. Now tilt your head slightly to the left. But keep your eyes focused on me instead. Yes, darling. Out your hands on your hips just like that, and give me a fierce look. Yes, I love how using your hands there. Beautiful. Turn sideways and face each other just like that. Yes. 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 Perfect. Pose, baby. Pose. I can't take it anymore. You both are just naturals. UO03E. Chapter 523 Pictures Say 1,000 Words. Chapter 523 Pictures Say 1,000 Words. Pose, baby. Pose. The photo shoot session was something that they had never experienced before in their entire lives. They had done so many poses that would never have been done when painting or sketching one's portrait. In short, portraits took over 2 hours at times, just for the artist to paint or sketch one's nose or even one's eyes right. And if people didn't like it, then the artist would have to start all over again from scratch. That was just like it was done. But this camera thing didn't seem to take even an eighth of the time needed to do portraits. For sure. All they knew was that some sort of light from the camera flashed towards them. And after that Mr. Photographer would always tell them to change their poses. Was it really that fast, or did Mr. Photographer forget how to properly use this camera thing? This whole thing really confuses them a lot. But still, They dared not allow it to affect their pictures. And in truth, they really had a ton of fun doing this photo shoot thing. It really left them confident in the end, as they felt like they were the most beautiful women in the world. Of course, with the help of Mr. Photographer encouraging them every step of the way. How could they not? They were really happy that they had requested for a photo shoot, rather than a normal picture-taking session. And so just like that, their first ever photo shoot came to an end. Of course, once they were done, they paid and filled out several forms as well. Mr. Marvin: thank you so much for today's session. Yeah? Thank you, Mr. Marvin. Not a problem, ladies. It was also fun for me as well. Mr. Marvin, if we want you to take our pictures again next time, do we need to book in advance? Yes, including myself. There are currently 70 photographers in this studio. Both Baymardians and people from all over the Pino continent might come here to have their photos taken. So if you need my service in particular, then you'll have to book it through the phone or here in person as well. Here. This is my card which had my booking number on it. Thank you, Mr. Marvin. With that, both ladies said goodbye to the rest of the camera crew and headed out. Now, all that was left was for them to wait for their photos to be delivered by mail. But as they made their way home, they couldn't help but wonder what these pictures would actually look like. Damn it. All this suspense was really killing them. A few days went by just like that, and as expected, their photographs arrived right on schedule. Quickly, open it up, Jane said while jumping up and down animatedly. Hila calmly opened up the envelope with shaky hands, as she too was also thrilled as well. Shrip. She tore the envelope and immediately removed the contents within the envelope. The first thing that they saw was a welcome message from the photo studio, as well as a pamphlet that showed the prices and so on, for other services that they offered. And of course the last thing that they saw were a series of photos. Both of them were shocked and made speechless by what they were looking at. This was a picture. Oh, my heavens. How can it be so clear? Wow! Exclamation mark. Look at my eyes in this picture. God. Am I really this good looking? This This can't be us, right? Why does it look like we are part of the royal family instead? What the hell? Sure. Even though I look great, I could be looked way better if I just dressed up for the shoot like you did. I never thought that I would say this, but I really envy your look in this picture. And why didn't I put makeup on as well? See? I told you so. Lady Wendy from the BBC radio station 3 is never wrong. She said that before a photo shoot, one should try to look their best before going out there. She also spoke about little tips on how to make one look good on camera. But really, let's forget about all that now. We have a bigger crisis at hand. Jane said bitterly. It's the size, isn't it? Of course it's that. Just looking at it now, I'm really regretting the fact that we didn't request for frame-sized pictures that we could hang around our apartment. Look, on their pamphlet, it says here that their 20% off deal will end next week. Damn it, that's really close. But nonetheless, we must get it done no matter what. I couldn't agree more. Both women looked at each other seriously and shook hands as if they were agreeing to some top-secret mission. Oh grave oh. Gilo, we can do this, sister. Jane, yes we can. Of course, they weren't the only ones acting like this. Those in the barracks wanted their girlfriends' pictures, while some of them wanted their fault pictures instead. Even schools were asking graduates of the previous years to come in and take group photos as well. Not to talk of the press, who were now going crazy with the whole thing. In short, photographs had now become a hit sensation in Baymard. Some really got emotional, as looking at their family or loved ones like this made them feel very blessed to have them in their lives. It also took them down memory lane as well. Grandparents looked at their grandchildren, and could somehow remember the days when they had brought in their own children into the world. And at times, just looking at their children's pictures made them remember their deceased loved ones as well. Yup. His Majesty was right. Pictures did say 1,000 words. But of course in this Hertfillian world, where there was light, there was also darkness as well. Far away from Baymard, Several people were currently begging for their lives in fear. They looked at the tyrant before them and shivered. Of all people to offend, this tyrannical man before them was the one that they most feared. What now? Chapter 524 Cursed. Chapter 524 Cursed. On the floor, several men were currently shivering from fear. They were just poor messengers, so why did they have to be treated as such? Their eyes met the tyrant's, and they unconsciously felt like begging for mercy. Their thin frail bodies trembled as they watched the tyranny place the letter that they had just delivered on his table. Heavens! Why them? As for the tyrant in question, he looked at them in rage while wringing his handkerchief. Of course the tyrant in question was none other than Nopline. He was wearing thick blue robes, and his entire outfit was made even more pronounced with all the jewelry on him. He had several rings on all 10 fingers, as well as several gold chains around his neck as well. In short, the man looked like money. Shaking his big butt on his chair, he struggled to get up from his seat with the assistance of some of his men around. He calmly walked towards the men kneeling down on the floor and snapped his fingers. And just like that, several servants brought forget at least 10 trays of plates, ceramic cups and so on. As people who had worked with Nopline all this time, how could they not know the behavior of their master up till now? Whenever their master attended to guests, he would usually request for empty trays of breakable items. One should know that if their master wanted to kill someone with a sword, the person would have to stand up before he does so, because their master was just too lazy to bend down. So rather than going through that hassle, their master would rather throw objects at them instead. For sure, this was the better option for their master. Hurry up, you fool! Bring the tray closed! Nopline yelled at one of the servants while looking at the kneeling men on the floor in rage. He quickly reached for a goblet and shot it at one of the men kneeling down. Pang! Land! Lang! 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 The man dodged the attack, and the goblet immediately hit the ground instead. Nopline looked at the man, before turning towards one of the guards beside him. Kill him! The other men kneeling on the ground were more terrified than ever. What exactly made the tyrant kill their friend? Men! Take him away! No, 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 my lord! Please forgive me! Please, my lord! Before the man could even finish begging for his life, the guard had already sliced off his head. Nopline looked at the terrified men and sneered. Any of you that dodges any of my attacks, will follow his footsteps. Gulp! The rest of the men kneeling on the floor, all trembled even more, and quickly nodded their heads in understanding. Their friend had died in front of their very eyes. So what more could they say? Sure, they felt angry deep within, but they weren't stupid as to poke someone like Nopline. And just like that, Nopline vented his anger on these messengers. Pang! Crash! Bam! Shriek! Boom! Underscore. Several items flew across the room and hit their targets hard. The servants who carried the trays all acted as if this was to be expected and all took turns on presenting the item in their tray to their master. As for Nopline, he just continued shooting in rage, until his breathing became heavier. Seeing this, the servants knew it was time. Yup, their master couldn't do this for long, as he wasn't fit body-wise to keep it up. With that, they slight bowed towards him and went at the back to make their presence invisible once more. Of course, seeing their master like this, some of the guards also aided him back to his seat as well. And after Nopline felt like he had let enough steam out, he finally began calming down. Nopline looked at the letter before him and crumbled it in his palms. What did they mean by saying that no slave ship had arrived? Of course, even if these shops didn't arrive, he was still confident in winning the war against Baymard, as he had taken into account the worst-case scenario when he planned everything earlier. But still, it was somewhat painful to lose so many people who could have acted as good shields for his more experienced knights. They would be at the front to take most damages from the enemy. In short, he wanted those slaves to be at the front line to act as distractions. Everything would have been better if those ships would have arrived in Tariq as planned. But no. Once more, His grand plans seemed to have failed again. He looked toward the sky and felt that everything was a conspiracy. For the past few years, all of his plans failed one after the other, which made him feel like maybe he was cursed. So he got believers from all sorts of religions to pray over him. In short, he had also specially invited some prayer warriors from other continents too. But after all that, his bad luck didn't even lessen at all. Instead, it became worse. So why won't he think that this whole thing was a conspiracy? He felt that someone in the heavens was really trying to drive him to an early grave. But too bad for them. He would never allow himself to fall into any trap that led to his death. He, Master Nopline, master of the best entertainment dens, would never fall down so easily. HMPH. Within the hall, Nopline looked towards the balcony on the side and focused his attention on the beautiful sky view while sneering. F the heavens, I'll take destiny in my own hands, and I'll succeed too. And while he was deep in thought, another knight hurried into the room and whispered something into his ears. My lord, there's another group of messengers wanting to see you. I'm too tired to see them, so tell them to leave. But my lord, they say that it's a message from Himra. Chapter 525 A letter. Chapter 525 A letter. I'm too tired to see them, so tell them to leave. But my lord, they say that it's a message from Himra. Silence. Well, don't just stand there. Send them in immediately, fool. Nopline bellowed. For heaven's sake, please let this one be good news. Please. 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 Nopline kept praying silently in his heart, as he watched the other group of messengers make their way into the hall. Messengers traveling within the Empire of Tariq, all wore a particular cape and crest that they usually wore when going to deliver a message. Of course, for safety reasons, they didn't wear all this during their journey so as not to go attract thieves. But when they are usually in front of the sender or receiver, they had to put on their official attire no matter what. Messengers had associations spread out throughout the empire, so everyone in Tariq knew their official attire. Hence when the other group of messengers came in and saw the people kneeling on the floor, they instantly knew that those men were also messengers as well. How could one touch a messenger? Wasn't this against the rules? Then again, this was the famous Master Nopline that they were talking about. So it was no wonder that the man was lawless. They all looked at the dead body on the ground and shivered from fear like chickens that were about to be slaughtered. Good day my lord. My lord, we have a letter from you from Mr. Himra, said the leader, as he retrieved the letter from his satchel. Nopline seized the letter and quickly opened it up. He read it calmly, and soon a broad smile could be seen plastered on his face, that completely scared all the messengers silly. Within their hearts, they also prayed as well. Some sincerely prayed that Nopline's wrath didn't extend towards them, while others prayed for him to drop dead instead. Ha 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 ha. Nopline's hearty laugh quickly filled up the hall, as it echoed throughout the place. Finally, he had a stroke of good luck. HMPH. Who said that he was cursed? If he was indeed cursed, then would he even get this sort of information about Baymard without everything going bad? His luck was clearly good, so why did he look down on himself earlier? But just to be sure that the letter had indeed been sent by Himra, he still questioned the messengers on the matter. Let me ask you all. Did any of you get to see the man who had sent the letter over? My lord. Out of 7 of us, only 3 of us had seen the man. He was about this tall, had extremely smooth and fair skin, as well as a small but visible dark mole above his eyebrows. Yes, my lord. And he also wore a scorpion-created ring on his finger. In addition to that, he also said that we should pass on these words to you, rulers of the night. B7 number 05. That's enough. You all may leave alongside the first set of messengers that came here earlier. Go now before I change my mind. Nopline yelled. Of course, for the messengers that came in previously, they all felt like those words were like heavenly music to their ears. Thank you, my lord. Thank you for your boundless mercy. With that, both groups of messengers left the hall in a hurry, as if they were fleeing for their lives. Of course, listening to those men describe Himra, he instantly knew that it wasn't an imposter who sent the letter. In fact, he was more reassured when he heard the specific message that was passed on to him. Rulers of the Night. This was a secret brotherhood fraternity that involved himself and a few influential people and from other empires and continents. In short, one could only join the club if they were some sort of powerhouse themselves. And of course, they would never accept those born in royalty as members. Sure, the members could colonize territories and even take Sumion's throne and become royalty later on. That was totally okay with them. But to be born in royalty would definitely make things more difficult for their clique. The fraternity consisted of people who became powerhouses on their own, as their shrewdness knew no bounds. In this fraternity, all brothers could bring in their henchmen for initiation. But of course, even though these henchmen would never have higher ranks to their masters, they would be well taken care of, and live the lives of middle-class or high-ranking nobles. So the words that Himra had passed on were, Rulers of the Night, B7 number 05. It just meant that within the association, he was the fifth henchman of Brother 7 Nopline. In short, everything else, especially Himru's fraternity ring, made Nopline cast away all doubts about the identity of the person who sent the letter. Nopline looked at his right-hand man and tapped him happily. My lord, is it good news? It's more than good news, it's great news. For our upcoming battle, we don't have to worry a lot. I thought that Baymard had some mysterious hidden weapons there. But from the report, the only mysterious one is the one we already knew about. It's still stated that they use swords, spears, bows, 0026 arrows and even sticks to fight. Ha 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 ha. My lord, I guess we were worried over nothing. Indeed. All you and the men need to do is follow our game plan. No need to worry, my lord. We have faced so many battles throughout the years and have a ton of experience to back up our victory. So how can a newly established empire defeat us just like that? TSK. My lord, I almost feel bad for them when I think of how we will crush them into smithereens. Good. That's the spirit. Soon, we will defeat them and keep their empire for ourselves. HMPH. How dare they think that they could keep such a place all to themselves? Publicizing their empire already made everyone want it. They have no one but themselves to blame. Come spring, well, show them who's boss. Chapter 526 Message delivered. Chapter 526 Message delivered. All the way back in Baymard, Landon was busy looking over several documents on his desk, when all of a sudden, the system's notification bell rang out loudly in his ears. Ding! The host's letter is now in Nopline's hands. Listening to the system, Landon's eyes lit up instantly with a glimmer of delight before it finally changed to worry. System. Are you sure that my disguise was flawless? Is host trying to insult this almighty system? If this system can't even do something as easy as that, then why would this system call itself almighty? The host doesn't need to worry, because this system had taken everything into account when disguising the host. So the target will never know that the sender was a fraud. After hearing the system's reassuring words, Landon immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at his monitors instead. For sure, he had placed one of the system's invisible tracking devices and cameras on the letter, so he could only watch the surrounding areas around the letter. He quickly watched Nopline, as if he were watching some sort of TV show. Zooming around the room, he saw several broken objects scattered around the floor as well as several people kneeling down too. In addition to that, he also saw a pool of blood that probably came from the headless body lying on the floor. This Nopline guy was really a childish tyrant. It looked like someone in that group had angered. While watching everything unfold, it was clear to see that Nopline had taken the bait. The man and his men looked so confident in the upcoming battle, that they even started feeling sorry for Baymard instead. In their minds, there was no way that a newly established empire could beat one that had years of experience under their belt. That was just ludicrous. Landon looked at them through his monitors and smiled. They were indeed very foolish and naive. because no matter how one's enemy looked, it was indeed a taboo to underestimate them. And now that he had led Nopline by the nose, all that was left was for the battle to begin. Now, on to better things. A while back, the system had also notified him that Shinjip had been completed. The issue had been contained, and the people had been cured. Even though they left for the mission in August, they had only arrived at Ngum City sometime in September. Of course, they only used 2 days on the Bakeronian ships, and an extra 3 weeks on horseback to get to the city. Today was already the 29th of January. So those who went out to help had already been out for more than 3 months now. Typically, if Landon didn't know the cure and wasn't here to point them in the right direction, then they would've probably taken over a year to properly deal with the epidemic. That was just how these things were. During epidemics, doctors all wished to find cures, and sometimes worked 10 times more than they usually did, because at that point, every second lost could equal the death of thousands of people alone. In addition to that, the more time they lost, the more room the virus or disease has in spreading to different carriers. And by that time, containing the disease or virus can prove somewhat of a challenge to most. Anyway, Landon was just glad that they had finally been able to cure and manage the situation quickly. This of course also meant that a large population of people wouldn't have to die again from the illness again now that there was a cure. He quickly looked at his monitor and glanced through every part of Ngum City. Sigh. He was really impressed. The city now looked very clean compared to its original appearance, and had even adopted some of his ideas that he had suggested for them to do. Even the people now looked very healthy as well. For most of them, with the help of antifungal rubs, other medicine and just good basic hygiene, their skin now had fewer pimples and rashes on them. And in some cases, it even glowed and no longer looked rough and dull as it used to. Their faces now looked healthy with a nice sun-kissed glow to it. In short, it was clear to see that apart from the disease being, the people also cited many of their other concerns as well. Well, now that the disease had been dealt with, he wanted to personally send a letter to Penelope, to personally give her a full report about the matter, as well as talk about removing the quarantine ban on Ngum City that had been placed there for decades now. Now that the people were getting their lives back on track, it wasn't fair to keep them there permanently again. Instead, it would do them a lot of good if these people could visit some other places and even do trade too. Well, apart from informing the Coronian government about the matter, Landon also had to publicize the news as well. And most of all, he had to welcome, reward and congratulate the brave doctors, nurses, and soldiers who went out to protect those in need even though their lives were also at risk too. A ceremony would definitely be held in their honor, and their names would also go down in history, because just like back on Earth, all personnel who helped overcome the Spanish flu were also documented and properly tanked as well. Their names went down in museums and were even told in history classes as well. This was history, so it would only be right for him to properly document it. If he didn't, then wouldn't all those future history fanatics curse him even in his grave? All in all, he was really happy with how things turned out. And looking at his rewards for the mission, Landon was pretty happy. Soon, he would be able to upgrade the system again. Landon was about to turn off his monitor when he heard someone call Nopline. The person's voice was so soft-spoken that it seemed like it belonged to a siren. Landon looked on and decided to continue watching. Brother Nopline. Am I interrupting something? Chapter 527. What is this about? Chapter 527. What is this about? Brother Nopline. Am I interrupting something? While Nopline and his right-hand man were still immersed in their future victory, Kimahri majestically walked into the hall with her maids and some guards. One look at her, and one could easily tell that she was indeed breathtaking. Sure, she wasn't as beautiful as many other nobles or royals around, but she had a charm about her that could still steal any man's attention from those so-called beautiful women. She was the sort that left several men with sleepless nights day after day. And in her youthful days, Many noblemen had even called here a whisperer of men, as they would sometimes find themselves going soft for this woman who wasn't even as beautiful as their wives or concubines. Yes, Kimara was a temptress. Brother. Am I bothering you now? No, baby sister. Not at all. In fact, I'm already done here. Oh, brother, you're grinning from ear to ear like a little child. Eh? I'm guessing that it's good news, right? Kimara said playfully. She was now standing in front of Nopline, and since there were no extra seats around, she could only create a seat for herself. So as she spoke, two of her maids quickly got down on all fours and immediately acted like chair statues. Of course, when Kimara saw this, she smiled in contempt and gracefully sat on their backs. A good chair was a silent one that took any leg kicking, hitting or sudden movements from her. So no matter how heavy Kimara was, or how much time she would take talking with Nopline, these chairmaids had to stay still like statues, because if they accidentally dropped her, then it would be off with their heads for them. Brother. What has got you so happy? Hee. Little sister, it's about Baymard. Soon, we will be able to conquer it for ourselves, but on more urgent matters. Baby sister, typically usually out strolling about the palace grounds around this time. But rather than doing that, here with this boring brother of yours. So tell me, little sister, what can I do for you? What seems to be the matter? Kimara's smile broadened as she listened to Nopline. Brother, you know me too well. But not to worry, it's not something that is alarming. Rather, I'm just here to remind you about the time. Just as I suspected. It seems that brother has forgotten about today's event, right? Kimara said playfully. Nopline subconsciously scratched his head for a bit before his eyes finally lit up merrily. How could he have forgotten so soon? Today was the day that they would announce Michael's death to the public. Yes, today marked another milestone in his plans. He slapped his laps happily and struggled to jump out of his seat. I'm sorry I forgot, little sister. But don't worry, we still have time before the event, don't we? HMHM. Like I said, I'm just here to remind you to get ready, brother. And of course, I'm also here to remind you that we have to wear the royal mourning attire as well. Little sister, just like mother, always caring and thoughtful, Nopline said while walking out of the hall with Kimara. The duo then went their separate ways and hurriedly freshened up for the major national event. This announcement would undoubtedly shake the entire Tariq with time. In short, there would be both economic and political unrest throughout the entire empire due to it. Time passed by quickly, and soon, it was time for the main event to begin. All nobles, be it middle, upper or even lower class ones, all gathered within a massive audience hall in the palace. Hey! Do you know why we are gathered here? Someone asked in a whispered tone. How should I know? Ever since that idiot temporarily became king, I've been having a really bad feeling about Tariq's future. With him ruling over us, our great empire would definitely fall into ruins sooner or later. I even heard that he even kills musicians or entertainers who failed to make him smile. TSK. That's nothing for that little tyrant monster. In short, I also heard that he killed Duke Pavim's entire family just because the guy refused to send his only daughter and child to the demon's bed. So he killed him, took his daughter and added her to his harem. Dude. Forget about that. What we should be worried about now, is when our king would fully heal. Can't you see that the woman doesn't want him to heal? In fact, I wouldn't be too surprised if she was the real cause of his sudden illness. I agree. That woman really strikes me as a very cunning being. It's indeed very suspicious. Because how come she was the only one that we've seen so far? Why haven't we seen the other queens and their children all this while? Because if King Mikhail was really that sick, then why haven't they showed up to care for him or help him out? In my opinion, they probably killed them all. Hey. Keep it down, we don't know if there are any spies in our midst, said one of the men, who kept looking left and right in fear. Conversations such as these went on for a while, as the men really didn't know why they were invited. They also didn't dare to bring their wives and children along, for fear of ticking off Kamara too. After all, everyone knew that Kamara hated women who were way too beautiful than herself. So many men never showed off their wives in the presence of Kamara. It was almost like a taboo. People conversed in whispered tones until the trumpets were finally blown. Everyone in the hall looked towards a group of people, who were currently making their way into the hall at the forefront. Of course, their eyes instantly fell on Kamara, Nopline and Lecter, and almost everyone in the hall let out a loud gasp. Just looking at what attire they were wearing, several men felt like they were soon going to have a heart attack. What was the meaning of this? Chapter 528 A New King. Chapter 528 A New King. Silence. After Kamara and her crew took their places above the high platform at the front, the trumpets stopped playing, and the hall became deadly silent. Everyone opened their eyes widely and continuously stared at the trio's attire deeply. Who died? Was it their king? No, it couldn't be. It was probably one of his wives. Yes, it had to be so. Everyone's mind was quick to come up with their own theories for the attire. But even though they made guesses, almost all of them prayed that their king was still alright, or else Tariq would be doomed. And just when everyone was still lost in thought, Kamara hastily gave out a long sheet of paper to her son Lecter. Mother, do I really have to read it? It's just too boring and long. So why don't you read it? Lecter said pitifully while pouting his big puffy pimpled cheeks. Kamara looked at her adorable son and her heart melted in an instant. But even still, she knew that she had to toughen up her heart so as to allow her son to grow, as well as to make others fully acknowledge him as ruler of Tariq. Mother, must I really read it out loud? My little baby. Of course you must. Only in this way will a lot of them see you as very manly. You just say what you can and leave the great to me and your uncle Nopline. That's right, kiddo. Just do your best. I have faith in you. So show them how tough you can be. Nopline added. Okay, but do I need to stand? Nope, not really. The king and they are just worthless insects. So of course you can do what you want, Kamara said reassuringly. Yes, her son was finally king. Listening to his mother, Lecter lifted his chin arrogantly and looked at those below him with a hint of disgust in his eyes, as if he were indeed looking at worthless insects. With that, he held the note in his hands and began reading it to the best of his knowledge. The reason why you all are gathered. Wait. I started reading from the second paragraph, so let's start all over again. Okay. I'm starting for real now, Lecter said while trying to guess where he should start off from. As for those below, they almost facepalmed themselves as they watched him mumble, stutter and ramble incoherently. This was the guy who sat on the throne as their temporary king? What an utter disgrace. Lecter cleared his throat and began again. Today is the day that we are. You are. I am. Mother, am I still starting in the wrong paragraph? The audience, listening to Lecter. The entire audience almost fell down instantly. Bro, why didn't you rehearse before presenting your speech? More still, can you even read? And even though you don't know how anything, why do you have to ask your mother so loudly? Aren't you a tad bit ashamed of yourself? Some people in the audience held their chests as if they were about to die from a heart attack when they once again thought about Tariq's future, which now looked bleak, while others rubbed their heads instead, as just thinking about their empire's current state was already enough to drive them all to insanity. Mother, my hands are paining, so can I just drop the paper now? Just try a little harder, okay darling? Okay. Looking at Lecter struggle with the piece of paper in his hands, the audience felt like running straight into a wall. The way they looked at it now, it was better for them to just have a heart attack and just sit all together. So long future. +_+. R.I.P. As for Nopline, he didn't see anything wrong with this nephew of his. And this was because Lecter truly resembles Nopline's younger self. So of course he looked at Lecter proudly. Mother, should I start from here? Kamara looked at her lovely son warmly and decided to cut him some slack. No, darling, just do what you want, okay? Thank you, Mother. Okay, I'm really beginning now. Let's see. People of Tariq, The king is dead. Silence. Everyone's eyes opened widely, as they thought that maybe they might have misheard the little tyrant. Well, that's it. The king is dead. And since he's dead, I will no longer be a temporal king but a what's the word, mother? Permanent, darling. Yes. Now, I will be a permanent king who will rule over Arcadina. With me here, I promise that all of you will have fun while working under me. Silence. Silence continued on until some people finally snapped out of their thoughts and came back to reality. That's impossible. You say that our king is dead, then prove it. Show us his body. Yeah? Bring out his body for all to see. Because unless we see his body, we cannot just assume that our king is dead. I agree. So you think that a royal death ceremony can be the same as any other death ceremony? We want to see our king's body. Many people voiced out their thoughts, as they didn't believe the bullish that had been presented to them. Did this brat think that they were 3-year-old kids? They were also nobles and came from families were willing and wives were lack power hungry as well. So for years, now, that had already guessed the real cause of their king's illness. It was just that they couldn't do anything because Nopline was just too strong of an opponent to take on. So they had been quiet ever since. But this time, they really couldn't hold it in anymore. Damn it, what did these people take them for? And what did this brat mean by fun? Did he think that running an empire was some sort of vacation? No, they had to do something, or else this dimwit would really become king. Where is the body? Our king needs to be publicly buried since he is our beloved king. So where is the body? Everyone in the audience became very heated up, as they felt like fighting for their king today. Kamara looked at the men below and gritted her teeth angrily. But before she could even protest, her adorable son quickly took over for her. It seems like you all don't understand. Guards surround them. Chapter 529 King Lecter. Chapter 529 King Lecter. It seems like you all don't understand. Guards surround them. Immediately, several armed men quickly surrounded all perimeters within the hall. Sure enough, these men were mostly Nopline's men. But for this occasion, Nopline had given them to this little nephew of his, so as to see how he would use them. Even though the guards that had marched in were fewer in number than the guests inside the hall, no one dared to act rash, because the number of guards surrounding the palace was extremely high. Sling. The guards surrounded the men and pulled out their swords from its sheaths and pointed it at the men. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Do you want to kill us all? We are your father's most loyal men who helped build this empire into what it is today. So you can't kill us, Your Majesty. Lecter leaned back in his seat and sneered at the old farts below. Oh, now they knew that he was king? What happened to all the protests from earlier on? TSK. What a bunch of old fools. You can't kill us, Your Majesty. Enough. Shut up and listen here, you smelly disgusting dogs. As I said, I'm now king. So talking to me like that will be regarded as treason. Typically, you all should have been hanged or sliced to pieces just for this alone. But since I've been in a good mood lately, then I'll let you off with just a single punishment. Well, after our little meeting here, each of you can either drop off a finger or stab yourselves on your bellies. I'm a nice king, so I'll let you all decide for yourselves. Now, as your king, I would never lie to you all. So if I say that King Makil is dead, then he's dead. And by the way, what does it matter to you all? He was my father, and not yours. Therefore, I know better if he is truly dead or not. As for his body my brother the crown prince stole it. Who knows what he wants to do with the body? HMPH. You all don't know this, but my brother Aster is very perverted in nature. When I was younger, I saw him making love to a dog once. But I was too scared to say it at the time. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if he wanted to make love to my father's corpse too. Listening to Lecter's ridiculous story, several of the men below actually fainted on the spot. How dare he make up such a lie? that involves their king being disrespected like that. And even if he hated Crown Prince Esther so much, why make Esther look like a pervert? Who here didn't know Crown Prince Esther's character? As for Esther stealing the body, they didn't believe it at all. What a load of bullsh. They really wanted to protest. But when they thought of the punishment left by the little tyrant, they couldn't help but gulp nervously instead. Thinking about how Lecter had proclaimed himself king, they didn't know if they should tell him that he could only be kind once a formal crowning ceremony has been done. Yes, my brother did it. So my father's dead body is not here. But even if there were, if I refused to show you all, what can you old farts do me? I said that the kind is dead, so he is. And the next time any of you dare to complain again, I'll make sure you execute you and your entire families in the spot. With that said, King McKeel Parsley is dead. And now I'm your new king. So kneel down and worship me. With faces full of anger, all of them got on their knees and began singing his praises. May you live long, your majesty. May you live long, your majesty. Heating everyone finally acknowledging him as king, Lecter finally yawned and raised his right hand slowly. Stop and take your punishment. I'm bored, so you all better do a good job of entertaining me. Audience, grave accent. Lecter laughed and giggled while watching countless men stab or cut themselves. Blood stained the hall's golden floors, which made some of the men slip, hence worsening their injuries. Ha 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 ha. Lecter laughed and pointed at the men bellow merrily. Ah, they really made his way. As for Nopline, he was more impressed with this little nephew of his. Yes, this was how one should rule over others. Only by instilling fear into those below you, will they be able to respect you and become obedient and docile at will. This nephew of his truly reminded him of his younger self. Of course, while all this was happening, unbeknownst to everyone within the hall, someone very far away had seen the whole show. With the show coming to an end, Landon shook his head pitifully at the men in the hall and closed his monitor. And when he thought about the clownish Kamatu and her crew, he couldn't help but chuckle a bit. How funny it was for them to just announce that King McKeel was dead even when they hadn't even seen his body. Nonetheless, he completely understood where they were coming from. When he rescued McKeel, the poison in his body would have definitely killed the guy in a few more days. And for them, since it has no known cure, then that could only mean that King McKeel was dead. In addition to that, they really felt no threat from others, so they felt very at ease. Because whether they were lying or not, what did it matter? They were strong and had the power to reverse black to white. So what could anyone do you them even if they knew they that were lying? Ring, 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 ring. Landon was immediately brought back to reality by the constant ringing of his telephone. Good day, your majesty. Overseer Tim is on line 3 right now. All right. Connect him through. Yes, your majesty. Landon held the phone close to his ears in silence, before finally reaching Tim. Good morning, your majesty. Your majesty. It really worked. Ha 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 ha. Your majesty, you are freak awesome. It's truly genius. Ha 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 ha. Tim, calm down and tell what you're talking about. Sorry, your majesty. I was talking about the ski resort. The outdoor section will be completed within the next 4 days. But before we check it out, your majesty, I also have another piece of good news as well. Finally, after 8 months of construction, the Baymardian Institute of Science and Engineering has finally been completed. Chapter 530 Baymardian Institute of Science and Engineering. Chapter 530 Baymardian Institute of Science and Engineering. Landon was currently making his way towards District C, which was where all the administrative government buildings and schools were. Right now, he was heading towards the newly built Baymardian Institute of Science and Engineering BISE. Bam. Your Majesty, what do you think? Is it up to par with what you had in mind? Will this do? Stepping out of his car, Landon was immediately bombarded with several questions for the excited Tim. Landon just looked at the overly excited man before him and smiled wryly. As for Tim, He quickly took out several documents and laid them flat on Landon's car while drinking a hot beverage from one of the local cafes. It was still winter time, so of course it would be cold. For sure, he could have gone in and taken a seat in one of the classrooms in the institute. But if he did so, he wouldn't be able to properly show Landon all external attributes of the institute. Looking at his design, Landon was thoroughly impressed. Just outside the institute was a massive parking lot, which had places for handicaps, staff, students and so on. In short, the parking lot was so huge that Landon was sure that it could accommodate over 500 cars. And to make it easier for those without cars, there was also a bus stop there too. Of course, within the institute, there were several parking lots around each building. But for now, no one except for the lecturers and workers would be allowed to drive in with their cars. For sure, before they drove in, security would have to check their cars and perform other security measures. Just in case. One shouldn't forget that Baymard currently had spies coming in and out of the place. So it was only right for them to go through all of this. Because just like this new institute, all the other newly established schools were highly guarded as well. Without a doubt, in the future, Baymard would allow students to park within the school itself, and even live in the school dormitories too. But now definitely wasn't the time for it. As for the students, of course only Baymardians were allowed into the institute, at least not until the entire world had been unified. By then, every institute within Baymard would be opened to all. Anyway, there was a large parking lot just outside the institute's main gate. Of course the gate itself had 6 massive lanes for people to drive in or out the place daily. 3 for going on and 3 for cars driving out. And at the top of the gate, one could see the name of the institute written boldly. Baymard's Institute of Science U0026 Engineering. Everything looked more or less as Landon expected it to be. Your Majesty ... What do you think? Tim said enthusiastically. It's good. Well done. It all looks great. The exterior is just as I wanted it to be. Now, let's go into the institute. With that, both men walked into the institute. Landon inspected each building from top to bottom alongside Tim for more than 3 hours before finally calling it quits. Overall, the entire place really looked a lot similar to his university back on Earth. The institute would cater to all engineering majors and science majors too. There were several cafeterias, as well as several classrooms, halls, conference rooms, offices and laboratories for both the students and lecturers. The buildings were indeed beautifully crafted and looked extremely inspirational as well. There were also statues around that looked like Tuits, as well as a statue of Landon too. After all, as the founder of the institute, it definitely made sense to create a statue of him as well. In short, Landon was utterly impressed with what he saw. As for Tim, he too was overly excited when he heard Landon praise for their work as well. Your Majesty, when will the institute be open for all? I want the first semester to begin this spring. But of course before we need to make the necessary preparations. Meaning that we need to release the news now, so as to let people prepare for admittance into the institute. So we need to go through the results of those who just graduated the December, or even a while back, and look through it all to see their weak points and strong points. This way, we could aid and guide them in choosing the right engineering discipline for them. I see, Your Majesty. So just like the other schools around Baymard that enroll graduates, will this one also allow them to work part-time, as well as study too? Yes, it will operate in that same manner, Landon said while stroking his chin. One should know that in this era at the age of 15, everyone had already come of age. And many people felt it was somewhat ridiculous to go to school without working. Take for example healers. They would learn under a master and take a certain percentage every time they assisted in healing a patient. And the same thing went for knights as well. They too got paid by their master monthly, just by training and being strong. So with Baymard's institutes and schools, if Landon didn't find a way to pay the students, then most of them wouldn't feel like going there at all. After all, Many of them would just prefer to look for any engineering job right off the bat after graduation. That's why Landon had decided to make an additional rule from here on out that only graduates who were currently enrolled in this institute could get engineering jobs in the lower region. And while they were studying, they were to also take on several high-paying part-time jobs as junior engineers within many of the industries within the lower region. This way, they would be able to get money to pay for their bills and so on. Landon wanted to slowly ease in the concept of a university to the people of this era, so that in future people would find it normal to continue schooling even if they didn't get paid. Now the official adult age was 15, but Landon hoped that all of this would soon change it with time, as he slowly wanted to change it to 19. But for now, he would offer the people both knowledge and work. Chapter 531 Baymardian Institute of Science and Engineering 2. Chapter 531 Baymardian Institute of Science and Engineering 2. Your Majesty. I think that would be for the best, Tim said while looking towards the sky deep in thought. In truth, he too liked the idea of this institute. He felt like it would really increase productivity in the lower region over time. One should know that most of the engineers in the lower region spent their time teaching the newly hired graduates while on the job. This was typically hard because the newly hired graduates only came in with basic knowledge of physics, chemistry and so on, since they still graduated with high school knowledge. But now with this institute, they would learn the theoretical part, as well as do several lab classes and part-time jobs in the lower industry as junior engineers. Now when the engineers talked about something like pump specifics and so on, these new engineers might be able to learn faster due to some theoretical knowledge that they might be acquired in the institute. For sure, it would definitely increase everyone's productivity in the long run. So how could Tim not be happy? Your Majesty. I think that the engineers in the lower region would really appreciate this institute. This would free them up a bit. So starting from this year, all new recruits must be enrolled in the institute. As for the institute's lecturers, since construction is now completed, I'll need you to make a list of engineers in the lower industry that would make good lectures. Of course they could keep their jobs in the lower region, but their hours would be cut down and replaced by their teaching hours instead, as well as the time it would take for them to prepare for lectures, mark exams and whatnot. So in essence, I want them to work part-time in the lower region for the time being. Your Majesty. So you want me to pick people from all engineering disciplines that are available in Baymard? Yes. I need you to select at least 10 engineers from each discipline for now. As lecturers, some of them might teach more than one course. So I think that this would be more than enough for the time being. Some will teach lab courses while others will teach theoretical courses only. And if these engineers couldn't handle the workload, then we will just recruit more engineers that aid them in handling it all. As for the institute security guards, cleaners, cafeteria staffers and so on, don't worry, I'll deal with that part. And while we are at it, I want you to get everyone together quickly and schedule an appointment immediately before the end of the week. We need to deal with this as soon as possible. Not a problem, Your Majesty. I'll do just that. For now, well, first put out the news on enrollment. And while that's going on, I'll also do my best to gather the lecturers as well. Good. With that, both men left the institute and drove towards the Ski U0026 snowboarding resort instead. Landon looked at the place for a bit and instantly burst into laughter. After 4 days max, people would be able to ski, snowboard, sled, or even ride on a snowmobile. In short, they would be able to do all external snow activities. It was fairly easy to make this part of the resort, as all they did was clear the area and level it up to look like a slope. Of course, once that was done, the winter did its own part by covering up the entire place with snow. And in addition to that, they had also created several ski lifts that presented moving seats that would take customers from the top of the hill to the bottom and vice versa. More still, there was the main lobby building at the top of the slope. This building was only the resort's temporary lobby building, as the real one was still under construction for now. Anyway, this unifloor temporary building just had bathrooms, a cafeteria area, a lobby region, equipment row, security rooms, a clinic and other storage and safety rooms. It was fairly built just for external activities in mind. But when it concerned indoor resort activities, this would definitely have to wait until construction was finally completed. Of course, another thing that pleased Landon was that those dome-shaped homes were also completed as well. These homes allow people to look over the sky at night, as the good of the dome would look like glass to the visitors. It would give them the feeling of sleeping outdoors in the woods in nature's bosom. This experience would be extremely different from many of the hotels in Baymard, so Landon was sure that it would be a hit for many of the visitors, especially the Baymardians who were now used to living in good homes. That's why the booking of these rooms might be really crazy all year round. As for what they were putting the finishing touches on, it was more so like some doing last-minute cleaning. They just had to carry on another test on the lifts, to see if they were still working properly. Of course, other machines, and even basic things like checking the toilets once more, needed to be done before the place officially opened to the public. Tim, the advertisements for the resort's launching had already been some 3 weeks ago, and the staff had already been employed and begun their training around that time too. So right now, we just have to make sure that everyone is ready to receive our guests. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I think they are. But I have to admit that at the beginning of construction, I felt like these dome-shaped rooms were too basic to attract anyone's attention. But after putting the finishing touches, as well as designing the interior to give off a mystical vibe, I finally understand what you meant, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. I might actually be the first person to book the room just for the experience alone. And when the ice rooms are also completed, I'll also book those ones too, Tim said while closing the car door. Landon smiled back and drove them out of the resort. Ding. The host has a new rescue mission. Chapter 532 Enemies All Around. Chapter 532 Enemies All Around. Ding. The host has a new rescue mission. Landon blinked in surprise and a bit of confusion. His eyes became even more alert as he quickly glanced at the mission. The system didn't tell him who he was rescuing. It only stated that he should go towards the north of Arcadina by February 27th latest. In short, all it did was give Landon a map of where he was supposed to be for the rescue mission. In addition to that, the mission required H to drive outside Baymard with reliable enclosed army transport vehicles for this mission. Looking at it, if he used cars, he should be within his destination within a week and 3 days. That is if he added time for bad roads and other unprecedented things happening to him and his team on this rescue mission. Luckily, sleep wasn't one of the issues they could work about, as drivers could switch and sleep as they rode forward. If this was summer or fall, he would definitely use the hot air balloons instead. But it was currently winter, and him using hot air balloons to travel was just too risky and daring. Firstly, the air up in the sky would be extremely cold, freezing and unbeatable for one to just breathe in just like that. It might actually be very dangerous for one's health. Secondly, at such high altitudes, since the entire air balloon is exposed, the gas tank will definitely freeze up. This would lead to the impending doom of himself and his men. And if snow actually fell into the basket during flight, this will make their basket weigh down. One should know that when designing the hot air balloon, the maximum weight needed to keep the balloon up with no accidents was also put into mind when making it. So if snow filled the basket and added on more weight to the overall contraption then it would really be bad. In short, the system was right when it wanted him to use some of the newly developed military transport vehicles for this mission. Any other method of transportation would either be too risky or too long. Landon looked at the mission board and frowned. System ... Am I rescuing just one person? Maybe ... Maybe not host. The number of rescued people will depend solely on the host to decide. Landon rubbed his head for a while, more confused than ever. Was he just supposed to reach that location on the map and save those in need? And for real, who was he actually saving? Of course, there is one particular person that the host must save. But the host doesn't need to worry by who the mission is now, because once the host gets there, he will understand what or who he really has to save. For now, the host just needs to take enough men for the mission. Because right at this moment, several enemies are individually targeting the person that needs to be saved. So the host should do his best. Listening to the system, Landon decided not to think about it a lot, because the mission would be done no matter what, since failure would result in his death. As punishment from the system, he quickly looked at his calendar and began making plans for his departure day on Thursday, February 27th, which was 4 weeks from now. Of course, even though he was leaving on the 27th, based on everything, he should be arriving a week and a few days after, so he should be arriving sometime in early March. But for sure, while he was busy with that, just like the system had said, right at this very moment, others were also making plans to take down Landon's rescue target. A secret base somewhere between the north and central part of Arcadina. In a well-lit room, a young man who was only wearing a bedrobe calmly sat on the edge of his bed. Even though he was completely naked underneath the robe, he still didn't bother to tie up his robe or cover his nudity. He left the robe free and unbothered while sitting on his bed deep in thought. And kneeling before him was a hooded man in black, who was trying to distract himself from the fact that his master's privates were just too close to his face. "Your Highness, that's all the information that I could gather without getting caught," said the hooded man, who was struggling to concentrate on reporting his findings in the face of his master junk. "Your Highness, can you please cover up?" As for who his master was, well, it was none other than Eli Barn. Ha 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 ha. Thanks to that fool, we've now been able to locate this brother of mine, or should I say, cousin. Eli smiled cruelly, as he thought of how good his fortune was. Because even though Slytherin lost the battle, the fool still had greatly helped him by being a prisoner for William. Yes, it was because of this that Elis man had finally found William's main hideout. This was truly a celebratory occasion to Eli, because even though Slytherin was more obsessed than he was in finding the ghostly prince, it didn't mean that he too had no concern on the matter at all. On the contrary, he also sent several men to search for William day and night, as he was fearful that he would somehow take his throne away from him in a blink of an eye. But now that he knows where William was, he somehow felt more confident than he had ever been in his entire life. Ha 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 ha. His loud harsh crackle of laughter echoed across the entire room, as if it were ripples in a still kind after a stone had been thrown into it. His face had a look of satisfaction mastered on it, as he was deeply complimenting himself secretly. Who had found William's hideout? Him that who? And who was the smartest man in Arcadina? Of course him. What ghostly prince? Please. If he were that sitting, then how could his man find his main hideout just like that? Ha 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 ha. Eli really felt great. This time, he would definitely bring William down. This time, he would be the winner. Chapter 533 Enemies All Around 2. Chapter 533 Enemies All Around 2. Eli smiled gleefully, as he felt like a kid who just got all their Christmas wishes answered. Indeed, it was definitely his time to shine. No one other than himself could be the next ruler of Arcadina. "Your Highness, are we really not going to rescue Mr. Slytherin?" asked the hooded man, who had immediately pulled Eli out of Wonderland and back to reality. Eli frowned and calmly got up from his bed. He walked towards the hooded man and stopped directly in front of him in a very close manner. They were so close that if the hooded man were to stick his tongue out, it would undoubtedly touch Eli's lower privates. "Your Highness, please, begging you, can you just cover up a tad bit? Did I maybe say something that made you mad? If not, Then why are you right in my face like this? The hooded man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What sort of situation had he found himself in? He tried his best to maintain his composure while waiting for Eli to make his point. You actually want me to waste my resources in saving that fool? The fool had never been of any use to me ever since the day that he lost to the ghostly prince. The fool had been wasting my money, as well as my resources for the past few years with no yields. So why should I go out and save him? More still, a dog that doesn't obey its master is as good as dead. Over the last few years, he hasn't accepted any of the missions given to him, unless it concerned the ghostly prince. I had one day told him that his obsession would kill him. As I was right, the bloody good truly got what he deserved. Eli said arrogantly, "But your highness, this is the great Slytherin Court that we are talking about. He is one of the most intelligent men that we can ally with. His forces will definitely aid us in fighting against your father and your siblings. Your highness, we need him too, Caprus. We don't him." As for his intelligence, I will admit that Slytherin is indeed an intelligent man. But that was before he became obsessed. You see, over the years, the fool had become redundant and daft with every loss he had from his encounters with the ghostly prince. He had slowly lost confidence in himself, as well as his men. And even if I wanted to rescue him, it would be utterly impossible now. After touching that man's mother, do you really think that he would still be alive to this day? TSK, for sure. He's already dead, Eli said, while finally walking away from the hooded man whose name was Caprus. Caprus breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw his master step away from his face. Thank the ancestors, he thought. Your highness, with Slytherin's matter out of the way, what about Adenban? Do we tell your father that his brother had somehow come back from the dead? No, we keep my father out of this. Even though it would be beneficial for my father to fight Uncle Anianon, I would prefer to keep him out of the matter for now. Father has already gathered his army, and is already preparing for war with Baymard. I just received a letter that he is planning to go out 2 weeks from now, so that sometime in spring, he would be able to launch a full-scale attack on Baymard. So you see, I need him to be the escapeman and fight that bastard brother of mine. Because if he found out that Aden was alive, he would unquestionably get distracted from dealing with Baymard. Caprus. Our goal is to have both Arkadina and Baymard under our rule. So never forget that. Yes, your highness. Good. From what I've said, it seems like this uncle of mine had given all his powers to my cousin. So the only person that we truly need to keep a lookout for is my cousin. With that said, since no one saw you go in and out of the place, that means that we have one advantage up our sleeves. Your highness. Are you saying that we should attack them now? Yes, Caprus. Let's give them the element of surprise. Brilliant, your highness. Their base is only a 3-week ride from ours. So if we give them a surprise attack, then we can finish them off without even giving them a chance to call for backup. It's good that you fully understand my plans. So quickly round up the men and prepare them for battle. I'm presently waiting for another message from the south. So we will set off 2 weeks from now and arrive sometime in early March. This time, nothing and no one will be able to save this sweet cousin of mine from death. While Eli was preparing for his so-called surprise attack, unbeknownst to him, someone else was also making and as well. When Slytherin had been caught previously, 2 unidentified men chased him right into William's den. One was Elis Man, and the other was someone who no one would ever suspect. Life was truly f***ing great. In another base close to Elis' secret base, a tall burly man currently had his back facing a masked man who was kneeling down before him. Ha 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 ha. I knew that this stingy brother of mine was hiding something from me. He was too quiet and suspicious all of a sudden. But luckily, I took your advice a year ago and secretly followed this Slytherin fellow who you said was my brother's subordinate. In addition to that, we managed to locate my brother's base here and built our own secret base close to his. This way, we can observe the bastard without even knowing it. I'm really glad that mother had gifted you to me, Gavo. because never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that things would get this juicy all of a sudden. Ha 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 ha. To actually think that I have a cousin who is actually the real heir to the throne is really something else," the burly man said, before finally turning around to face his subordinate. And of course, the burly man was none other than Connor Barn. Chapter 534 Enemies All Around 3. Chapter 534 Enemies All Around 3. Connor smiled playfully when he thought of all the fun that he was going to have with this cousin of his. And just like how Eli didn't want to tell Alec about Aiden's existence, Connor also wanted to keep the latter a secret as well. Of course, he had made that decision based on the advice that Gavo had given him. One should know that from the moment he had seen Baymard, he had been utterly convinced that it would definitely be a force to be reckoned with in the nearest future. And so he didn't want to leave such a good thing with that bastard brother of his. If he did, then in the future wouldn't it all fall into ruins? Others might believe that Landon was the one who came up with those ideas, but Connor did not, after growing up with Landon, torturing and bullying him constantly. How could he believe that the bastard had grown strong without the help of a wise teacher? Yes, it must be so. In his mind, Landon was probably a disciple of some renowned man who knows all these heavenly things. So with that sort of mindset, of course, Connor left 2 of his men behind in Baymard just to check up on the matter. Because once he found this godly teacher, then he would do everything he could to become the man's disciple. He would kick Landon out of the man's heart, and then expose Landon, making him lose all the glory that he had been receiving so far. Besides, how can someone as undeserving as Landon handle ruling an empire? Even though Baymard was now fine, Connor still believed that it was the godly teacher that held it up. So if the teacher passed away or left, wouldn't Baymard just fall into ruins? There was no doubt in Connor's mind that Landon would sooner or later be the downfall of Baymard. So as a fine human being and a good lover of fine things, how could he just let Landon mess it up? In fact, he was no longer interested in Arkadina. Now, his eyes were firmly set on Baymard. So how could he inform his father about Aiden? He truly hoped that Alec would remove Landon from Baymard's throne. And even if he wanted to inform Alec about the matter, it would be too late, because by the time the letter got there, Alec would have been long gone with his men towards Baymard. Again, another reason why he decided to keep it away from Alec was because he truly wanted to blindside that father of his. Because to be honest, he really felt doubtful that Aiden could win against his father that had multitudes of public and hidden men scattered all across Arkadina. So if Aiden launched a surprise attack, then maybe he would have given a big enough blow to wipe out at least 70% of Alec's forces. As for the reason why he had been following Eli closely after they left Baymard, was also because he saw the cunning look in the swindler's eyes. Without Eli even saying anything, Connor was already very sure that Eli wanted Baymard all to himself as well. To be honest, he too would have wanted Baymard if he was Eli too, since he also couldn't sit on Arkadina's throne anytime soon too. With Alec hugging the throne so closely, how can Eli have a chance to become its ruler? The only way that would happen is if Eli took it from Alec over his dead cold body. With a man that wasn't willing to step down from the theme, only death would be the best option here. But even if Connor understood Eli's reasoning and situation, that didn't mean that he would still be happy that Eli wanted both Arkadina and Baymard. Ah! What a greedy bastard! Connor thought. Gavo, do you think that this cousin of yours is the one responsible for your stepsister's predicament? Your Highness, it will be utterly impossible for such a man to involve himself in such petty matters. Rather, it's most likely that Her Highness Carrie had angered someone else instead. HMPH. I always knew that her high and mighty attitude, as well as her sharp tongue, would be the need of her. And I was right. Just look at what she had become, a royal cripple. Not even her SL of a mother than save her now, Connor said while walking towards a table filled with fruits on it. He unhurriedly picked up an apple and began chewing on it slowly. Gavo, ever since my mother entrusted you to me, every decision that you've made so far, always ended up in good results. So now, What do we do now that we've found my cousin's main base, if I may suggest, your highness? Currently, we need more men in our camps if we want to take over Baymard. The campaign on Baymard is our top priority, so we must make use of everything at our disposal. Your highness, don't forget that no one saw me sneak in and out of the camp, so they would definitely not be prepared for any surprise attacks launched at them. And in addition to that, your brother and his men also don't know about what this matter. So can do this swiftly and add our forces before they notice us. With that said, I propose that we leave sometime next week, your highness, Gavo said, while slightly bowing at Connor. Connor fell into deep silence for a while, before finally nodding his head at Gavo. I agree with you. We do need more men in our campaign. So when do you think that we should set out? Your highness, I think that we should leave sometime this week. But for safety reasons, I think that we should pass through the Forest of Misfortune. This is the only way for us to move our men around, without your brother Eli Barn finding anything about it. Of course, if we leave immediately and use this path, then we should be able to arrive sometime in early March, Gavo said while pointing at a certain path on his map. All right. Prepare the men immediately. Yes, your highness. With that, both Eli and Connor individually prepared their attack against William and his family. And while this was going on, far away in Baymard, several people were also making their moves as well, but whether they would succeed or not was something that only time could tell. Chapter 535 Dangerous Men. Chapter 535 Dangerous Men. Back in Baymard, things were getting a little bit heated up for some people. In Baymard's male high-tech security prison, several grader prisoners were currently having their meal in the prisoner cafeteria. This prison was for men only, as women also had their own high-tech prison just on the other side of District B. The prisons themselves had several sectors where different danger level prisoners were kept. Each sector was as big as two large estates joined together. These sectors held different high-tanking prisoners, which were ranked from class prisoners all the way through S-class prisoners. These prisoners were kept separately, because they didn't want the strong to prey on the weak or even kill the lower-ranked prisoners. Also, with some of the psychos that they had been getting, it would be utterly wicked of them to do so. Hence, they could only divide the prisoners up like so. Nonetheless, this didn't mean that there weren't any agreements or fights within the sectors. One should know that even the sector filled with the lowest-ranking prisoners still had people who had already cemented themselves as the toughest within the groups. Each sector was as large as two estates joined together, so they had their own personal cafeteria, basketball court, church services and so on. In fact, prisoners knew that there were other sectors within the prison, but ever since they got in, they had never seen prisoners from the other sectors, even when they were engaged in sporty outdoor activities. In short, the whole place had been designed in such a way that allowed each sector to take in the great outdoors, without people from these sectors catching a glimpse of each other. But nonetheless, they knew of the existence of these other sectors. Since the prisoners also upgraded or downgraded and got transferred from one sector to another as well. For example, some prisoners who were previously class prisoners quickly became the big losses of their sectors with their abilities, and because of this, they easily bullied or injured several other inmates in their sector. Their abilities slowly grew until they were now seen as Bleeville prisoners instead. Of course, from there, they were immediately transferred to the Bleeville sector instead. So with all that said, some prisoners saw this as a promotion, while others saw this as a death sentence. There were many ridiculous wild tales going on about the inmates of other sectors, which greatly frightened some of the prisoners. As they didn't want to die here anytime soon, prison life was already extremely hard for them and felt like hell. So why would they want to add more troubles in their plates? In short, a majority of prisoners had already started reforming themselves as they reflected on their past behavior in the outside world. And of course, with the Baymardian Bible by their side, and the priests that arrived for Sunday services, Many of them had already begun changing their ways. So changing sectors and going up a rank was instead seen as a death sentence to this category of people, which mostly included lower-ranking prisoners. But for some, it felt like an acknowledgement of strength, as they still held on to their belief that the strong should prey on the weak. These people gladly walked out of the lower-ranking sectors and climbed up the ranks merrily. Of course, the only sector that didn't have to go through all of this was the one that held this class prisoners in it. This one had its entire sector underground instead. Prisoners in this sector had never seen one another, as they were kept in their cells permanently. Their food, drugs and any other essentials were brought to them instead. In short, this part of the prison was the region that had the highest amount of security around it. Everything and anyone that went close to these cells only did so under extreme supervision. These prisoners were not to be messed with, so the prison guards took their jobs seriously, as they didn't want any accidents happening within their sectors. In short, this was the entire gist of how the prisoners were positioned here. Currently in Sector A, all the level-ranked prisoners all in different pacts and groups while having their breakfast. This group of prisoners typically had assassins, poison masters and so on. So it was always like a war zone in the sector. The entire cafeteria was bustling and rowdy, as some groups were planning on how to deal with other groups and so on. Even though some people had chosen to change their ways, that didn't mean that they would just let themselves die in the hands of other prisoners here. Their approach was simple. If one smiled at them, they would smile back. But if one dared to raise a hand at them, then they would fight till they dropped. Currently, 2 inmates were slowly walking towards their group at one of the furthest tables at the back. And as they walked, other inmates from other groups were either friendly nodding at them, or giving them death stares instead. And who were these men? Of course, they were one of the first inmates in this sector. Yup, they were the men who tried to jump over the lower region's electric fence. In short, they were men who were abandoned by Alec Barn after their court trial. Both men were calmly walking towards their group, when all of a sudden, 3 people from another table slowly walked towards them with rage, before finally stopping right in front of the duo. "Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day?" one of the approaching men said while smiling cruelly at them. And while he spoke, the guards surrounding the room all became alert and hurriedly advanced towards the men. Well, inmates 47, 54 and 89, "Get back to your table immediately. This is your last warning," the head guard said warily. But before the guards could reach the inmates, all hell had already broken loose. Chapter 536 Prison Life. Chapter 536 Prison Life. Those 3 inmates quickly launched their attacks on the duo at once. Pitu. They had punched so hard that the duo had fallen onto the tables closest to them, ruining everyone's meal on that table. And just like that, the whole scene acted as a catalyst reaction, with some people joining in on the fight, as they too were angry that their good had been thrown away just like that. The whole place had now turned into a massive arena, with several people choking each other, scratching, clawing, punching, kicking and even jumping onto the people closet to them. Pitu. "Ah, you bastard from the Fang cult. How dare you kick me, a Scorpio member? F your gang. Who do you think you are? If you knew that you were so weak, then why would you stand on my way when I'm trying to teach that other bastard a lesson?" Pitu. Gang and group members also joined the fight as well, when they saw their members fighting too. Of course, there were also some prisoners who quickly took their food, sat underneath their tables and ate while watching the fight commence. These people acted as if they were already watching some sort of TV show instead. "Yeah, punch his nose. Good show, bro. Good show. Watch out. He's right behind you. Damn it. What kind of cheap trick is that, brother? Even I feel bad for you." "Yes, brother. How can he just fiercely grab one of your balls?" "Brother, for the sake of balance when you walk, I propose that you destroy the other one now. Bam, Pitu. With the entire place plummeting into disaster, all guards joined hands to put a stop to it all. They only gave 3 warnings to all prisoners. before silently putting them in their place. And when the cafeteria fight was over, the entire place resembled a pigsty, as there was a ton of food, as well as several puddles of water scattered all over the floor. In short, even the prisoners looked like they had been bathed in food as well. Everyone, get into formation. The warden has arrived. Immediately, after one of the head hordes hand made the announcement, all the prisoners quickly gathered around in fear. They were currently standing alongside the main pathway at the center of the cafeteria, while the guards surrounded them instead. Immediately surrounded, and walking on the path was the warden, who was calmly observing the prisoners as he walked. To be honest, all of the prisoners feared the warden, as he was ridiculously strong and hard to handle. Also, there was just something about him that made them somewhat fearful, because even though they were seasoned assassins, they had never been anyone who could make them shiver as the warden did. One should know that each sector had at least 5 head guards, who all answered to the warden here, and likewise, the same setup was also used in the female prison at the other side of District B. When they first arrived, many of them tried to beat, sneak attack or tackle him several times when he was walking around them. But each time, they were injured and mentally scared instead. Warden Mitchin was a fearsome man who made several of them shiver subconsciously just from having eye contact with him. Of course, Landon had something to do with this matter altogether, as he had bought special potions from the system that invoked fear, and had given it to several trustworthy wardens and head guards within the prisons, military and so on. For sure, the head guards were given less threatening powers from the system than the wardens. Anyway, Warden Mitchin was seen as a deadly man within this sector. So even though he was speaking calmly and looked upright to the prisoners, the calmer he looked, the more dangerous he was. Cold sweat does on their bodies, as they all lowered their heads in fear that they would be singled out by Mitchin. In fact, when Mitchin spoke, they get an invisible force almost suffocating them, which greatly forced fear into their hearts. And they nicknamed the suffocating force as Zato Force, which was usually unleashed when their warden mad as hell. Even the head guards also had this strange Zato Force as well, even though it was nig as strong as the warden's own. And just looking at the eyes of these people when they were mad could make one's body feel cold and gloomy. This Baymardian prison was indeed a dangerous place. Who started the fight? Warren Mitchum asked calmly, while lazily gazing at the prisoners before him who were shivering uncontrollably. Seeing that they weren't talking, he squinted his eyes and looked at them coldly. As for the prisoners, they now felt like the invisible force had multiplied 10 times more than it originally was. Damn it! Didn't they say that one would feel pressured only after looking at his eyes? Then why were they now feeling like they were about to die any second from now? How many battles had this beast won in order to gather such a terrifying murderous aura? Bam. Some of them immediately dropped to their knees under the pressure, while others gritted their teeth in anger as well. "I'm not scared of you," they said in their hearts. But when they lifted their heads and met Mitchin's eyes, immediately felt like crying. Grave accent. How can one man be this terrifying? Very quickly, everyone began confessing. Warden. It was those 3 bastards that started it all. Why are you lying? Warden. This guy is a perpetual liar, don't listen to him. Warden. Those 12 started it. Who are you lying against? Who is lying? Weren't you guys the ones that bumped into me and my friends first? Warden. I swear in the name of my great-grandmother that I'm innocent. What great-grandmother? Warden. I suspect that this guy was never human. On the other hand, the surrounding guards looked at the scene proudly. Was expected of their warden. But still, isn't this reaction a tad bit too much? Of course, while everyone was talking non-stop, some specific prisoners were sweating non-stop. Pull yourself together, Tybalt. This is all necessary for our grand escape out of here. You're right. We can't back out now. Tonight, well, break out. Chapter 537 The Hole. Chapter 537 The Hole. Tonight, well, break out. While the duo kept whispering about their plans, Other prisoners continued pointing fingers at each other and arguing non-stop. Mitchin looked at them coldly before hitting a table before him loudly. And just as they were in the midst of pleading all their lives, one of the head guards soon ran up to Warden Mitchin and gave a brief report of what actually happened. Mitchin listened carefully while looking coldly at the prisoners. He had just come from the S-class sector. As he wanted to make sure that everything within every sector was all right, before he took his 4-day vacation with his wife. After arriving at the S-class sector, he immediately listened to the guards on the current situation in the sector. They reported every little detail about what the prisoners had been up to, as well as all the crazy demands that these prisoners had. Of course, Mitchin didn't even bother with most of the demands of the prisoners, as they were utterly useless and might also be used against the guards later on. One of the prisoners requested for a human finger, while another requested for a feather instead. But no matter what they requested, unless it had to do with basic things like increasing the temperature in the room or new foods that they wanted to try out, every other request was just discarded away without a single thought. And so after listening to the report from the guards within that sector, he immediately made his way to Sector A. But who would have known that the first thing that he would chance upon was this chaotic scene? Luckily, he had arrived when the head guards and the other guards had already calmed the situation down. Or else many of these prisoners would have definitely fainted from fear if they were caught fighting red-handed in the midst of their monstrous warden. Mitchin listened to the report silently, while scanning through the men who were actually responsible for the whole ordeal. Bang! Mitchin landed his fist on one of the metal tables close by, instantly leaving a deep, fully detailed fist print on it. And in addition to that, the thick heavy metal table now had its legs all slanted outward instead. Enough! Mitchin bellowed, before silence completely filled the place in a heartbeat. The place became as silent as a graveyard, as everyone looked at the warden in shock. If the legs of the table were now slanted, then wouldn't that mean that just a single punch from their warden was enough to dent this thick metal table like so? They looked at the detailed fist print on the table that now looked like a work of art, and couldn't help but shiver a bit. What if that punch had landed on them instead? Then wouldn't they have a ton of broken ribs and fractures just by taking one hit from his beastly warden of theirs? At this point, they were even doubting if he was human or not. And if he were truly human, then what sort of hellish training did he do in order to enhance his body to be so strong? All the prisoners shivered uncontrollably, as several unanswered questions flashed through their minds. As for the guards, they puffed out their chest proudly as they looked at their warden. They too looked at the fist print on the table and decided to train more and try out their luck later on. Their current strength won't do at all. Only by getting stronger will they be able to tackle more problems in the prison. So training was a must. With that thought in mind, their eyes burned with fighting spirit as they began making training preparations. Enough! Once again, you all have utterly disappointed me. As your warden, I expect Comet's honesty from you all, if you want to live here peacefully. So when I had previously asked for those who were responsible for today's matter, I only asked because I wanted to give the culprits a chance to redeem themselves. Yes, what I wanted was to give the culprits a chance to take responsibility, so as to make their punishment lighter. But since no one wants to confess, then we'll just have to do the HS my way, won't we? Listening to their warden, those who were guilty didn't know whether to kill themselves now or cry and beg for mercy instead. Did this mean that if they had just confessed, then they would have been given punishment from the head guards rather than the warden? Everyone knew that when the warden was slightly pleased with someone, then if he had to punish the person, he would make his head guards choose punishment instead. And if he was displeased, then it would be him choosing the punishment. Of course, by the time the prisoner in question would truly feel like he was already in hell. One should know that the prison was here to keep dangerous people away from innocent civilians, as well as to help these dangerous people reform their lives. And up till now, many prisoners just knew the first reason why they had been kept here, but they didn't know the second reason, which was to reform them into better individuals. Anyway, long story short, Good behavior got rewarded here, while bad behavior got punished heavily by the guards. Inmates 47, 54 and 89. You three should be lucky that I was in a good mood today, or else your punishment would have been heavier than what I already have in mind. Listening to their warden, the three culprits let out a sigh of relief. It looked like they had truly been overthinking it. One of them even smiled a bit at how lucky they were. But how would he have known that he would be chewing his thoughts in just seconds from now? Since I'm in a good mood, then for your punishment, you three will spend a month in the White Room, before finally spending a week in the Hole. Chapter 538 Cornered. Chapter 538 Cornered. The Hole. Everyone sucked in cold air, as they thought about the punishment. The three culprits uncontrollably shivered even more from fright, as their faces soon began ghastly pale. This was the punishment their warden gave out when he was in a good mood. Then how would it have been if he was on the grumpy side earlier on? No, they wouldn't go. They wouldn't go. Damn it, anything but the Hole. That place was a cruel place. Even though both punishments were crude, the Hole was cruder. The White Room was exactly as its name sounded. A room that had no color within it, as well as windows. Of course, as it was a punishment room, so it still did heavy damage by playing with one's sanity. In fact, many prisoners that came out of the White Room continuously screamed and begged never to go in there again, and looked somewhat crazed. When in the room, they had lost track and count of time, and didn't even know if it was day or night time. Even their meals were given to them at haphazard times, so as to confuse even more. The meals were sent in through a very tiny rectangular slit on the wall, that would only open and close when it was mealtime. Funny enough, when the slit was closed, it blended well with the wall and didn't even look like there was an opening there. Most prisoners had tried to pry open the slit, but it was to no avail, as it was always locked and bolted up on the other side of the wall. Of course, another thing that made the prisoners cry was that they didn't really have carryable plates or bowls. To put it simply, when it was mealtime, an alarm would go off in the room, alerting or even waking up the primer to take his meal. And once the alarm sounded off, the imaginary clock began its countdown. The slit will open up, and a simple mechanical system will be activated. Essentially, with the slit open, two metal bowls that are attached to the floor under the slit will send in both food and water in separate bowls. From there, the prisoners would sit on the floor close to the slit, eat their food and drink their water off the bowls. At this moment, time was of the essence, as they only had 45 minutes to eat before the slit opens up and automatically sends the bowls back in. This was done for the good of the prisoners, as it would really be dangerous to give them any harmful objects when they were here. Who knew if they would harm themselves because they were slowly losing their minds? That was why the room didn't even have a single table or chair within it. It was just a white empty room with a single mattress on one end of the room, and a toilet on the other end. As for the Hole, that one was way scarier than the White Room. The Hole was a massive room that was plunged into complete darkness. There was no light at all, which made everyone's imagination run wild. The smell of blood was everywhere within the room, and the walls were all rough and coarse whenever the prisoners felt on them. In short, the room also had all the other things that the White Room had. But with the exception of the slit, the prisoner had to locate a mattress, as well as the toilet on their own in the darkness. And when it was time to eat, the alarm would sound off, and a very dim light that looked like the light from a phone screen would only shine on the food and water below it. Of course, the light wasn't bright enough to even show what the room looked like or where the mattress and toilet were, as it only showed light on the food and water. But what really creeped people out about the place was that they could have sworn that they heard voices in the room. From time to time, they would hear loud knocking or banging sounds, as well as the sound of something sharp scratching on the walls. And no, it didn't just end there. They also heard the laugh of a crazy lady or man, as well as the crying of a little girl. At times, it would even be the growl of a single ferocious beast. And to be honest, They felt something like saliva fall onto their shoulders whenever the beast growled. The place was really effed up, because when they would yell back saying things like, "Who goes there?" or "Show yourself," but no matter how many times they asked, all they heard back was either laughter or ghostly sounds. The whole thing made them sleepless at times, as these voices and sounds would wake them up or even disturb them when they were having their meal. In short, the whole place was creepy as hell, and continuously messed with their minds, made them shiver uncontrollably. And just a few days ago, some of the prisoners that went in the hole, and no matter how much they spoke or screamed, it still didn't change a thing because no one answered them back. In fact, no matter how strong one felt, being toyed with mentally would make them break down slowly. The funny thing was that the voices would sometimes tell them that if they ever sought out evil again, it would devour their souls, which left them numb from fright. Now, they truly believed that Landon Barn was a messenger from the heavens, as only he knew where the gateway to hell was. In a way, they weren't wrong, as Landon had also used to the system go cast a frightening aura around the room, which would make even the strongest would feel like it was at the mercy of demons. And just to make it somewhat believable, even after these people left the hole, a month from then, they would get a vivid team which will make them like that this above or are watching their every move. In short, many of the prisoners had attended several church services after visiting the hole, and had completely turned a new leaf in the prison. In short, many of them became more careful and silent in the prison. But as for those who hadn't experienced it, just hearing the name the hole made them sweat buckets. "Guards, take them away," Mitchin said. And immediately, the three culprits quickly fell onto Mitchin's legs and refused to let go. "Warden, you will only have to kill me now, because I'm not going." "Warden, do you even know what the hole is?" "It's the place where the devil resides, so how can you ask us to go there?" "Forget it, Warden. Just kill us now." Oh, Chapter 539. So it's like that. Chapter 539. So it's like that. "Forget it, Warden. Just kill us now." Oh. The trio begged for their lives with all their might while holding their warden's legs. "Let go," Mitchin commanded coldly. But no matter how angry he was, they were more terrified about the hole than his aura. "Like we said, Warden, forget it." "Yeah, Warden, forget it, because the only way I'm letting you go is over my dead body." "Fine by me," the warden replied. But even though the men were scared silly by his response, they still refused to let go, because in their minds, it was better for them to face any human than for them to face a real-life demon straight out of hell. So why should they let go? One of the men in particular even began kissing Mitchin's shoes. What a joke. Ever since his friend came out of the hole, the dude had been quiet as hell. All he did was do little tasks and jobs around the prison like gardening and so on. And he seemed to also spend a lot of time with the Baymardian Bible, reading and thinking of heaven knows what. He had even overheard the dude say that he would like to work in the church after he left the prison. In short, all of this baffled him, and no matter how many times he asked his friend about what actually went down in that hole, his friend would only shiver and never say a word to him. He had also seen others come out and kiss the floor as if they had never seen the ground before. They who were big assassins cried like babies when they came out. So how could he not be scared about going into the hole? Some people came out looking so disheveled as if a stampede of elephants had just run over them non-stop. Of course, with such a horrific experience, some of the prisoners who came out of these punishment rooms even started confessing on all the crimes that they had committed in the outside world. The guy who was kissing Mitchin's shoes truly felt like crying. It's over. It's all over. Damn it, he really regretted teaming up with the duo in attempts to break free from prison. Yes, that's right. This whole thing was a setup. They had thought that they would only be punished cleanups someplace. But who would have known that the warden would show up now and ruin it all? Now that he was going to be locked up in the White Room and the hole, how was he going to join the others in escaping? Here was no way that he would go down alone. Snitches might not always get stitches. Warden, Please, I'll talk. I'll confess, he said pitifully. And the moment the duo, as well as those who involved in tonight's grand scheme, heard the guy, they quickly panicked uncontrollably. Son of a BCH. Did he truly want to rat them out? Immediately, one of them made eye contact with the motherfucker, as if trying to tell him that they knew a way of saving him or getting him out of the hole later on. But how could he accept such an obvious lie? He didn't for 1 minute believe that these men knew how to rescue him from either the White Room or the hole. Hence he still decided to go forward with Operation Snitching. But just as he was about to confess, one of the brains of tonight's operation stepped forward immediately. Warden, I have something to say. Last night, all 3 inmates who you called out actually injured themselves. So they actually felt suspicious of those around them and began attacking at will. For sure, they deserved to be punished. Hearing one of their so-called least lie about them, all 3 men felt their hearts burn in rage. How far these people turned their backs on them like that? Fine. Since they didn't care about them, then they too won't care about the latter too. And once again, just before they were about to protest, their leader quickly opened his mouth again. Yes, they deserved to be punished. But if I'm right, they will only get punished after their wounds have been treated and properly dressed. Anyway, I'm only stating this obvious fact because I know that the reason why my friends are begging you right now is because they think that their wounds won't get looked at. The prisoner said. He had said all these things so that these idiots would understand that they wouldn't actually be going into any of the punishment rooms today, which meant that they still had a chance of escaping with them tonight. He and a few others in his team had thought of almost everything that could go wrong. So they had accidentally bitten these inmates so much that they almost took a chunk of flesh out of their bodies. One should know that this goddamn place didn't have any sharp objects that they could use for stabbing or killing. So they had to improvise with their teeth. Typically, before a prisoner entered any punishment room, any injuries that they had would be first attended to and dressed if need be. And for cases that needed stitching the wounds, special care or surgery, the prisoners in this case would be given a few days to allow their injuries to first begin the healing process before they got sent to the punishment rooms. Mitchin silently looked at the prisoner who spoke up for the culprits. Of course he was right. That was indeed how it was done here. But whether or not these prisoners had injuries on their bodies wasn't up to him to decide or look at, because they would always go through the medical team first before entering any of the punishment rooms. Mitchin sternly looked at the culprits who were still hugging and kissing his legs non-stop. How sketchy. You said that you wanted to confess, so I'll give you a chance to do so right now. True or false? Is what he said true? Chapter 540 Ready to Move. Chapter 540 Ready to Move. Mitchin looked at the trio coldly. He knew that something was up, as the whole thing was just too strange to begin with. After all, just before the trio could speak for themselves, some random prisoner had spoken up instead. And within the room, several people were staring at each other as if there was some sort of unspeakable secret. But he decided to move them a chance to actually give out the real confession, because if he had to find out the truth for himself, then then he would truly make them wish for their deaths instead. True or false? What do you think of the matter? Yes, Warden. It's true. We were only sad because of our injuries. Warden, we were just scared that our injuries might really rot there, which would call or make that demon in the hole to eat or devour us whole. Yeah, Warden, that's exactly how it is. As the trio spoke only beyond, they hurriedly let go of Mitchin's legs and got up happily from the floor. Now that they knew that they still had a chance of escaping, how could they not be happy? When they thought about the deep bite wound on their bodies, they couldn't help but look at their leaders in awe. And a little bit of guilt too. Now, they were fully convinced that their leaders would never betray them or sacrifice them. But completely opposite from the way they looked at their leaders, the larger looked at them with disgust. The leaders had already decided to get rid of the trio once they escaped Baymard. Men like this would always snitch under pressure, so it was better to take care of them ASAP. As for why they couldn't leave them here in prison, That was because these three morons might actually snitch on them when they hadn't even left Baymard yet. By then all Forst and Baymard would just catch them effortlessly. So for the success of their plans, this trio had to escape alongside them and die outside Baymard immediately. After all, snitches get stitches. Guards. Take them away. Yes, Warden. The guards said, before firmly escorting the troops away. With that, Mityan now turned to the rest of the prisoners. As for the rest of you, you will spend the rest of today cleaning up the cafeteria. I want this place to be so spotless that I should able to see my reflection easily. Now scram. Listening to their warden, everyone scattered around the place hastily. Mityan looked at the prisoners one last time, before finally exiting the sector. Now, it was time for his 4-day vacation with his family. Bam. Once the door closed, several men quickly sighed from relief and looked at each other inquisitively, before finally smirking. Did everyone get what they were supposed to get? Yes, leader. Last week, I was able to painstakingly get 3 needles from the clinic. And just as instructed, I attached the needles to a toothbrush and carefully intertwined all 3 needles together. Leader, since I'm usually on laundry duty, I stole several pieces of clothing and removed every strand of thread on them. From there, I combined them all to make a thick rope as instructed. Leader, I also worked at laundry duty this week, so I was also able to sneak out several containers of detergent out as well. Leader, I managed to bypass some sharp rocks and pebbles from the gardens. Leader. Everyone spoke in hushed tones, as they still cleaning the floors in the midst of the guards. As they spoke, then tried their best not to look overly suspicious as well. Their leader listened to them one by one, before turning towards a certain prisoner. Tybalt. Today, we caused this entire distraction just to give you an opportunity to do your part. So as someone who was classed as the 3rd best thief in Arcadina, I hope that you truly lived up to your name. Relax, Chief. I got it, Tybalt said while a confident smile on his face. While they had been fighting, Tybalt had been analyzing the weakest guard amongst the pack. Within every social circle or group, not everyone could be strong or well experienced. And that was a fact about humans. So once Tybalt saw his prey, he stealthily made his way to acquire his prey's set of keys. And once he had the set, he took out the master key from it and stealthily returned the rest of the keys back on the guard's waist. One should know that they had been planning to escape for months now. So after observing and researching for so long, how could they not know what the master key looked like? Anyway, after getting the master key, he made sure to heavily injure the guard. In this way, the guard would be sent home to Forsyth property ready, and might only notice the missing key later on. After all, the guard was in pain and only thought about getting better for the time being. As for why they couldn't steal a knife or even a gun, it was because the guards didn't carry those around the prisoners. For protection, the guards only carried taser guns around the cells. And since these guns were all well hooked onto the guards, it would be near impossible for one to take them off without the knowledge of the guards. Tybalt smiled slyly when he thought about his thievery victory, as well as the fact that he and his hang had somehow managed to fool their warden and the rest of the guards. Yes, today, they would taste the sweet aroma of freedom. Leader. When we make it out, do we still go back to our former master, King Alec Barn? No, we won't ever go back to that man again. From today henceforth, we will create our own place without Anon's influence. We will take over one of the pirate islands along the shores and make it our new home. But for now, let's focus on escaping this hellish place, brothers. The day we have been waiting for has finally come. Chapter 541 Prison Break. Chapter 541 Prison Break. Darkness had fallen fast upon the land, as it was just 4:45 p.m. now. The night was very cold, as frost grew on the buildings, as well as the shrubs around. The chilly winds were definitely big to be underestimated, as they rudely blew across the land. But even though the weather wasn't all that favorable, the Empire was still as colorful and spirited as it usually was. Laughter, chatter and sounds of vehicles filled the streets of Baymard. The streets were almost devoid of snow, and the people all had very warm attires on to fight the battle ahead. It was just past 4, and there were still a lot of things to do within the bubbling empire. Hence for many, the night had come a little too soon for some people, as they wanted to gallant about the streets of Baymard gleefully. But for others, nighttime felt like the beginning of a chapter in their lives. Beep. All inmates should head on back to their cells for lockup in 30 minutes time. I repeat, all inmates should head back to their cells for lockup in Baymard's high-tech prison for males, within Sector A. An announcement rang out throughout the entire sector. All inmates had 30 more minutes to round up what they were doing before lockup. Some were doing laundry, while others focused on mopping the floors, or even doing light punishment that had been assigned to them earlier on. And apart from those, one should know that all prisoners had weekly tasks to complete while here. And sometimes, some people proffered to do those talks just before they slept instead, rather than waking up early and mopping the floors instead or doing other chores. So after dinner, some people immediately did their chores like cleaning the floors, so that they could sleep in tomorrow for a bit, rather than waking up really early to do janitor duties. Highway could choose when to do their chores daily, provided it didn't delay the smooth running of the prison. Of course, while others were doing chores, some just chilled in their cells, as well as the cells of their friends instead, because during the day, all cells were left open for inmates to bond with each other. Some were working out together by doing push-ups, while others were talking about their adventurous escapades out of Baymard. In short, the cells were left open during the daytime, but when it was time for lockup, all prisoners had to go back to their cells immediately. Once the announcement rang out, Tybalt and the rest calmly went back to their cells. Just before the announcement, they had made sure that they weren't seen together, so as not to look too suspicious to the guards. So they had been in different rooms or cells, found different things altogether. Tybalt reached his cell and nodded at his roommate before finally jumping onto the lower bunk bed. He placed his blanket over his head and waited for the next announcement. All cell doors will close in 3, 2, 1. Bam. The doors were all automatic and were easily controlled by the guards in the control room. Of course, even though the doors were automatic, there was still a keyhole on each door as a secondary precaution, just in case they couldn't open or close any of the doors. If the mechanism for a particular cell door is jammed or fails to work, then they would use the master key to do the job instead. There were times where prisoners would be late for lockup, and at that time, the guards would use the master key to open some of the cells and send the prisoners in. After lockup, all guards walked towards the exit door for the prisoners' sleeping quarters and just stood there. Of course, they were waiting for the last announcement of the day. It's 11 p.m. on the day. Now, it's time for lights out. With that, all lights within the prisoners' sleeping quarters went off automatically, followed by a massive bang sound, which was actually another massive metal bar door that sealed the exit. The metal bars came out from the ground, as well as from above the door, as if they were claws coming out of Wolverine's fists. For sure, several mechanisms like this were now fully active once lockup time had commenced. In addition to that, the prison had several other escape-proof mechanisms too, if the prisoners actually attempted to escape. Time passed by a little too slowly for some of the prisoners, as they had to force themselves not to sleep, while waiting for the faithful hour to approach. But the more they waited, the sleepier they became. Some literally had to slap themselves hard just to stay awake. After all, in addition to doing their regular day chores, they had also been painstakingly scrubbing the massive cafeteria floors, tables, chairs and walls with just a toothbrush as well. So how could their bodies not feel tired? As for Tybalt, he calmly sat up on his bed and continued his countdown. With the place this dark, how else was he supposed to know the time? From the moment the announcement rang out stating that it was now 11 p.m., he had begun his countdown from there. Over this period of time, he had observed the wall clocks within the prison. and could now estimate how long it would take for every second and minute to pass them by. All he knew was that at exactly 12:30 midnight, he would finally make his move. He sat for a while at the edge of his bed and fully concentrated on doing his job. Time was once again a BCH, as it really moved too slow for these prisoners. 57 58 59 60. Tybalt said while counting down the past few seconds left. Once Tybalt stood up from his bed, his roommate also did the same as well. Tybalt, is it time? Yeah? It's time. Now, let's go. Chapter 542 Prison Break 2. Chapter 542 Prison Break 2. Kachak. Tybalt opened the door as quietly as he could, but of course, those around his cell still heard the noise or the heavy cell door opening. Some of them who were in on the escape plan, hurriedly got up from their beds and waited for Tybalt to open their cells. While others who had no idea of what was actually going on, were so shocked that they soon became speechless. Their blood boiled as they looked at their own colleague who was now out of his cell just like that. This really was shocking. For a moment, they truly felt like they were still dreaming. Damn it, if it was actually this easy to escape, then why didn't they try? The man they were now looking at also had 2 hands, feet, eyes and everything else that they had too. So if he could do it, then why couldn't they? Of course, they also thought of the probability of him being caught. But since the guards hadn't noticed him yet, then didn't that mean that his chances of escaping were actually quite high? The key point that they took notice of, was the fact that if Tybalt succeeded today, then for sure, security would only get tighter than who were now left behind. Because the guards here will better their defenses, and might also restrict so many things for them instead. Thinking about it now, if they didn't escape today alongside Tybalt, then wouldn't it be 10 times harder to escape in future? There was no way about it. It seems like they wouldn't have to shamelessly beg to be included in the plan. Hey brother, how can you be so mean? Aren't we neighbors? Brother, remember when I last helped you scrub the toilets? Please let me go with you, alright? Wait. Are you going with those losers? So you would rather escape with them, rather than with me, the 37th assassin in Arcadine? Brother, do you know who I am? I'm the 8th most powerful opinion master from Corona. So if you take me with you, I promise to swear loyalty to you till death. HMPH. What are you so high and mighty about? Do you think that you and your stupid gang will ever succeed in escaping from this prison grounds? TSK. Just a dreamer. And since you did this whole ordeal without involving my snowy wolf gang, then don't expect me to escape with you when my gang and I make our own escape attempts too. Because the way I see it, it wouldn't be long before you get caught and brought back to your cell. Yeah? You all will be back. Opening parenthesis underscore closing parenthesis. Tybalt paid no attention to all those who constantly seek him out for freedom. Some cursed him, while others looked at him as their savior instead. But what did it have to do with him? He stealthily walked towards the cells of his group members and opened their doors gently. Kachak. Every member of his gang had now been let out of their cells. Well done, Tybalt, their leader said, before turning to the rest of the gang. It's probably pitch dark in some areas within the sector, so stay sharp and close by at all times. With that, he led the team and jogged forward towards the exit. Even though it was lights off mode in their sleeping quarters, the place wasn't pitch dark, as some dim bluish lights had been left on instead. This was so that people wouldn't fall when taking a piss in their cells, or even miss the hole and so on. The light in the place was very similar to moonlight instead, so for sure, they could still somewhat see where they were going. And since they didn't know how the other places within the sector would be illuminated, they just assumed that some places might actually be pitch dark instead. They ran behind their leader until they reached the exit door for their sleeping quarters, which now had very thick iron bars spread across it. Their leader immediately reached for the black metal box on the sides. He lifted the top part of the box, and immediately, a number pad was revealed. Aldwin. For the past few months, you were tasked to study this thing, and so far, you reported that this thing was some sort of code puncher for the doors to open up. In addition to that, you also said that we only have one try to make sure that it works, or else the alarms would go off. But before you punch anything in, I would just like to find out how sure you are about the actual code, as well as the number of tries. Leader, even though I didn't particularly know what they were punching in, I still decided to study the hand coordination of every guard who has ever used this thing, be it how their hands shifted left, right, upwards and downwards. I carefully observed how they moved their fingers and bodies when punching anything in. As for the number of tries it would take before the alarm went off, I had once witnessed a new guard accidentally punch in a wrong code, which immediately set off the alarm throughout the sector. Looking at it now, since there are only numbers on the thing, that means that we have to punch the right number code, or else the alarm system will go off. In other words, we have only one shot for our freedom. And it all rests on your shoulders, Aldwin. So now, it's your time to prove your worth. Yes, leader, Aldwin answered confidently. He looked at the number pad before him and took a deep breath before punching in what he believed to be the code. Everyone else held their breath anxiously, as their hearts felt like it would leap out of their chests any moment from now. Just looking at Aldwin work made their nerves run rampant all the more. Anxiety and fear sat behind their eyes, as now they were somewhat fearful of what would happen to them if the alarms went off. Bloody hell! What had they gotten themselves into? Should they just kill themselves now, than to have their warden do it for them? Within the span of these few seconds, they seemed to have aged even more, as they all felt like an entire decade had already passed them by. And just when doubt had almost completely overtaken their mind, the sounds of the iron door reeling back into the ground could be heard by all. What just happened? Did he actually do it? He did it. It's a miracle. They were saved. They looked at the door again and inked several times, just to be sure that it was open. Damn, how cool was their brother just now? What other prisoner could do what their brother had just done? Please. Their gang was the real deal. It was the tip dog within this hellhole. They looked at Aldwin in awe. Brother, you really did it. Yeah brother, you were really awesome. Yes, bro. I always believed you could do it. Me too bro. I never doubted you even for a second. Chapter 543 Prison Break 3. Chapter 543 Prison Break 3. Alright boys, keep it down. We don't have much time left, so let's move out. And remember, we don't know anything about the security from here on out, so be on your guard at all times, their leader said sternly. With that, everyone nodded and followed stealthily behind him. As for those whose prison cells were facing the exit, shock had completely overturned their minds. Their bodies trembled and their lips quivered excitedly, as they now felt like even they could make their own prison break sometime later on. And just like that, the prisoners now a serious case of escape fever. Yes, apart from freedom, many of them felt like escaping from Baymard's prison was an accomplishment that could boost one's reputation. Because even though it looked easy, they knew that they could only open that door if they too observed and memorized what the guards were typically punching in. In fact, the only security setups and measures that the prisoners had seen were all in their sleeping quarters, because excluding the outer walls and sector exit doors, the security within the other parts in the sector only came on after lights out, so none of the prisoners knew what they would be in for when they left the sleeping quarters. With that said, anyone who can actually escape from here needed to be clever, strong and quick-witted. At least, that was what the prisoners had concluded about the place. So if Tybalt, Aldwin and their gang actually managed to escape tonight, then their names would probably go down in history for the rest of the prisoners. It would be like escaping from Alcatraz back on Earth. Undoubtedly, the escaped prisoners would have their reputations boosted in a truly unfathomable way. And so just like that, everyone decided to secretly make their own escape plans as well. Because just like a stimulus, The effect of tonight's scheme had now created a wave of new criminals. Tybalt and his gang were now out of their sleeping quarters, and had now found themselves running along the massive corridor that they were more than familiar with. Remember, men, in the daytime, there are no security measures placed within the sector. So now that it's night time, we have no idea what we are walking into. But I have a feeling that we will be able to handle whatever is thrown at us just fine, their leader said while looking at the long-winding hallway intensively. And unbeknownst to them, when they had crossed a certain spot, they had already triggered some sensors within the place. And before they knew it, several massive holes miraculously appeared on the floor. Trapdoors. That's right, in a flash. Several trapdoors opened up on the floors, with each trapdoor occupying the entire width of the hallway. Slick. Several men had fallen down to heaven knows where, while screaming at the top of their lungs. And from the sound of their screams, it seemed like the way down was truly a long one. Or more still, it actually sounded like the men were spiraling down these trapdoors instead. And all those above could hear were their echoes that resounded around the entire hallway. Just where did these trapdoors lead to? Panic began to spread across the men like a cluster of sparks, as it made their abdomen churn uncomfortably. Their thoughts were now all over the place, as their hearts kept hammering within their chests non-stop. What the hell was going on here? Help me, brother. Help us. Some of the prisoners had held onto the sides of the trapdoors when it opened up previously, and now, they were dangling there for their poor lives. Immediately, their comrades helped them up in a flash. In this sort of situation, the more people they had, the better their chances of survival. Everyone freeze, their leader commanded while looking at the path before and around him. Why did the floor suddenly open up? He truly had no idea what sort of crazy place this prison was. If they wanted to keep moving forward, they would have to keep jumping over these trapdoors successfully. Yes, that was the only way forward. While the leader was deep in thought, some of his men thought about a different problem that they were now facing. Leader, what do we do now? Some of the men that fell had some of our tools on them. So what do we do now? We don't know this place well, so we might not even need those tools. So for now, let's keep pushing forward. And before we step ahead, from now on, we should test out if the floor is safe or not. Right. They answered in unison. Good. Now, Gregory, hand me your rope. And Jeffrey, ha, dia ra 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 ra. Before the leader could continue on, the floor beneath them started disappearing once more. Damn it, previously, their only way forward was to jump over all trapped doors. So if the spaces that they were supposed to leap to disappeared, then where were they supposed to jump or hold on to? The leader's eyes opened wide in shock. These people were really trying to push them to their early graves. Quickly, everyone, keep jumping forward until the floor stops disappearing. With that, everyone began jumping like crazy. Some people had Mother Luck smile upon them, as they had successfully leapt forward just in time before they fell victim to these trapped doors. But of course, Mother Luck didn't smile at everyone, as some of them were slow to jump when the floor beneath moved. So these ones didn't make it forward, and instead, ended up falling into their trap doors below. As for others, they had successfully jumped forward. But now, the place that they had targeted, actually opened up and became a trap door. For sure, this was the end of the road for them. No, help me. The cries of the fallen were heard by all those that kept moving forward. But what could they do? This place had now undoubtedly turned into a battlefield. Chapter 544 Prison Break 4. Chapter 544 Prison Break 4. The men jumped with all their might, from one path to another, until they had finally reached a corner in the hallway, which led left. Leader, it looks like it's finally over. The floor has stopped opening up, one of the men commented while breathing in and out loudly. In fact, it wasn't just him, as many of the men were also breathing rapidly as well. They felt like they had just completed some utterly unpredictable exercise. Everyone, stay close. And this time, Watch out for the floor below you. Yes, leader, everyone replied, while cautiously following behind their leader. And when they had jogged a certain distance, they soon heard something move. Ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Where was that noise coming from? Everyone's ears were now perked up, and they quickly scanned through the room to find out where the noise was coming from. What the hell? Were they actually seeing things? Leader, the wall in front and the wall behind us are closing in very fast. Tybalt exclaimed frantically. Oh my heavens, what do they do now? This was the first time that he was facing something like this, where in the entire Pino continent, would a wall just move on its own? As someone who walked in the darkness as an assassin, the walls never moved, alright. It was people who moved. But now, if the walls moved, how was he supposed to fight it? Because no matter how tough one was, the speed at which those walls were coming at them, as well as how heavy they looked, one could rightfully assume that they could easily squash human flesh in a heartbeat. So how could he not panic? Who in his right frame of mind would like to be sandwiched and squashed like a bug? Ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The walls were closing in, and everyone was scared out of their wits. And without even waiting for their leader to issue a command, their survival mode settings were already on. Right now, they had one thought in mind. And that was to find an exit. They scanned through the hallway anxiously, while waiting, also moving forward as well. Look, I see another hallway up ahead. But we have to get there before the wall in front of us completely passes that point, Aldwin said. And just like that, the men sprinted forward as if they were in a marathon. They ran like the wind and even found themselves pushing each other while running to safety. Of course, once again, more trap doors opened up while they were running. Son of a BCH. Couldn't they just give them a break for even a second? Once again, several men fell down into the rabbit hole, while others pushed forward and tried their best to avoid more traps. Plop. Some of the men had finally jumped into the hallway just in time. As for the rest, well, too bad. One couldn't be a winner all the time, right? From there, the game only got more difficult and threatening for them. This time, there was a huge boulder running towards them. And after that, they almost entered a den of wild hangals. Passed through a room of fire, passed through another room that almost electrocuted them dry, another that sharp needles flying out of the walls from left and right, and finally stopped in the room filled with sleeping gas. As they all fell into a deep sleep, they all wondered about something very important which had been bugging their minds ever since they left their sleeping quarters. How come all along their journey, they had never seen the places that they even familiar with? Where was the cafeteria? Where was the laundry room? Where was the pathway that even led to the showers? They were just utterly confused when it came to this prison. But of course, if they knew the truth about the matter, they would really puke out blood and die in the end. You see, it was more like this. From the moment lockdown began, large doors that looked similar to the walls, wide black off those familiar areas. In short, one could think of it as camouflage. And with that in kind, the men would only have to run along all the pathways presented to them. The funny thing was that they had been going around the same place without even knowing it. No, it was more like they just going around a maze, because that was how these pathways had been designed. During night time, within Sector A, there were 200 different blocks or pathways within them. Some pathways would take you 2 stories straight up using a ladder, while others might make you slide down instead. But no matter what direction people went, they would never find the real exit, because the exit was also camouflaged as well. And just after one managed to block up the camouflage door with explosives, they would now be met with doors that were as thick and heavy as vault doors. And after that, they would come face to face with other deadly security measures instead. So anyway, this entire time, out of those 200 visible pathways, Tybalt and the rest had only explored 8 pathways before they failed. The sensors all around the pathways made it to the more deadly, as there were still some things that they hadn't even triggered in the areas that they had passed through yet. As for those who fell into the trapped doors, They were actually sent 3 floors underground into several cages and locked up here. Of course, they didn't fall straight down since that would kill them. Nope. They actually fell onto a large tube that spiraled all the way down onto the cages. And just so that prisoners didn't try to hold on to the sides, the tubes were lined with grease during lockdown. And in the morning, the tubes get cleaned using a self-washing system. In short, this prison was built to ensure that no one got out. Tybalt and the rest really struggled to make it through Pathway 9. But the sleeping gas there was just too high. They felt their eyelids grow heavy with every passing second. And without someone even mentioning it to them, they knew that they had woefully failed tonight's operations. At this point, they all shuddered when they thought about their futures. Ward and Mitchin will definitely have their heads. Sigh. They felt like digging up a hole, killing themselves, and diving into the hole while holding a flower in their hands. But something told that even in death, that beastly warden of theirs wouldn't let them go. And so just like that, their little prison break adventure had finally come to an end. Chapter 545 Punishment. Chapter 545 Punishment. Landon looked at the report in his hands and smiled. Apparently, the prisoners had tried their first attempt in breaking out of prison. Well, even though this entire scenario could be considered a bad one for Landon and his team, it was actually an amazing way to test out some of the prison's defense systems here, as well as keep the guards on their toes. They needed to be more careful when punching in security codes in future. And they also needed to constantly check if they had their master keys on them at all times. But what the prisoners didn't know was that since all prisoner doors could be opened automatically, that means that the control security room was also keeping check on the doors at all times. So when they saw several red lights flash above the opened cells after lights out, they had already used their walkie-talkies to communicate with each other and verify if any guard had opened the cells. Of course, in addition to that, they had also contacted Landon as well, who told them to just let the prisoners try their luck. And in the end, these prisoners had only passed through 8 passageways. In addition to that, the report he had stated that they thought that the prison itself was a mystical one whose hallways and doors change overnight. They couldn't find any room or place that even remotely resumed the regions that they typically visited during the day. It was like they were in a totally different building altogether. In short, they had a feeling that even if they had drawn a map of the place in the daytime, they wouldn't even have time to think or figure out where they were supposed to go to. Since the hallways didn't even give them a breather to begin with, one had to be fearful of trapdoors, fire, wild animals, gases that put them to sleep, trapped pits which had thunder sparks that could electrocute, rooms that grew smaller on their own, and so on. In short, one didn't have the time to be looking at a map while as even being absent-minded from one's surrounding could just be their end. This morning, they found all the escaped prisoners in sorry states. And after searching them, they found so many stolen items from the clinic and even the laundry room as well. Well, Landon was really impressed by how patient and resourceful they had been. It was like seeing an old crime movie come to life. As expected of assassins and poison masters. Your Majesty, this is all we know about them from our own observation and hypothesis about the matter, said one of the head guards from the prison. At the moment, the warden was on a cruise trip with his family to Corona. So the head guards were the only ones that could handle this matter alongside Landon. Just thinking about how furious the warden would be when he got back, made the guards feel pity for the culprits. Sigh. When the warden came back, they would be as good as dead, he thought. Of course he wasn't the only one who thought so, as even the culprits lived in fear fact the warden might even strangle them to death when he feasted his eyes up on them later on. They had no idea that the warden was on vacation, so the more the warden stayed away, the more anxious and fearful their hearts became. Damn it, why were they so unlucky? Your Majesty, we also believe that they only stole the master key yesterday morning. They created that whole incident just for that reason, and even injured one of our new guards in the process. Oh, have they confessed or explained the whole matter to you all? No, Your Majesty. For now, they are still proving very difficult, and so far, our story is only 70% accurate. As we have been piecing in all the clues together, when we found out that they used a master key to unlock their cells, we had all guards search for their own keys immediately, and so far, all guards that were in duty still had their keys. So we called each guard that was off duty, and also verified if they had their keys or not. And that's when we found out that the injured guard seemed to have lost his keys yesterday morning, during that chaotic incident. Good. Well done. For now, keep trying to get a detailed explanation from the culprits. Who knows, maybe there's something that we are missing. And it would never hurt to make sure that none of our own men had betrayed us just to free them. Also, try getting eyewitnesses to the whole thing too. There are bound to be more than 2 or 3 people who witnessed them trying to escape, so try to get as much info as possible, so that we too can better our own defenses as well. You and the men should take this entire incident as a learning experience. Yes, Your Majesty. I will do as you be commanded, the guard said confidently. All right. As for their punishment, we can only decide on it when the warden gets back. So I need you all to schedule a meeting, involving all the head guards in the entire prison no matter their sector, as well as the wardens for both male and female prisons. Of course, you also need to add, myself, the Minister of Justice and Defense, and all other leaders involved in this matter. By then, we will decide on if we should extend their time here in prison or just give them a harsher punishment for the time being. So Your Majesty, what you're saying is that in the meantime, we should just let them be? The head guard asked confusedly. If they did that, wouldn't these prisoners think that they won't get punished? For now, treat those that might have been injured, and keep a close eye on the rest. We can't punish them twice for a single crime, so it would be unwise to send them to a punishment room, before later deciding on what their real punishment would be, Landon said while closing up the folder before him. He looked towards the direction of the prison and smiled slightly. It was never a dull day here in Baymard. Chapter 546 New Project. Chapter 546 New Project. After speaking with the head guard, Landon tapped his fingers on his table gently. Deep down, he knew that no matter how risky things seemed, some people would definitely choose to do things for the thrill alone. So he knew that this wasn't the last time that someone would try to break out of prison. Even with all the high-tech systems back on Earth, prisoners still broke out frequently. So what more of here? Human beings were made to evolve and rise above any challenges. So with time, even the criminals would get better and wiser. And the only way to help them here was to constantly raise up the difficulty level. Well, with this whole prison thing behind him, now, he could finally focus on more important things. Currently, Landon and his secretary were driving towards District C. To be specific, they were heading towards the Ministry of Tourism. One should know that it was already the 17th of February, and the Ski U0026 snowboarding resort had already become one of the most popular sites to visit in Baymard. It's been weeks since it launched in Baymard, and has been ranked as the 8th most amazing place to visit in Baymard. Heck, it even overtook the Baymardian Motion Picture Studios and the Murder House of Mysteries, that took the 13th and 37th spots on the list. Of course, the first place had always been Landon's Magical Palace for some reason. Anyway, within the resort, children had fun outdoors skiing, slating and snowboarding, as well as adults who loved driving the snowmobiles instead. Also, there were those that just lived the feeling of flying, especially when those ski lifts carried them up in the air from one point to another. In short, many of the tourists and Baymardians felt like doing these fun activities on a daily basis. In addition to that, many of them loved staying in those simple yet beautiful dome-shaped rooms in the resort. This alone had reminded many Baymardians about the beauty of camping and so on. And so, it quickly became a hot site for many people, especially couples. As of now, these dome-shaped homes had already been booked from now till July so far. So that was how much in demand they were at. Bottom line, People found the whole place to truly be a breath of fresh air, and wanted these sorts of outdoor activities more. With all that said, many positive reviews and pleas had been sent to the Ministry of Tourism for many more opportunities like that one. As for what Landon knew, even though the people didn't want to live the way they used to live, they still wanted those fun-filled adventurous times in the woods. Sure. They had the zoo, a botanical garden, the park and several other places that showcased nature. But what they wanted was a place that would allow them to sleep outdoors in safety. Just like the resort. To be more specific, they wanted a scene that was similar to hiking or surviving in the woods. But the catch was that they wanted the place to be very safe. After all the deaths and animal attacks that used to happen around Shanks Road, it was totally understandable why they wouldn't want to go out hiking in such a forest. In short, no wife, husband, or even parent would want their child or loved one to be torn apart by wild animals. So they just wanted an outdoor area that they could camp with tents and sleep comfortably around. Of course, the place could have small animals like rabbits and so on, and maybe even deers and other friendly large animals, but no wild ones. And so with all that in mind, the Minister of Tourism, and well as the minister that overlooked everything concerning wildlife, plants and the entire ecosystem, quickly made a detailed note of what people truly wanted, and decided to send in their request to Landon ASAP. One should know that even back on Earth, even though people were still surrounded by technology, they still loved the great outdoors too. So what more of these people? Sure. They really lived how they were currently living now, but that didn't mean that they didn't want to go hiking or camping once or twice. In the end, for the people's sake, it was always best for them to have a blend of both worlds. Welcome your majesty. Welcome your majesty. Both ministers greeted in unison, alongside their secretaries as well. After greeting everyone, Landon calmly sang down and discussed happily with them, while waiting for the meeting to begin. And as the men talked, their secretaries on the other hand, hastily took out several documents and placed them on the table. In short, they were the ones readying the place for the meeting instead. 7 minutes went by just like that, and soon, Landon's secretary rose up from his seat and indicated for the meeting to begin. Another 47 minutes went by again, with everyone looking at Landon with admiration. What a guy! He had already come up with the perfect solution to the problem, and had even thought about cost, construction and other major and minor details. Yet, here they were scratching their heads on what to create. Of course, His Majesty had already asked them if they had any suggestions. And in truth, they really didn't have any, even though they had been brainstorming for a while now. Your Majesty. Can it really be done? Minister Abe said excitedly. His heart fluttered a bit, and for a short moment, his mind became somewhat blank. Genius. He looked at the document before him and almost felt like kissing it repeatedly. If they could pull this off, this would undoubtedly give Baymard more income just from tourists alone, because with His Majesty's plans and designs, even people who typically camped or sleep in the woods would still want to come over to taste this sort of adventure. Minister Abe looked at the documents and laughed stupidly. As for Minister Florian, he was also pleased as well. Landon looked at their faces and was satisfied with their happy expressions. Since they had agreed, then he would quickly give Tim the go-ahead to begin construction. It could take years for it to be completed, but overall, the place would definitely be worth the wait. And what was he going to build? Well, it was best to say that it would be a place that showcases all terrains on the planet. It was going to be an enclosed park, like Jurassic Park, but without the dinosaurs of course, and it also wouldn't be that big too. In other words, some places might look like the desert, the other places might look like the jungle. He would even out quicksand, hidden temples and so on there for adventures to swing through vines, climb mountains and so on. This was going to be an enclosed park that would take several years to build. Anyway, this was the best he could do for the people. With wars and wild animals around the place, he couldn't just send them their deaths outdoors. As previously before his arrival, Most hunters still lost their lives or got heavily injured, and the people didn't want to camp if it wasn't safe. So he had to create his own forest for them. Basically, he would just enclose a massive space and create this dream world for the people. Right now, Landon wanted to iron out everything that needed his concern in Baymard, because soon, he would have to ready his men and leave for his mission. That's right. It was almost time for him to drive towards the north of Arcadina. And who was he going to save? He had no idea. But all this only made him all the more intrigued. Chapter 547 Transport Trucks. Chapter 547 Transport Trucks. Your Majesty, what do you think about these models? Let's see, Landon said while inspecting the track before him. Of course, it was a military transport truck. With the date for his mission closing in, he had to ensure that everything was up to par. How many truck types have you all been able to make? Landon asked. As for who he was talking to, of course it was none other than Overseer Reagan from the weapon manufacturing industry. Reagan calmly adjusted his new medical-grade glasses, before finally responding to Landon. Your Majesty, currently, only 5 types of transport trucks have been made from all the rest. As requested, Reagan said before giving Landon a document to look over. When he was assigned this task, His Majesty had said that he specifically wanted them to start creating these ones first before doing the rest on the list. Landon looked at the list while listening to Reagan. All trucks that they had created so far were fully covered, with none having an open boot, which was exactly what he was going for. He needed transport trucks that could focus on transporting humans, military weapons, food and so on during this winter season. Hence, these sorts of transport trucks were perfect for the job, as they were all fully covered with thick hard metal armor that was supposed to keep people safe against bullets, arrows and so on. But even though the exterior looked so hard and tough, Landon had immediately designed the inside to be extremely comfortable for the soldiers who were ready or returning from combat, as well as those that they rescued or saved. Some of these trucks were made just for rescued personnel, so their insides were designed to resemble that of homes. In this way, those rescued would feel comfortable throughout their journey. In short, Landon had designed the inside to be like those overnight capsule hotel buses, which just had individual sleeping pods for its guests. Each pod or capsule had its own bed, pillow, and even its own curtain for privacy. And in addition to that, each pod had its own light bulb within its space, as well as some reading materials, like a Baymardian welcome book which showed all the fun things to do in Baymard with pictures included. This was definitely an amazing way to advertise Baymard's touristic side to those that hadn't seen the place before. That wasn't the only available thing to look at, as they would also have the Baymardian Bible, alongside some common story books, in their sleeping quarters as well. One never knew if it was a child that they were rescuing or even the elderly, so it was always best to keep several options there at all times. These books were kept and secured on a built-in shelf on the walls, so they wouldn't fall during the journey. Of course, apart from reading material, there would also be water, as well as some other beverage and snacks in their pods when they first get in. And during the course of the journey, they would get at least 2 square meals a day. Since one of the military trucks was just an entire built-in kitchen, with how fast they had to travel, they weren't going to keep stopping every now and then just for cooking or meals. And what if it was snowing heavily for several days in a row? Were they going to starve just because of that? Indeed. That just seemed too ridiculous to Landon. So rather than that, it was better to make a kitchen that was tremor-proof on the road, alongside several fridges and freezers. It would definitely be best to make some dishes and keep on the side for a day or two, so that the cooks would also have some time off as well. They could properly store it well, like how airplanes store their foods. And when it would be breakfast or any other mealtime, they would just preheat the food before sending it over to the soldiers as well as the guests. They would definitely stop the trucks for meal distribution, but it wasn't going to take over even up to 10 minutes. because rather than cooking outside for more than an hour for the large group of soldiers and guests, 10 minutes was definitely the better option at the moment. And after meal distribution, they could eat in the vehicles while continuing their journey towards their final destination. Your Majesty. Last but not least, we have the clinical trucks here. They were the trickiest to do, but eventually we got it through in the end. Reagan said while opening the truck door for Landon. One should know that at least 4 or 7 military doctors and nurses would be coming on this trip as well. So Landon had made mini clinics in some of the trucks as well. In this way, when they got to the battlefield and did their part, after the battle, the back of the trucks could open up, and immediately transform into a clinic that would have all the injured men gathered around it. There should also be stretchers and even important tools for doing some major and minor operations. For example, if one were to get stabbed with a wooden stake or get shot with a bullet, the doctors were expected to remove the foreign objects like the bullet or wooden pieces, and immediately treat the patient, as well as stick up the injuries. Any delay might lead to loss of life, so it was best for them to save time by having all the equipment organized and ready to go. In short, Landon had really thought of everything. Of course, these trucks were marvelous for off-road travels as well. Right now, all he was focused on was getting to the north of Arcadina on time. So he needed something that could do the job effortlessly, while still making everyone feel as comfortable as possible. They would be on the road for several days in a row, so there was no need in making them sleep upright. That would just give them stiff necks and other complications. Landon inspected all truck types and nodded in satisfaction. Chief Reagan, I'm impressed. Chapter 548 Loverboy is here. Chapter 548 Loverboy is here. Landon smiled in satisfaction as he looked at the vehicles before him. With these trucks, he and the men would definitely be able to make it on time for the rescue mission. As for his many trucks he was going to leave with, well, he had decided to take a total of 40, which would include 3 kitchen trucks, 5 clinical trucks, 5 guest-carrying trucks, 24 trucks for transporting soldiers, and 3 more for transporting weapons, storing raw bags of grain or food, spare tires, blankets and any other items that might be of some use to the mission. One should know that the trucks carrying the guests were made to be fancier, as it was more spacious and gave room for privacy. But the ones carrying the soldiers had smaller beds and no privacy. The interior of these trucks looked like a dormitory, with several beds bunked onto of one another. For sure, even though the guest capsules were also bunked, because they were spacious and had their own privacy, it actually gave off a very sophisticated look. But these ones on the other hand, looked very crude in regards to those in the guest trucks. And that was because the soldiers needed to stay alert at all times. Unlike the guests, the soldiers had to be ready for action in a flash. So capsules or POS would definitely be a hinder to them if they have to jump off their beds hurriedly. And they also had to have their eyes visible to their entire surroundings at all times as well. So privacy was definitely not an option for them. There were beds spread all across the walls of these trucks, and each column had at least 3 rows of beds that were bunked on top of one another. In short, every space within the truck had been maximized to the fullest, because the beds here were all foldable. Of course, Landon had taken this concept from Earth. It was the same concept used for foldable parlor or dining room chairs that were attached to the walls. When they were not needed, they would fold up, creating for space in the living room and vice versa. Likewise, the beds for these soldiers could be hidden away in order to create more space for any emergencies or inconveniences. Also, there were several roll-up camping bags available just in case some people chose to sleep on the floors instead. Anyway, Landon had no doubt that this number of trucks would be enough for the mission. And even though he would have definitely loved to use the new military tanks for this mission, traveling with it out of Baymard would make their journey relatively slow. So he couldn't. In addition to that, now wasn't the right time to show off those tanks yet, as he still needed to use them to deal with that scum father of his. From the tracker that he put on him, it showed that Alec was already on his way to Baymard. and would only arrive sometime during spring. The funny thing was that Landon would leave Baymard, go the north and still come back way before Alec attacked. Modern cars were definitely faster than horses. And taking into account that Alec would definitely use wagons to transport some of his weapons under this harsh climate, Landon already knew that Alec could only arrive here during late spring. With that in mind, since he knew what route Alec was taking, he decided to use another route when going to and from the north. Your Majesty. You like them? HMHM. They're all what I expected. Good job, Reagan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Alright. Since it's now completed, send the trucks that I've selected to the barracks immediately, Landon said while touching the sturdy exterior of one of the trucks. As for the new weapons, like time bombs and smoke bombs, those ones had already been created a while back. So he had already sent out his request for what he needed for this mission. And of course, his requests had already been approved by the military board. Yes, even he had to get approval for resources since everything needed to be properly documented at all times. Alright, Reagan, keep up the good work. Yes, Your Majesty, Reagan replied while adjusting his glasses again. With that, Landon left Reagan and calmly made his way towards the food industry. Everything concerning his mission was now set and ready to go, as even the doctors and soldiers that needed to accompany him on the trip had also been chosen and briefed on their mission too. Of course, budgeting for provisions, surgical tools, blankets and other items had also been approved as well. So all that was left was for him to wait for his departure day. But while all that was going on, a certain lover boy had finally arrived at the shores of Corona. The shores of Loplin coastal city, the Empire of Corona. A young handsome man stood majestically on one of the balconies in his ship. He listened to the sounds of the ocean, hitting against his ship, as well as the rowdy noises coming from the shores that could be heard from a mile away. He squinted his eyes and gave off a confident smile. Men, ready the sails and pull up our flag. I want these lowlifes to know just how rich we are. Yes, Your Highness. His men tried proudly. Good. Now, also get all those glass pieces that had been created by heavenly lightning that struck our city back in the Empire. TSK. I'm sure that these lolves haven't seen glass before. So if we give some shards of glass out to them, then they would definitely worship us all the more. Your Highness is wise. These wild people would definitely fall in love with His Highness even more, said a large burly man, with an evil grin on his face. How hard was it to win over Bushmen? As for their leader, he just smiled proudly at them, before looking at the shores of Loplin City again. My dear sweet Penelope, the love of your life is finally here. Chapter 549 Disrespectful Savages. Chapter 549 Disrespectful Savages. Prince Sky looked at the shores of Corona gleefully. Has anyone ever been able to resist the temptation of owning glass? If he distributed small shards of glass to these savages, then wouldn't they be thankful to him all the more? After all, since glass was so expensive, it would mean that they could trade it in for more money or even keep it as a family heirloom. But what Prince Sky didn't know, was that thanks to some of Baymard's goods that were sold in glass objects, no one really thought much of glass anymore, as now even peasants had to. Of course, all of this was in the future. But for now, Prince Sky thought that his plan was as solid as a rock. In fact, even without any plan, he still felt like he, Prince Sky Williams, would definitely be successful in wooing Penelope. After all, most women typically jumped all over the place whenever they heard that he was from the continent of Vainita. So what more of her? A woman was a woman, no matter how he saw it. They were loose, fickle, greedy, selfish and scheming, with their only purpose in life being to hook the biggest fish in the sea. And since he was indeed the biggest fish at the moment, so how could Penelope dare to refuse his proposal? Nope. That would just defy natural common sense. And such a smart woman like herself would definitely have such common sense. Sky and his crew soon drew closer to the port on the shores, alongside several other ships. And as they moved, even though those beside them saw their flags, No one even slowed down or gave them away. In short, it wasn't that these people were being rude to them. No, rather than being rude, one could say that they were just in a haste, as time was now against them. In fact, many people didn't even have the time to look at Sky's hoisted flag properly. You see, this was Loplin City. This was the city where the Bakeronian ships were. And so many people had sailed from different continents to Corona, just for the experience. They had the pamphlets that showed the ship's departure and arrival times. So if they didn't hurry to book earlier, then wouldn't the entire ship be booked full? By then, wouldn't they have to wait for another ship before they depart? And worse, if they don't hurry up and miss their booking in time, then wouldn't they have missed their ship ride just like that? At first, several aristocrats and nobles took their time to dock and even head out to the Bakeronian ship's station. But after missing their ships for several times in a row, they soon understood the essence of timekeeping. They now hurried the men carrying their bags and ran behind them as fast as they could towards the ship's station. In fact, they acted as if they were about to miss their airplane flight or something. Because for sure, even when these people missed their ship rides, they felt the same way those on Earth felt, when they missed their flight in the airports. No one liked waiting in the ship station for the next ship or even sleeping in the town an extra day if they didn't plan to do so. So it wasn't that these people were being disrespectful to Sky and his men. No. It was just that they were truly in a rush to even register what flag had been hoisted. Sky and his men looked at the surrounding ships in confusion and anger. On the surrounding ships, everyone was running around crazily as if their lives depended on it. Can you guys just hurry up? Children, please don't bother the men who are trying to work. If you do so, then I won't allow any of Hunyo get ice cream when we get on board the ship. Come. Bring all the luggage and place them here immediately. Oh my God. Can you all be fast? Tell those below to row the ship as fast as they can. We don't have all day here, so tell them to row faster. Conversations like these could be heard all around them. These people even held their pieces of luggage and stood by the exit of their ships, as if they wanted to dive into the water while holding their luggage. And why the hell were they shaking so much and tapping their feet so impatiently? In short, the entire scene was really chaotic. And all of this just made Sky and his crew truly feel annoyed when they looked at the savages around them. The smiles that they had previously worn had now turned upside down the more they observed. Typically, when their flag was hoisted, several ships usually stopped anchor just to let them pass. In short, everyone usually made way for them while slightly bowing on them. But rather than having this sort of treatment, those around them increased their speed as well, as if they were in some racing competition with them. And the funny thing was that these people had great incredible ship docking skills. Sky and his men had been targeting a certain docking spot once. They realized that the ship on that spot was trying to leave. But before they knew it, someone had already overtaken them, and hastily rushed in the spot in a flash. In fact, even the speed at which everything was prepared was shocking. Once the ship docked, the wooden bridge that allowed passengers to step down was quickly placed at lightning speed, and those on board ran down with their luggage like crazy. In fact, to Sky and his men, they were so rude that these spit stealers didn't even bother to look at the people that they had stolen the spot from. How disrespectful. Sky and his men were now boiling in rage. So much so that their faces had turned red as a tomato. Good. These people were indeed savages. Chapter 550 Reserved. Chapter 550 Reserved. Bam. Your Highness. These people are clearly not putting you in their eyes. Just who the hell did they think they were? Your Highness. They already took the last available spot. So now, do they really expect us to drop anchor and sail out in small boats to their port? How preposterous. Your Highness, I think that we shouldn't give them any more glass shards again. Many of the men complained to their heart's content until someone quickly spotted some empty spots at the far end of the shores. Your Highness, I think I see several spots, but on the massive signboard there, it says that they all say that they are all reserved for something called the Bakeronian Station, said Quasi. who was a tall burly man with a ghastly scar on his face. "Your Highness." What Kwasi said makes sense. But looking at it now, the massive ships on this dock show that we can't afford to offend the owner of the place anytime soon, so maybe it will be better for us to anchor out instead. Pewee. Can you listen to yourself? Do you want His Highness to act like a peasant? Are you even thinking properly? HMPH. Don't mind him, I've always known that he was a fool. Because if not, then how would he suggest that His Highness should stoop so low in a foreign land? Wouldn't that just damage His Highness' prestige all the more? And how are you even sure that those are ships? Yeah? How can any ship be made of metal and float? I reckon that those are buildings that have been designed to look like ships instead. Wait a moment guys. I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. But wouldn't it be stupid to just make a metal building and put it in water like that? Wouldn't it trust? And even if it was truly a building, then how did they manage to make it underwater? So it might actually be a ship. That's impossible. It's a building. The men debated for a while, before Sky finally raised his right hand up and called for silence. He squinted his eyes and looked at the massive terrifying ship greedily. Men, whether it's a ship or a building, we will definitely know for sure when we take a user look. But I can assure you all that it is indeed a ship, and from the look of it, its owner is surely a rich one too. So it's safe to say that the owner would have some major forces here in Corona. With that said, if we befriend such a man, our mission here will be an easy one for sure. And who knows, maybe the owner might even give us one of these magnificent ships if he finds out about our identities, Sky said while massaging his chin mischievously. As for his men, listening to their leader made them completely speechless in an instant. Even though some of them suspected that those structures were truly ships, the realization of it all truly hit them hard. Since they had never seen a ship like this, their legs instantly went weak from shock, and their hearts tightened up a bit too. Did these people perform sorcery when creating these ships? So Your Highness is saying that we should dock our ships over there? Kwasi asked. HMHM. But Your Highness, the place is still reserved. So wouldn't the owner be angry with us for doing so? If we really dock there, then how would we get on the owner's good side? Asked another man. Sky looked at the dock and sneered. Reserved? Hee. Who could be more important than us? Any smart man who sees our flag and symbol would definitely run over to curry favor with us. We have a lot more to offer these people than anyone else in the Pino continent. So for sure, the owner of this place wouldn't be mad. No, he would be overly welcoming instead, because there is not a single influential person around that doesn't know the benefits and power that people from the continent of Vaynipta wield. So can such a person dare to go against them? In addition to that, the fact that I'm also a prince guarantees our safety all the more, because no one would dare touch me for fear of a full-scale war from our people. With that said, who cares if the place is reserved or not? Right now, we have now claimed it as our one, and I would like to see who can stop us from docking there, Sky said arrogantly. As for his men, they also raised their chests slightly higher than average while also looking at the dock arrogantly as well. His Highness was right. Who could stop them here? No one. That's who. They sailed towards the ship station majestically, and before they knew it, they were now extremely close to the massive heavenly ship. Beautiful, they thought. The ship was really a beauty, and was much bigger than they had anticipated it to be at a distance away. But while they were still admiring its beauty, 3 metal ships that were about the same size as their own ships speedily made way towards them. They hastily wiped their eyes with their hands, while focusing on these ships in a daze. How could metal ships go so fast? Were the men paddling in these ships even human? And more importantly, shouldn't a floating metal ship be breaking some sort of mystical law or something? Sky's eyes went back and forth between his own ships and the metal ships for a while, as if trying to compare the two and find out which one was the better option. And soon, his eyes finally settled with immense greed. As he looked at these metal ships before him, no matter what, he had to get his hands on at least 1, 2 or 3 of those ships. Halt. This entire dock is reserved. and is only meant to be used by the ship's station. So please, leave now and find space in the other dock. I repeat, this entire place is already reserved. So please leave now. Chapter 551 More Disrespect. Chapter 551 More Disrespect. This entire place is already reserved. So please leave now, and dock at the other port. Sky thought that he was hearing things. What? After seeing his flag, was this the welcome that they had given him? Was it that his flag wasn't sewn properly for these people not to recognize it? For this trip, Sky had requested for one of the most famous tailoring companies in his continent to sew all 12 flags for his ships. The flags were so big that none could see what was sewn on it easily. For his trip, Sky had left with 12 ships that each had a flag, and the flag in question was just a sketch of his empire's royal seal on it, as well as the name of the continent that he came from. For him, the most important thing that he made sure to include was his continent's name, and not his empire's name instead, since peasants and some people might not properly remember it. But once they hear what continent he came from, they would definitely be kissing his feet in no time. With that being said, how come these buffoons didn't give him way at all? Didn't they properly recognize the words written on his flags, or were they just too stupid that they couldn't read? He knew that his empire and the Pino continent spoke almost the same language, as there were just little differences here and there. And even when he had spoken to several wealthy merchants and other nobles from the Pino continent who came to visit his empire, there has never been a language barrier between them. So he felt like these idiotic savages should at least be able to read what he had written. No. Sky looked at all 3 metal ships that stood before him coldly. On their decks, several strangely dressed men in uniform looked straight at them indifferently. He looked at the ships intensely, before opening his eyes wide in shock. Was that glass that he was seeing, and were the people behind the glass in some hidden room? Sky now looked at the people in the control room with an even more confused expression on his face. And when he looked at the bag of broken glass pieces that he had gathered up as gifts to these people, he somehow felt very foolish at the moment. One would say that his so-called gift was utter garbage, because that was what it was. Trash. He boiled a little from anger, as he felt that these people were not only looking down on his flag and origin, but were also looking down at his wealth. And just when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a voice echo out from the ships before him again. We do not allow or want any trouble across the shores of our ship's station. So please, sail to the other dock immediately. Sky looked at them and sneered. He didn't believe that they would do nothing to him. So he sent for one of his men to bring his megaphone over. You want me, a prince from the great continent Vaynicta, to turn back just because you say so? What gave you all the balls to command me? Do you know that what you are doing could cause a war between our empires? TSK. You all better give way now, before I change my mind and not show you all any mercy. Listening to their leader, Sky's men smiled even more arrogantly as they observed how silent the men before them were. Oh, now they knew fear. He. Weren't they the ones that were so stuck up and acted high and mighty earlier on? Didn't they want to act tough by coming over and commanding their leader? So now, why were they all so quiet? Everyone was gleefully looking at the strangely dressed men before them proudly, as if they expected them to kowtow to their leader. Sky looked at the men and smiled calmly. Well, what do you all have to say now? We are sorry we didn't recognize His Highness' brilliance earlier on, the voice from the metal ship said. And just listening to what the voice had said, Sky and his men gave out a victory smile and sneered at them in contempt. As expected, their continent was a powerhouse that made others go weak with fear. But how would they have known that in the next few seconds, those broad smiles of theirs would turn into raging frowns instead? Your Highness, we apologize for the negligence on our part. After all, it was rude of us to call you out without addressing you in your appropriate title. But nonetheless, our orders still remain the same. Now, Your Highness, you have 3 minutes to at least show signs of turning around, or we will treat you as hostile. Damn it, this wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Sky and his men trembled slightly from anger. This was the biggest humiliation that they had ever experienced. Sky looked at them and gritted his teeth brazenly. And what if I don't leave? Then you will truly face our wrath. As I said, this place is reserved. And just so you know, you've already wasted time talking to me. So you only have 2 minutes and 11 seconds left, the voice said calmly. But for Sky, it seemed like the voice was mocking him instead. He clenched his hands and continued to observe his surroundings for a bit. Even though he had 12 ships and had completely outnumbered those 3 metal ships, he still felt like he shouldn't make any moves, for how? After all, he didn't know anything about his enemy. So this was undoubtedly a bad idea. For now, he had no choice but to concede to these. But in future, when he became Karana's ruler, these people would be the first to die. And just like that, the mighty Prince Sky Williams left the scene and headed towards the other dock. Because there was no way that he would anchor his ships around the place and head to the shores of Loplin City in small boats. So with no pace available, he waited for a bit, before finally rushing in to take a docking space. This was the first time in his life that he had fought with others for docking space. And it would definitely be his last. Chapter 552 Women in Power. Chapter 552 Women in Power. Time went by swiftly, as all the men who had previously been out on Gum City had now finally made it back to Baymard in one piece. Of course, they were awarded for their hard work, as this could have been a global issue if it wasn't controlled properly this time. And in addition to that, their names were also noted and properly stored for historical purposes. And a massive celebratory party was held in their honor too. The celebration was given an entire day to itself, since most people were exempt from working on that day. And what really made it all the more tear-jerking was that the patients that they looked after, especially the children, all made massive cards that had the words "thank you" on them. For sure, these cards were made to thank the citizens of Baymard for sending out the capable doctors, nurses and soldiers, as well as sending them charitable donations from the church here in Baymard. Because due to these donations, many people in Gum City had enough money to at least feed themselves for the next month steadily, if they truly wanted to rely only on the money given to them. But that wasn't the case, as many people now wanted to become merchants or able farmers who would sell their goods to merchants instead. They also adopted the idea of picking up trash and disposing of it. So some people now worked for the government as waste workers, and others signed up to join their city lord's army instead. Of course, some had learnt a little bit of medicine, or rather healthcare, from the doctors, as they were just taught on what to do if one had the flu, headache, fever and so on. Because like it or not, these people still died from things like a fever. Of course, when the matter got too serious, they had to get a proper healer to look into the matter. And that was why their city lord had also invited 2 healers to remain here in Gum City permanently, with a fat salary of course. Anyway, there were so many job opportunities for those people now, as things were really looking up for the people in Gum City. And with all that said and done, the whole Shinjep thing was really finally over. Today, Landon had been trying up all loose ends before his departure tomorrow morning. And funny as it may seem, or the past few weeks, everyone has been fighting for his attention like crazy once he told them that he would be out of Baymard for a while, be it government officials, or even those within the lower region. Everyone wanted to talk about some matters that needed Landon's full attention. And that was why during this entire time, he had been going up and down like crazy. Fortunately, he was able to quickly satisfy everyone to the best of his abilities. Anyway, in addition to dealing with all this, Landon also had to give the women in his household several duties as well. And that was why he was currently holding a meeting with them. To be more specific, before him were Mother Kim, Mother Winnie, Lucy and Grace. One should know that every time Landon went out on a mission, he always made sure to give them several tasks to complete. And because he went out on missions frequently, These ladies had decided to adopt their roles permanently as their second jobs. That was why they all worked as government officials in different government offices too. After all, it was very common for a teacher or a lecturer to take on other jobs as well. Landon looked at the women before him lovingly, while waiting for his secretary to finish distributing several documents to them. Of course, this was an official meeting, so all of them had also brought in their secretaries too. Everyone had already been sent the official meeting agenda, so they knew what they were going to talk about. And in their tables, one could find a large nameplate, which showed their names, as well as what government position that they all held. Ding! A small table bell went off, which finally indicated that it was time for the meeting to begin. The ladies as well as their secretaries, all sat upright while facing Landon seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, today, we've assembled here because of one important reason. And that is the assurance that things will continue to run smoothly during my absence. And so just like last time, I will begin by going into detail about their duties while I'm away. Of course, if you have any questions to ask, please do ask during the question and answer Q026A part of the meeting. First off, let's list out everyone's duties before talking about them in detail later on. Let's begin with Mrs. Queen Mother Kimberly O. From the Ministry of Environment, Conservation U0026 Parks. Queen Mother Kimberly will continue to ensure that Baymard's environment, which includes its habitats, streams, lakes and so on, constantly remain clean, fresh and free of contamination at all times. And while doing so, Queen Mother Kimberly will also be tasked with properly handling the current situation in Riverdale City. The city still has some issues with stream water pollution, as several people, especially tourists, still pollute the streams constantly, which in turn contributes to the increase in filth within the region. These people still use their stream and make water drinking, washing clothes, dishes and even bathing. So using continued water will definitely make them sick. And for those with very weak bodies, just something as small as this could even kill them. That is why you and your team must continuously strive to tackle the matter head on. Even though the death rate in that city had gone down drastically, its results could still be no better improved. So with that said, Queen Mother Kimberly, can you handle it? Yes, Your Highness, Mother Kim answered seriously. Good. Chapter 553 Women in Power 2. Chapter 553 Women in Power 2. Queen Mother Kimberly, can you handle it? Yes, Your Highness, Mother Kim answered seriously. Good. Mother Kim felt very excited as well as confident that she and her team will be able to improve the situation to some extent before Landon got back from his mission. It has been over 2 years since she began working for her ministry, and now she knew most of the protocols and procedures needed in handling such matters. Immediately, her mind went to work, and she had quickly decided to head towards Riverdale City as soon as Landon left Baymard. Of course she would first give her morning lectures, before heading out at 1 p.m. to the city to collect more Stream U0026 lake water samples. She and her team would also have to find a way to lower the water pollution rate as well, because even though they had placed several signs along the streams, and also informed all those coming into the city about the rules, tourists still did as they pleased. So this time, they had to take a more dramatic approach instead. Landon nodded at Mother Kim before finally facing Mother Winnie. Alright. As for Mrs. Winnie from the Ministry of Health U0026 Long-Term Care, during my period of absence, you and your team will still do all your regular duties and inspections involved. Please properly conduct your monthly inspection of all batch samples for drugs, air or anything health-wise. More importantly, all restaurants and areas carrying food also need to be inspected as well. Any place that doesn't reflect the health and safety codes when handling, packaging or storing meat, dairy or any other foods, should be properly punished as protocol. And this goes without saying, but those places need to be extremely clean as well. No mice. Yes, Your Majesty. Mother Winnie responded seriously as well. The meeting continued on, with Landon talking about the responsibilities that both Grace and Lucy had to deal with. For Grace, she was currently working with the Ministry of Trade UO026 investment that dealt with imports and exports, all matters concerning trade nationally and internationally, as well as national investments too. And apart from doing all that, she also had to attend several meetings with different associations. But the biggest meeting that she had to attend during Landon's absence was the annual merchant meeting, which basically consisted of all registered merchants that came to and fro Baymard. Yes, Baymard had a merchant association. For the annual meeting, only registered members could attend the event, and anyone who brought in any unregistered member as a guest had to be sanctioned heavily, and might even be suspended from the association indefinitely. One should know that this meeting was an exclusive one for members only, and was also one of the many perks entitled to members as well. Of course, some of the perks were simple things like longer visa dates, better discounted prices, 5% off schooling fees for their children, and so on. In short, all these perks were a way of saying thank you to them, because half of Baymard's income came from these merchants who exported goods on a daily basis and distributed them throughout the Pino continent, as well as to other places in the world. And so with all those benefits, almost all merchants who wanted to work with Baymard in the long run immediately registered for under the association. The association had over 300 members who were either wealthy merchants, ordinary merchants, or even merchants that just started up. In short, everyone within the continent knew that signing up under this association was a good starting point for new merchants, as they could easily mingle with other wealthy merchant associates or even have the opportunity to give proper business proposals as well. And in addition to that, they also had several perks from Baymard as well. So how could they not scramble to sign up for it? This annual meetup was a 5-day one, with different activities and meetings that had been planned out for the associates. For sure, people from all over the continent would be swarming over like flies. So with how big the event was going to be, Landon was already certain that Grace would have her hands too full during his absence. But since she said that she could handle it, then so be it. Your Majesty, the event will definitely be successful, so worry not, Grace said confidently. I believe in you, Miss Grace, Landon replied, before focusing his attention to the last person on the list, his fiancée, Lucy. In her case, she worked within the Ministry of National Security, Peace UO026 Defense. Of course, this goes without saying, but as the future queen, she had to protect the empire whether Landon was present or not. As a minister within the department, she also had to work with the leaders of all armed forces within Baymard. Anything to do with security and peace had to pass through her ministry. So she and her team had to ensure that everyone was following protocol. Her ministry had so many things to do, like working alongside those who might fight wars, countering global and domestic terrorist threats, screening goods at the ports to see if any black powder, explosives or hostile individuals that tried to make it through, and so on. In short, she and her team were those people in movies that spoke to Mr. and Mrs. President about important security matters and came up with ideas on what to do when facing national attacks. And aside from that, Lucy was also a registered member of the military and navy forces, as she had been training every Tuesday, Friday and Sundays alongside the soldiers and navy officers. So if there were actually any attacks during his absence, he was confident that she would properly handle the situation to the best of her capabilities. With the help of Lucius, Gary and the rest, of course. And so just like that, Landon had properly settled everyone before finally heading off to bed. It didn't even take up to a minute before his heavy eyes quickly gave way. Yup, he was dead tired. But luckily for him, the Sandman was there to nestle him warmly all night long. It truly felt like time went by too swiftly, because before he knew it, the morning had already come once again. And now, it was finally home for him to leave. Chapter 554 Code F103 Chapter 554 Code F103 The next day, Landon got up feeling energized and quickly made his way to the barracks. For this mission, Apart from the soldiers, Landon was also bringing some Marines as well. One should know that the Marines existed to win battles as swiftly as possible in any time of crisis, so they could fight on land, air and sea, alongside the soldiers, pilots and navy. Anyway, starting whenever there was a mission, Landon always made sure that they were included in it because they too needed the experience alongside the soldiers or Navy officers as well. At 5:30 a.m., all Army doctors, nurses, Marine officers and soldiers that had been chosen for this mission immediately assembled before the heavy armor trucks for roll call. Sylvester Mordy, present sir. Caperon Vernoda, present sir. The roll call only lasted for a few minutes, before everyone went into their designated vehicles as planned. Before today, they had already been told what vehicle they would be staying in during the duration of their mission, as well as a day-to-day summary of what their duties would be while they journeyed forward. Some might have to be cooks, while others would be drivers instead. In short, their schedule had been made into shifts that switched every 8 hours, with everyone having at least 2 off days before they arrived at their destination. For this mission, Landon had made 5 teams that had a perfect blend of both Marines and soldiers. As for the leaders of each team, he had appointed himself 2 Navy officers and 2 soldiers to be group leaders. One team will focus on guarding the vehicles when they arrived, as well as protecting the doctors and nurses, while the other 4 teams will focus on either rescuing those that need to be rescued or fighting the battle head-on. And so, with roll call finally over, everyone quickly hopped into their vehicles and left without delay. Your Majesty, we did another check on their food supply, weaponry and essentials again, and so far, everything is good to go, said Warrant Officer Basil. Even though they had checked everything previously, it was still better to have a last-minute check again just in case some double-crosser had done something without their notice. Landon looked at the marked list in his hands and nodded in satisfaction, before finally looking at his time again. They had planned to move out at 6:30 a.m. on the dot, and now was just 6:24 a.m. Alright, let's get into our designated vehicles. It's almost time to move out. Yes, Your Majesty, Basil replied, before finally walking to the lead vehicle and grabbing his walkie-talkie. All drivers should get ready for departure. I repeat, all drivers should be ready for departure. With the first reminder given out, all drivers held their steering wheels as if they were in a racing competition. And soon, it was already 6:30 a.m. on the dot. Time to move out. All 40 vehicles steadily left the barracks and headed towards Baymard's magnificent gate. Luckily, they had decided to leave within the early hours of the morning, or else their exit would have definitely caused a lot of commotion on the streets of Baymard. And if that were to happen, the press would definitely be all up on their business with several theories on why they were moving out. For now, it was best to keep everything on the low. They drove as fast as they could past Riverdale City and continued on into Arcadina's western territories. Indeed, traveling by car was definitely faster than with horses, because before they knew it, they had already passed Riverdale City in no time. In fact, Landon had already estimated that if they kept traveling in both day and night time with just a couple of breaks for food distribution and whatnot, they would probably arrive in the northern territories of Arcadina in 5 days' time. And based on how long they would take to battle and treat injuries, they might spend another 4 or 5 days within the northern territory before using another 5 days to come back. So it was clear that this whole mission would keep him out of Baymard for at least half a month or more. 2 days had gone by just like that, everyone switching roles here and there. Of course, they had caused some commotion around some villages and towns as well. Father, come out quickly. Look, it's a carriage moving without a horse. Wah, even though I heard that these things existed, I always thought that it was a lie. But who would have known that it was true? Goodness, just look at how big and beautiful it is. How can it be so beautiful? Oh my god. Can I ever own something like this? You? Own it? I heard that even our ruler, King Alec can only dream of owning it. Then what more of you? Please stop dreaming. Really? Is it that expensive? Of course it is. I also heard that it can fly as well, and can also turn invisible too. What? Exclamation mark. Oh my heavens. Is it really true? HMHM. I heard it from Merchant Oliver, bro. It's also said that this thing is called a car and not a carriage, and it can also talk as well. He said THT when one sat in something called a train. It will toll at each stop. Amazing. Now I see your point. There's no way that he'll ever be able to get one for myself. I totally agree. Just looking at it, I'm sure that these people are from Baymard. Holy SH. Baymard? Of course Baymard. Which other places can create such godly things? They are the pros when it comes to making godly things. Conversations like these could be heard from all those who had spotted these heavy armored trucks, but Landon wasn't too bothered about the fact that his presence was known. And that was because the path that they had chosen to use completely avoided all the major towns and cities. In fact, they only passed through very small villages and less popular towns on their journey to the north of Arcadina. And funny enough, even though most of these people hadn't gone to Baymard before, they had automatically chosen to believe that Landon and his crew were from Baymard. Because even though they lived in villages, some merchants from these villages had brought in some basic necessities, like hooded winter coats and blankets for those in the villages. So many people still knew of Baymard. In addition to that, those who went out to bigger cities for visitation and came back, later on, all spoke about Baymard as if it were a mystical place, so its popularity had quickly risen up in these territories. The team steadily traveled through 73 several villages and towns, until they saw a large cloud of smoke coming from one of the villages. Landon picked up his walkie-talkie and gave out his orders. Emergency. Code F103. I repeat, Code F103. Drivers, full speed ahead. VRRRRMMMMMM. Chapter 555 Local Tyrants. Chapter 555 Local Tyrants. VRRRRRMMMMM. The cars speeded up quickly to the unfortunate village or town ahead. Everyone looked at the cloud of smoke that seemed to be growing bigger the closer they got and couldn't help but feel a little bit anxious. Hopefully, they weren't too late. Meanwhile, in the tiny village, several men on horseback were towering over a group of injured villagers. The men were the ones who got injured, while the females shivered and hugged each other fearfully at the side. The women couldn't escape even if they wanted to, because some of the riders had surrounded them with bows and arrows as well. Bahahaha. Village chief. Do you think that surrendering yourself to us will change anything? TSK. If you all want to blame anyone, then you can only blame yourselves. If you all had provided the full amount of grain requested and coins that we requested, then we wouldn't be here, now would we? Said a large chubby man, who had a black eye patch on his right eye. Whip, whip, whip. As he spoke, his men continuously whipped the poor injured village men that were already lying on the ground pitifully. Listening to the chubby man, the village chief was immediately filled with sorrow and hate. His grief surged with every expelled breath, as he looked at the wailing women and the injured men all around him. His heart felt empty, as a sense of nothingness quickly engulfed him completely. Just how did it become like this? Was it truly their fate to die in the hands of these evildoers? And all of this was because they couldn't provide enough grain and coins for these villains. Of course, these scumbags wanted to drain them dry all year round. And for the safety of his people, he had no choice but to comply with their every demand. His village had given almost all the food that they had to these wild bandits, but yet it wasn't enough to guarantee their lives this time around. The bandits before him were known as the Wolfhound Bandits. They were the big bosses within this territory, as they collected protection fees, grain and women from the neighboring villages and minor towns around the place. At the end of every season, they would collect their protection fees from the villagers unfailingly, and if the quota hadn't been met, then they would severely punish or eradicate the villagers altogether. In a way, They did this so as to warn the other villagers of the consequences of not completing their requests. The village chief lifted his body face upwards and gritted his teeth in pain while looking at the towering giants before him. Please, give us more time. I promise that we will be able to give you all that you requested in 2 weeks' time. One of the towering men quickly slapped him silly, which sent him back to the ground in an instant. Village chief. Everyone else cried out in grief, as they watched their 56-year-old village chief get smacked hard in the face. The village chief in question gripped the ground below him as hard as he could, before finally kneeling before the chubby towering man again. Please, just give us more time, he said while kowtowing to the man with all his strength. And once again, he was harshly kicked several times in the head by the same man that had previously slapped him. Bam, 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 bam. You ugly good-for-nothing. How dare you open your filthy mouth and talk back to our leader, who gave you the guts to make any requests, huh? Exclamation mark. Smack, bang. The man continued to aggressively attack the village chief until his entire body was covered in reddish-purple bruises. And soon, the village chief quickly spat out a mouthful of blood. Splick. Goo. Go easy in the old man, little seven. We don't want to kill him yet, alright? After all, they say that it's good to be filial to the elderly, don't they? Right, elder bro. I'll go easy on him by only boxing and punching him hard. So worry not, I promise that I won't kick him or use my sword on him again. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit, little bro. Ha 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 ha. Smack, bang. Ha 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 ha. While the bandits laughed merrily, the rest of the villagers grew pale from fright instead. Their lips quivered and their bodies shivered vigorously, as they soon realized that their legs had turned wobbly in a flash. The entire scene was just too gruesome to watch. The village chief tried to keep his heavy eyes open, but soon, he could feel himself slowly losing consciousness. And as he was about to faint, he couldn't help but curse himself a little for not being strong enough. Damn it, if only he had enough strength. Grandpapa. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard his granddaughter's voice calling him. No, why would she reveal herself as his relative? Now wouldn't they just target her even more? At this moment, the pain in his heart was much more than that from his injuries. She was the only family he had, as he would rather die than let her be harmed. He tried his best to open his eyes with all his might and regain his consciousness once more. But of course, his body was too weak to listen to him. A stream of tears flowed down his cheeks when he thought about his sweet granddaughter. Ancestors, if you really exist, then please save my granddaughter, he silently prayed, before finally fainting from his injuries. The young girl, who looked not more than 13 years old, quickly rushed out from the group of women like a slippery weasel and hastily made her way to her grandfather in a flash. And even though these bandits could have stopped her, they allowed her to reach the village chief's side, so that they could be certain of the relationship between the two. Grandpapa, please wake up, the girl said pitifully while nestling her grandfather's bloody face on her laps. Seeing her interaction with the village chief, the chubby leader smiled dastardly. Of course, seeing the smile on their leader's face, the bandits immediately knew what it meant. This girl was now the property of their leader. Ha 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 ha. Boys, this time, we've truly picked up a treasure. Now kill the men, and take the village chief and the women hostage immediately. Yes, leader, said the bandits, who also smiled cruelly at the villagers who were now wailing and begging for mercy for their loved ones. Please, don't kill my son. Please spare my husband. Please spare my family. The women begged with all their might before the chubby leader quickly silenced them all. Enough. I hate noise more than anything else. They will die, and that is that. Men, finish the job now. Yes, leader. The bandits responded again while closing in on their targets. But before they could even make a move, they heard several strange noises coming towards them at an alarming pace. And because of the sudden commotion, their horses all shook crazily, making the archers miss their mark. What the hell was going on? Vrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Put your hands up in the air, if you don't want to die. Chapter 556 A Lawless Land. Chapter 556 A Lawless Land. When Landon and the rest had arrived on the scene, they were first taken aback by the massive blazing huts within the tiny village. The fire burned angrily, as its leaping flames seemed to be filled with rage towards the huts that it engulfed. The air smelled burnt and felt extremely hot as well, as several black particles danced about in it merrily. The black particles and the flames were a stark contrast to the clear snowy floors below, and made the whole scene look like a painting brought to life instead. The villagers gathered around the cold snowy grounds, either had faces that had been coated with burnt ashes, or bodies filled with blood and injuries instead. Freeze. Drop your weapons and put your hands up in the air, if you don't want to die. The villagers saw Landon and his men, and immediately, their mouths dropped and opened wide in awe. Ah, so cool, they thought. The way that trucks had parked, and the speed at which Landon and his men had got out, made everyone look at them in amazement. If this was back on Earth, it would look exactly like how those cool secret agents stop their cars just in time to tell someone to get in. And before the vehicles had even stopped, several men calmly jumped out and pointed their weapons at the bad guys. It was just too cool. Of course, seeing all of this, the villagers felt like crying instead. Hooray! We are saved! We are saved! My son will live! My wife will not be taken away! Thank the heavens! They said excitedly, without a care in the world for the stunned bandits that were currently surrounding them, even though some of them had been previously injured and felt immense pain all over their bodies. At this moment in time, they couldn't feel the pain at all. Their bodies felt light, as if a heavy burden had been taken off their shoulders. Tears of joy welled up in their already swollen eyes, as they looked at the men who had just arrived on the scene. Did their ancestors listen to their pleas and finally sent these people to save them? Were they finally going to be free from these bandits? Did this mean that they would no longer suffer or starve to death from giving all their food and coins to these bandits? Many of them looked to the sky and said a silent prayer in their hearts. Thank you, ancestors. Thank you. As for the bandits, the moment they heard the words from these strange people, without even a single thought, they quickly raised their hands up like children who have been caught doing mischief. But after a few seconds, they all placed their hands down and pointed their weapons at Landon and his crew instead. Damn it! Previously, because of the strange superior-looking carriages and the rushed entrance of these men, the bandits all raised their hands unconsciously without even giving it a single thought, as reflex would make anyone do certain things in such surprising situations. Plus, the way Landon and his men had come in, first gave them the impression that these men were far superior to them. So of course they did as they were told like morons. But after raising their hands in the air critically, they now felt really stupid and decided to defend themselves instead. Many of them already had a high that these people were from Baymard. But so what? It was common knowledge that the place was ridiculously weak. In short, many empires had already started making plans for owning the place, and that was a fact. Essentially, everyone knew that Baymard had no sword academy or archery squad, and only had something Taser that could release lightning onto its victim. But this strange weapon could only be fired if one stood somewhat close to the victim. The leader of the group felt that if they stepped back a little bit, then they would be safe from these black stick rooms that were currently pointed at them. Men, step back, the leader commanded. But just when they were about to move, someone else commanded them to stay instead. I said you all should freeze and drop your weapons. Any more lives, and we will take action against you regardless. Hearing that, their leader, as well as some of the bandits all, sneered while looking coldly at these nosy people before them. At this distance, what could their weapons do to them? They looked at these nosy people who coldly while continuously pointing their weapons at them. Drop our weapons? Hey, do you take us for fools? What if you kill us after we drop them? It's not our policy to kill at will, so we won't. Now drop your weapon immediately. Like I said, do you think that we will really believe that? HMPH. Judging from carriages and outfit, am guessing that you're from Baymard. But I would like to mind you all that this is Arcadina, the land of the lawless, and not Baymard. Listen here, I don't really care what you intend to do. But around these parts, we are the law. So with that said, I suggest that you all stop being nosy and hurry out of our way now, the leader said arrogantly. Hearing him, the other bandits also felt confident as well. If these people were from Baymard, then what could they really do to them? With that, the bandits all felt overly excited and hyped up too. That's right. You all are just nosy people. How is any of this your business? Do you people just like to go around looking for trouble? Well, since you all like trouble so much, then we'll give you double of it instead. What a bunch of busybodies. After we deal with you all, we will be taking these sweet carriages of yours. Actually, we should really thank you for putting your nose into our business the way you did. Thanks to that, we're now acquired these godly carriages. Leader, why don't we just kill them and take their belongings instead? Yeah, leader, let's kill them. Yes, let's do it by hanging them. No, I don't agree. Let's burn them instead. TSK, what do you all know? Cutting them into pieces is definitely the better option here. No, burn them, hang them, poison them, _ Chapter 557 Pitiful Heroes. Chapter 557 Pitiful Heroes. Burn them, hang them, poison them, _ The bandits rambled on with their leader while treating their enemy like dirt that wasn't even worthy enough to enter their eyes. They all sneered and spat at these Baymardians who wanted to play the heroic part of saving these weaklings today. As for the heroes in question, they were busy giving secret hand signals to each other. Landon smiled calmly when he thought about how smoothly things were going. These bandits had really underestimated them due to the rumors that they've heard about Baymard. But why should he bother to correct them? It was always best for his enemies to lower their guard to some extent, so that the job can get done without too many casualties on his side. Enough, the chubby leader said to his men, before giving his complete attention to these newfound enemies of his. In truth, he took their silence and their lack of action as a sign of anxiousness. For him, it was obvious that they were now flustered because they couldn't attack them at this distance. So with that thought in mind, he didn't even bother to look at them before issuing out his command to his archers, who asked them to be heroes. Men, fire now, the chubby leader said, before majestically walking towards the back of his instead. But just before any of them could take a shot, they all felt a sharp stinging pain on their necks. Had they been stung by bees in the winter? They felt like the stinging pain was probably nothing, so they continued working out their arrows at will. Thup, 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 thup. Several arrows were sent flying, and immediately, Landon and his men either rolled away or jumped behind their trucks for cover. Ha 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 ha. Look, I knew that they were all talk and nothing more, said one of the bandits, who was watching the show pleasantly. I agree. Did you see how they ran away like whims? Without any archers or even shields, how would they be able to fight or launch any attacks at us from this distance? Yeah, they've really disappointed me. So what was the point of that cool entrance earlier on? If they were actually this weak, it almost feels like bullying now. But I'm definitely not complaining. You heroes there. What's the matter with you all? What happened to your heroic speech from earlier on? TSK. What a bunch of weaklings. As the bandits celebrated their early victory, the villagers on the other hand, all felt very scared instead. Wait, were these people not their saviors? Did their ancestors really but send them over to help them? As they watched the so-called battle, confusion instantly overtook their minds when they saw how tyrannical these bandits were. For them, the side that showed more aggressiveness during the battle was the winning team. That was just how it was. In these times, the more strength one displayed and the louder one was, made the crowd or spectators usually believe that they were invincible. So seeing that the bandits had made their saviors take cover with their tails between their legs, many of the villagers felt like their earlier celebration was a joke. They looked at Landon and his crew with guilt and pity instead. They even felt like maybe it was due to their prayers that their ancestors had guided these men here go their deaths instead. If these people hadn't meddled into this matter, then maybe they wouldn't be fiercely attacked the way they were right now. In the eyes of the villagers, their saviors had now turned into pitiful people instead. And somehow, they truly felt guilty for putting them in this mess. Sigh. Maybe they should just give up and resign to their faiths instead. One should know that even though the Wolfhound Bandits had established themselves around these parts just 4 years ago, within this time frame, they had grown into a mighty force to be reckoned with. They had overlooked 17 villages and 3 towns within these parts. In short, rumors said that their real boss was a powerful convict that escaped from Deiferus some time ago, and had chosen to settle in these parts instead. Actually, the chubby leader before them could be seen as a squad leader at most, as he still needed to answer to the big boss. The bandits managed to stay on good terms with the nobles who had territorial jurisdiction over these villages, by giving out a certain fraction of what they took from the villagers to these nobles. And so just like that, the bandits continued their dastardly deeds without any repercussions. Indeed, the place was definitely a lawless land. In short, the more the villagers thought about it all, the more their flames of hope died down instead. Because even if they were saved from this bandit group squad, then wouldn't the other teams just come over to still collect food rations and money from them later on? Unless the entire Wolfhound base had been completely eradicated of its members, then wouldn't all of this just bring them back to square one? And just looking at how the battle had started off, they couldn't help but smile bitterly instead. It looked like it was their faith for them to suffer or die today. Thup, 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 thup. Thup. Multiple arrows were continuously sent flying into the air by these Wolfhound bandits. And as for the saviors in question who were currently taking cover behind their vehicles, they didn't feel anxious or look like they were pitiful at all. Instead, they remained calm and collected while looking at their watches non-stop. Your Majesty. The speed at which the arrows are being launched has decreased tremendously. Good. We have just a few seconds before it takes full effect. As Landon spoke, the number of arrows launched reduced in number. And just from listening alone, one should tell that the arrows were no longer hitting the vehicles again. He looked at his watch and smiled slightly, before giving out hand signals to his men again while looking at his watch. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Finally, it was time for them to make their move. Chapter 558 Saviors from Above. Chapter 558 Saviors from Above. Ha 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 ha. The bandits continued laughing, when suddenly, one of them fell off his horse. Bam. Silence. Fee. The rest of the men and the villagers all looked at the snoring man in confusion. Why would he be so tired to the point that he would fall off his horse during a time like this? Didn't he sleep at night? The leader was even more confused than the rest because he had personally made sure that everyone got ample sleep before today's operation. So how could he just fall off now? The leader was still angrily looking at the snoring man on the floor before he heard several other loud bangs again. Bam! All his archers had now fallen to the ground like flies. His eyes opened widely as he looked at the snoring men on the ground. What the hell was going on? Even the other bandits who were just swordsmen were also confused as well. They immediately shook their snoring comrades in disdain. This was totally unprofessional. Some of them quickly noticed the tiny darts that had been plunged into their comrades' necks. But before they could make heads or tails of it all, it was already too late. Din, 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 din. Landon and his men sprung into action without any weapons on them, as they saw this as a great opportunity to practice some of their combat skills. All the 38 archers were now down, so dealing with the remaining 42 swordsmen left would be a breeze for them. The villagers looked at them with more pity, as if already telling them to rest in peace, because for them, there was no way that they would win unarmed. As for the remaining bandits, At first, they looked at them in panic, before finally relaxing and laughing at them instead. These Baymardians were really foolish. How could they just run up to them so unarmed like that? Did they really believe that they could win when they didn't even have a sword at hand? And how could their leader just stand back and watch them run to their deaths? How stupid. Come, I'll show you all just how capable the Wolfhound bandits really are. Brother, just leave those first two to me. I'll gut them with my sword in no time, the bandits said, while playfully looking at their prey arrogantly. What a bunch of idiots. Swish, the battle had begun. Warrant Officer Angelica looked at the bandit before her calmly, before finally grinning excitedly. It had been so long since she fought an enemy in combat, since they usually just shoot the enemy down during hurried missions. As for the aspect of killing these bandits, they truly felt like it would be like bullying. If they had been outnumbered, with several words or arrows coming their way, then killing their opponents would definitely be understandable. But in a situation like this one, where they had already outnumbered the bandits with some of their men even watching from within their vehicles, wasn't it more like bullying if they just killed these bandits at will? It would be a little bit too much to just go that. But that didn't mean that they would also let these bandits roam about freely too. Of course, His Majesty would undoubtedly have a plan for them after the battle. With that in mind, Angelica ran up to one of the bandits and made her move. The bandit was taken aback at first, before finally looking at her lustfully. Ha 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 ha, little lady, are you sure that you can even fight me without a sword? Heh. Since I like you, then I'll go easy on you. How about it? The bandit said playfully, before finally swinging his sword downwards with all his might. Swish. Angelica nimbly slanted her body leftwards and immediately dodged the bandit's sword, which produced a loud whistling sound while cutting through the air swiftly. Swish, swish, swish. Angelica continued to give the violent attacks thrown at her calmly, which utterly infuriated her enemy. The fact that a woman could wield her own against him so calmly while also being unarmed, was a big slap to his face. Truthfully, all the lust in his eyes had gone away as the fight progressed. And now, he only felt hate for her, because if they eventually took down these Baymardians, his reputation would still be lost amongst his brothers. For a lot of them, any man who couldn't even win a woman in his first swing was definitely weak as F. So the longer she dodged, the angrier he became. BCH, if you are really all that, then stop dodging all my attacks and face me head on. Just stand there and die, the bandit yelled angrily, before finally aiming for Angelica's head again. Swish. Angelica quickly dropped to the floor with her hands on the ground, and instantly used her legs to send a fatal blow towards his lower legs. More specifically, she had aimed for his tibialis anterior muscle on his lower legs. A fatal blow that could cause shock, tearing of blood vessels, nausea, as well as the inability to step on one's limb again. Ah! The bandit yelled in pain for a bit while dropping to his knees in a flash. Bam! His legs felt extremely painful. And no matter how much he tried to move them, they just wouldn't budge. The pain was so unbearable that he felt like something was literally holding onto his heart and crushing it with all their might. What the hell? Tiny droplets of sweat soon began forming in his forehead, as his body was also fighting a battle of its own too. He looked at Angelica angrily and continued swinging his sword like a mad person while kneeling down. It was all this BCH's fault. The duo didn't fight for too long, as Angelica quickly ended it all with a solid kick to one of his pressure points. That instantly made him faint. Of course she herself didn't come out unscathed, as during one of his rampant attacks, she had been a tad bit late when dodging one of his attacks, which led to her having a shallow cut on her left arm. The battle didn't take too long to win, which also left the villagers shocked as well. They had been right. These people were definitely here to save them. Ah, with their ancestors looking over them like this, how could they not feel blessed? Luckily, they don't doubt these heroes from their ancestors. Chapter 559 Finishing the Job. Chapter 559 Finishing the Job. Looking at the bandits that were all lying down on the ground, everyone quickly gasped in shock and relief. At least for today, their husbands and sons wouldn't die in the hands of these villains bastards. Immediately, the women all rushed to the soldiers and knelt down before them while expressing their gratitude too. Thank you for saving us. Landon nodded at them and quickly sent the medical team to look after the injured villagers lying in the snow. And at the same time, some of the soldiers were also tying up the bandits as well. Of course, Landon had already gotten the location for the Wolfhound bandits' lair. But since he didn't want to seem too suspicious, he had to get someone to guide him and his men there immediately. The village chief's 13-year-old granddaughter curiously looked at Landon and his men, as she had never seen people who dressed as well as them before. She listened to the heroes before her talk about what to do next, and quickly decided to help them no matter what. This was her home, so she felt the need to be a part of whatever battle that would occur between these heroes and the Wolfhound bandits. If anything, she more or less felt ashamed of how weak she had been previously. Her beloved grandfather was kicked, beaten and even treated worse than dirt up to the point where he had fainted from his injuries. If not for the fact that these bandits wanted him to live, then she had no doubt in her mind that her grandfather would already be dead by now. Even though she had been terrified of these bandits, she still couldn't just watch her grandfather get kicked around ruthlessly by these villains without doing anything. And that's why she had rushed over with the intentions of using her body to shield off all the blows and attacks from hitting her beloved grandfather. But funny enough, when she came out, the bandits didn't bother hitting her at all. Instead, they all looked at her very lustfully instead. She didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if these brave men didn't come in at the time that they did. Because one thing was clear, and that was the fact that she and the rest of the villagers wouldn't have had any good ending if they would have been taken away by these bandits. And so the fact that she didn't have enough power to do anything just made her feel completely worthless instead. She clenched her fists with all her might and forced herself to look eye to eye with the leader before her. Noble heroes, please, I want to go with you all. I want to fight. Silence. Landon and the rest of the soldiers stopped what they were doing and all focused their attention at the cute 13-year-old girl before them. That seemed to be around the same age as little Linda back in Baymard. In her eyes, one could still see traces of fear, uneasiness and courage in them. The girl looked at them with a serious expression on her face, which looked more like she was pouting instead. The villagers who all heard the girl, looked at her in shock and gazes that were filled with anxiousness and concern for them. The way they looked at it, no matter how high the chances of these heroes winning against the Wolfhound bandits were, there was still a probability that they might lose at the end of it all. So sending the girl to her death was something that none of them wanted. Moreover, how were they going to explain her death to their village chief when he wakes up later on? Little Gloria, why would you want to risk your life like that? Are you trying to kill us from worry? Exclamation mark. Little Gloria, please listen to Auntie. Going for a battle isn't the same as going to the stream to play. So please stop this foolish mess and think about the village chief's feelings. Yes, little Gloria, think about the village chief. If something were to happen to you over there, then wouldn't that alone kill him? You are just a little girl, so please don't throw your entire life away, alright? The villagers continued their best in trying to convince the little girl to stay behind. But no matter what they said, little Gloria in question just stood there silently, while meeting Landon's eyes and clenching her fists hard. No matter what, she had to get stronger. Landon looked at the girl before him and knew that he had to come up with their way to reject her without actually crippling her confidence or courage. She seemed like the stubborn type who would think he was looking down on her if he just rejected her with no legit reasons at all. Of course for him, he couldn't take her because she would just slow them down, and might even be a distraction or a possible hostage target during the battle. So there was no way that she was going. What's your name? Gloria Pickle, she said while stammering a bit. And why do you want to join us so badly? Because I want to protect my village by getting stronger. HMHM. That's a very noble cause for you to go with us, Landon said, which instantly brought about a broad smile on Gloria's face. She looked at Landon in a daze, as she was still shocked by what she had heard him say. So did this mean that he would take her along? Her heart rate quickened very fast, as she thought about how this would be her first time participating in a formal battle. She clenched her fists even harder and looked at Landon and his men with so much determination, as if telling them that she would not let them down. Yes, she would definitely prove herself to them and eventually grow stronger in time. Chapter 560, A Visit to the Wolfhound Lair. Chapter 560, A Visit to the Wolfhound Lair. Landon looked at Gloria's determined eyes and smiled slightly. Calm down, little lady. Even though it is noble to go out and fight for one's people, doing so without any real skill will not only make you lose the battle, but will also dampen the mood of those around you even further. And in addition to that, it will only bring about grief to those who truly love you dearly. Listening to Landon, Gloria felt like someone had thrown a bucket of cold water over her. Did this mean that she wouldn't be able to help anyone out? She knew that she had no real skills that would make her valuable in any fight. But still, was there really nothing that she could do in order to help her people? Little lady, even if you don't follow with us to the battlefield, there is still a way for you to be of service to us. Please speak, kind sir, Gloria said while opening her eyes excitedly. You see, there are several other ways in which one can help out in a battle. You can either fight on the battlefield itself, help strategize, or even help out the injured to the best of your capabilities. As for the first two, you don't qualify for them at all, since you've never had any formal training whatsoever. But you can still be of help when it comes to the third option. Yes, you will be of great assistance to us or your people by looking over the injured alongside my men. Implore you not to look down at this position, because during battles, they are one of the most crucial people needed on the field to heal the injured and save lives. Those who heal are the real lifesavers of life, and are on the same level as those that fight the actual battles. So with that said, little lady, your mission, if you should choose to accept, will be to join the medical staff and treat the injured. So Miss Gloria Pickle, do you accept the mission? I do, Gloria said confidently. Good. After getting Gloria, Landon and some of the soldiers hastily left with one of the village hunters, who usually accompanied the village chief to the Wolfhound Lair whenever their village chief was called upon. Even though his injuries were somewhat heavy, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't move or do any sort of work at all. In fact, as a hunter, he had gotten far worse injuries from fighting several deadly animals deep in the forest. So the two sword injuries that he had gotten from these bandits weren't that gruesome when compared to a massive hangel gripping one with its sharp razor-like claws. So he chose to show Landon and the rest the way. And even if he felt extreme pain, he would still have volunteered to go, as nothing was more important than eradicating these bandits, hence solving his people's problems once and for all. But of course, before he could head out, the medical team had first stitched and bandaged his wounds properly. And after that was done, they were finally off. Inside one of the trucks, the hunter couldn't help but marvel at how cozy and comfortable the place was. More importantly, he had never seen a carriage with such an inferior before. And what shocked him the most was how fast they had arrived at the Wolfhound stronghold. Wasn't the journey supposed to take several hours to complete? So why did they arrive so soon? The hunter felt like everything was just too dreamlike for him to believe. Mr. Cletus, here's a pen and a paper. Can you show us an overall look at how the lair is like? Of course, sirs. I'll do that right away, Cletus the hunter said, before taking the pen and paper from one of the soldiers. He first drew a rectangle, before filling it out with several circles and shapes which he said were buildings. Apparently, the lair had a total of 13 buildings within it. He could give out all information about how the exterior buildings and surroundings within the lair looked like. But when it came to what was actually located within each building, he had no clue on the matter, since all the times that visited the place was to just act as the village chief's guard or escort. So they usually stopped him outside one of the buildings there, and only allowed the G-Chief to go in instead. He drew a very rough and ugly presentation of how the lake was actually set up, and also explained all that he knew to the soldiers as well. Landon looked at the system's map and knew that there was just one secret underground tunnel within the lair. That was also surprisingly close to their underground dungeons as well. But of course he wouldn't say anything about it. So he decided to just strategically lead his men there instead. They drove for a bit before finally parking their vehicles a certain distance from the lair's main entrance and stealthily got out from the trucks. Of course, some people were assigned to guard the truck and the hunters, while the others would follow Landon into the lair for battle. Alright, we need to hurry this up as quickly possible, because we still need to get to the northern ASAP, Landon said, while leading the pack in. One should know that he had previously added an entire day off into his travel journey, so that when they arrived, they would all first rest for an entire day before saving whoever the system wanted him to save. But now they had already used time off to deal with today's matter, which meant that their rest day was now gone. So they had to quickly wrap this up and get fast. And just like that, their second battle for the day had begun. Phew, 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 phew.